Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651. How scared would he be? Guanlin Huafu, 32nd floor restaurant terrace. Linzada's eyes turned to Lishi, feeling helpless. How could such a thing happen just by drinking wine? How could Lishi become so irritable and easily angered? I remember when I first met Lishi last year. Although this little girl was arrogant and had the unique sense of superiority of a rich girl in a small town, she was still self-controlled at that time and would not be so unreasonable. But now, because of the way she drank a glass of wine, she trampled on other people's preferences to show her taste. In Linzada's opinion, it was really wrong. He was ready to tell Jiang Ning to take her out less in the future, because impulsive girls are prone to trouble. It's okay to meet someone like Jiang Ning. If you meet the second-rate guy at the barbecue stall last time, the other party is ignorant of the world and ignores all rules. He said he would not suffer a big loss. Zhuang Jianhu, who was next to him, was a little interested. Next, how should they deal with it? Lishi originally targeted Jiang Ning. She couldn't stand Jiang Ning. After several consecutive setbacks, she had a very negative impression of Jiang Ning. Now it is not to prove that Ding Xuan's view on making friends is wrong, but more to make herself surpass Jiang Ning. Many adults who have entered the society for many years easily lose control of their emotions and find it difficult to stay calm. What's more, how can she be rational as a girl of 16 or 17 years old who has been raised in wealth since childhood? Lishi gently shook the wine glass. Her posture was quite elegant and smooth, and it was obviously a posture she had learned specially. She had a playful smile on her face. The reason why you think wine mixed with Sprite tastes good is because your taste is not good. There is a universal rule for drinking wine. As you drink more wine, you will gradually change from liking sweet wine to liking non-sweet wine, because the sweetness will cover up many complex aromas in the wine. After that, Lishi drank the red wine in the glass. In terms of wine knowledge, Zhenglu certainly couldn't compare to a girl from a family like Lishi, so she said directly, I drink whatever I want. What's your business? As soon as she said this, Lishi covered her mouth and chuckled. Since you are willing to be led astray, no one can stop you. It's just that some people don't understand, but pretend to know a lot. It's ridiculous that the unique flavors of these wines have been ruined by some people who don't understand, and they still lead others astray. Anyone with a discerning eye could hear that her words were referring to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't debate with her. In his 300 years of cultivation, he has never been good at verbal disputes. He prefers to take action and kill directly. Deng Qingfeng, who was next to him, saw Jiang Ning's reaction. As a classmate, he should have supported Jiang Ning and stood up for him. But Lishi was too beautiful and too noble. Deng Qingfeng felt that it was not easy for him to intervene in this scene, so he chose to stand by and watch. However, when Ji Zuan from class 9 saw this scene, he felt indignant and a little contemptuous. He had been unhappy with Jiang Ning for a long time. At this moment, a beautiful girl accused Jiang Ning. This was a godsend opportunity, and Ji Zuan immediately belittled him. Jiang Ning, you are a grown man, hiding behind a girl. What kind of ability is that? After saying this, Ji Zuan was secretly happy. Zhenglu, now you can see clearly what kind of boy you are looking for. In contrast, Ji Zuan thought, I'm really a man. But when he thought of the scene where Zhenglu stood up for Jiang Ning just now, he didn't know why he felt a little sad. Ji Zuan gave Lishi an assist, and she smiled brightly. Hiding behind a girl, should I say, whether I'm a man or not? After hearing this, Yang Sheng frowned, and his handsome face showed impatience. She usually received a lot of help from Jiang Ning, and now she said, what to drink? Shouldn't it be according to your favorite taste? Aren't wine and food used to serve people? How come you are enslaved by wine? It's obviously a personal eating habit, but you insist on making a fuss. Yang Sheng looked disdainful. Yang Sheng's voice was the same as her appearance, and her words were full of sharpness and aggressiveness. That kind of hostility made Lishi's face change. The scene stagnated for a few seconds. In the silence, Jiang Ning said playfully, Correction, I'm not hiding behind one girl, but two. Dunking Feng, fuck. Jiuo Kanan was jealous and crazy. If possible, who wouldn't want to hide behind a girl? He also thought of Zhenglu often treating Jiang Ning to dinner and sending milk tea, and he felt even more uncomfortable for a while. Ji Zuan's eyes were about to burst. How could someone be so shameless? In anger, he caught a glimpse of the short-haired girl's beautiful profile. While he was amazed, he felt strongly uncomfortable. Lin Zida beside him was amused. Jiang Ning's temper was really interesting. Zhuang Jian, whose mouth twitched, and the trace of envy disappeared in an instant. He looked down on Jiang Ning. Li Shi was stunned for a moment. She laughed at herself. Since you don't know right from wrong, then it's my fault for being nosy. She was still sipping the wine, pretending to be suddenly awakened. I guess you won't be able to drink this level of wine many times in your life, so it's good to add some Sprite. After all, it's to please yourself, right? You grew up eating coarse food, so it's not uncomfortably good to eat coarse food in the future. But I'm different. I live in a different environment. I can't stand eating coarse food. After saying this, Li Shi turned around and admired her manicure. Jiuo Kanan felt uncomfortable. What a broken mouth. Not only Jiuo Kanan, but other students around him also felt strongly indignant after hearing this. Zhuang Jian, who held the cup and looked at this scene indifferently. He was always calm in his heart. He actually knew what Li Shi was thinking. She simply thought she was rich, so she looked down on Jiang Ning. This was fine. Besides, it was the way it was. The things that rich people were born with were indeed countless times better than those ordinary people who worked hard to survive. But, at least on the surface, everyone was equal. In Zhuang Jianhu's view, there were two rules in the world, one explicit rule, and one implicit rule, and the two rules had their own behavioral constraints. Rich people like Li Shi could enjoy many things, but the implicit rule was that they could not speak out. The real high-ranking people often enjoyed privileges silently, rather than speaking out, otherwise it would cause resentment and injustice. But Li Shi was a little stupid at this moment. However, it didn't matter. With the power of the few people in front of him, even if the implicit rules were broken, what would happen? The atmosphere around him fell into silence. The silence did not last long. In the WeChat group of number 4 middle school, the teacher in charge of the press conference announced the next itinerary. After 12 o'clock, the terrace restaurant on the 32nd floor will hold a small lottery. Everyone should pay attention to the card tickets issued by the restaurant front desk. The teacher's words immediately caused a stir. A bunch of students in the small group immediately bubbled up, all in surprise. Jiuo Kanan said to a few people, "Oh my god, there is a lottery?" He looked excited. He thought it was just a lunch, but there was a lottery. Isn't this benefit too good? Dunking Feng was also excited, but he was able to remain restrained. Yes, with the wealth of Changqing liquid, the prizes for this round of lottery should not be bad, right? Meng Xian said, "Did you notice the small lottery? I think it should be just for entertainment, right?" People discussed and prepared for the upcoming lottery. Over there, Li Shi and Zhuang Jianhu and a few others were very calm. With their family background, they didn't care about the lottery at all. At most, they would just get some mobile phones, tablets and the like. Ordinary students are often excited to get crazy when they get these, but will they like these? Sometimes being born too high is also a kind of trouble, because the threshold of happiness is too high. Zhuang Jianhu said, "If you are full, we will withdraw." At this time, in the WeChat group, an employee of Changqing who was specifically responsible for leading the team said, "There is a hidden prize that is quite interesting. It is right under your feet." Grin. Usually, most of the people who show up in the group are the team leaders, but at this time, an employee of Changqing spoke, which once again caused a sensation. Lin Zida sat on a high stool and looked down at the floor. He was puzzled. If I remember correctly, Guanlin Huafu was previously owned by Hanwu Real Estate, with Jiangxi Rufang Group behind it. Later, it was bought by Changqing. Since then, Guanlin Huafu has rarely been open to the public. Although Lin Zida plays every day, he has a wide range of knowledge. So, what is in the so-called underground? Zhuang Jianhu said, "I do know one thing." Li Shi, what? Han Yu, do you know? Zhuang Jianhu lowered his voice, as if he was a bit secretive. Li Shi shook her head. She had never heard of this person. He was in Jiang City. How could she recognize him? Lin Zida pondered for a moment and said, the one who died? He had some impression of this person. He was the backer of the Rufang Li family. It was said that he was Han Yu's father. Han Yu was a generation older than them and was very arrogant. It was said that in order to please him, the Li family searched for many women, trained them specially, and even claimed to form the 18 celestial immortals. Later, it was heard that he was having fun and was sent to the hospital without time to rescue him. Because of this incident, the Rufang was also affected. Well, Zhuang Jianhu said. His evaluation of Han Yu was that his death was not a pity. When the other party's father was the most prominent, he was only slightly inferior to his uncle in the family. Unfortunately, Han Yu's family was only one generation, and the foundation was far from comparable to this. As long as he made a mistake once, all his previous efforts would be wasted. With Han Yu's style of doing things, it would not be surprising that he would play himself to death sooner or later. Lin Zida shook his head. It's too far away from us. As he spoke, he showed some interest. I'd like to know what that person was talking about under his feet just now. In the WeChat group, everyone was excited. Dong Qingfeng at ED the Changqing employee and asked, Sister, the lottery will be held soon. Can you tell me what the hidden prize is? Thank you very much. The Changqing employee didn't keep everyone on suspense. Okay, then I'll tell you. You are now on the 32nd floor. The 26th and 27th floors under your feet have been converted into a shooting training ground by our company. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the largest and most complete shooting ground in the entire Anhui province. For some models, ordinary people can only play in this building or go abroad. Brothers and sisters, I wish you a good time. Grin. Jiuo Kanan stood up excitedly and said in shock, damn, the hidden prize is to play with guns downstairs, real guns. That's a real gun, not a toy gun. Especially for many boys, playing with water guns when they were young was very exciting, not to mention real guns that only exist on TV. This reward was completely beyond their expectations. After all, subconsciously, many people don't think about real guns at all. Even Dong Qingfeng was a little excited. Although he had been abroad, the places he went to were very safe, and he had never touched a gun. Yang Sheng also had expectations. Jiuo Kanan directly sent a message to the class group. Classmates, I'm having lunch now, and I will play with real guns downstairs later. Chen Qian. Song Sheng, are you kidding? Jiuo Kanan thought of Song Sheng's strong muscles. Song Sheng was very arrogant in the class on weekdays. If Jiang Ning hadn't taught him a lesson at the beginning of the school, I don't know how arrogant he would be. Haha. You are doing fitness, right? Jiuo Kanan's smile gradually became perverted. In front of my little pistol, no matter how strong you are, you can't stand a single blow. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Jiuo Kanan directly called out Yazhu. It was not until Huang Yazhu came forward to prove it that everyone really believed it. Damn it. Che Wei was almost crazy with jealousy behind the screen. If he won the invitation letter and experienced shooting, it would definitely be a good topic to talk about with girls in the future. Jiang Yanan, is it okay? Isn't it forbidden? Chen Qian said, for ordinary people, there is still a chance to experience it, such as military training in some universities. There is also a shooting gallery, which is practiced by coaches. Jiang Yanan asked back, why have I never heard of Yazhao? The all-powerful Chen Qian explained again, because the approval procedures for the venue are very troublesome. The department is actually unwilling to approve it. Only with the procedures can we get resources openly. Some special models, such as military ones, need to be approved by special departments. Even if it is approved, once there is a safety accident at the venue, you need to be responsible for it yourself, and the bill must not be wrong. And the investment is very high. Safety officers, target ranges, bullet blocking walls, noise reduction, protective gear, maintenance, and maintenance, so no one is willing to contract it. Chen Qian's messages appeared in the group list, and the classmates watched quietly. Wang Lang came out to show his support. Brother Qian is awesome. 32nd floor terrace. Zhuang Jian, who put down his phone. It's interesting, we can go and have some fun. He did touch it when he went abroad 2 years ago, but he hasn't played it for a long time since he came to China, and his hands are probably rusty. Linzada, TSK, I didn't expect Changqing Liquid to open such a place. Zhuang Jianhu, there's no way, Changqing Liquid is too important now, and the official will give it whatever it wants. He often heard his elders chatting. Many company bosses are very glorious outside, but when they participate in some official dinners, they often toast humbly because they don't have core technology, and replacing them and another person will not make much difference. But Changqing Liquid CEO Xiao is different. No matter whether she participates in official dinners, she has always been someone that others are vying to win over. After all, Changqing Liquid has its own core technology and its products have been sold abroad. Linzada looked at the restaurant and said, I hope I can win this hidden reward. I'm too lazy to go abroad to play. Surroundings. Jiuo Kunan said, why do my eyelids keep twitching? Could it be a sign of winning a prize? It's a sign that I will definitely win a big prize. Deng Qingfeng was happy. Eyelid twitching means that the orbicularis oculi muscle and the branches of the orbicularis oculi nerve controlled by the brain have intermittent autonomous vibration twitching. It is a normal phenomenon. Please believe in science. Jiuo Kunan. Damn, you know so much, don't you think? Meng Xian pressed her eyes. Oh, my eyelids are twitching a little too. Deng Qingfeng immediately said, the twitching of the left eyelid indicates that you will get rich soon, because the left eye twitching means wealth. Jiuo Kunan. His face fell directly. Why, what are you imagining? Deng Qingfeng asked him. Jiuo Kunan was not as talented as others, and he would only make a fool of himself if he continued, so he simply ignored him. He sat with Huang Yazhu, imagining winning the big prize, and then winning a hidden reward. At 12:30, the lottery officially began. Next to the west door of the restaurant, a stage was set up. A woman in a dress introduced the rules of the lottery. This lottery was just a small interactive game. The first prize is an iPad Air 2. Let our restaurant's boss Zhu draw the lot. As he spoke, a man in a suit came on stage. He reached into the box and took out a mini square box. After unwrapping it, he shouted, "Number 30. As he spoke, a shout rang out from a corner of the restaurant. Yan Chuchen, it's you. Go, go. Yan Chuchen was wearing a dress. She should have been very happy to win the prize, but the embarrassing thing was that her dress and the dress of the woman in charge of the host were a bit of a collision, but not really a collision. Well, the style of her dress was modeled after the woman's dress. Yan Chuchen awkwardly received the prize. As the places were drawn one by one, there were iPhones, headphones, and PS4s. In the end, Jiang Ning won a big prize, a 52-gram gold bar. Li Shi laughed. I'm lucky. Only after the grand prize was drawn did the host say, now please ask all guests whose ticket numbers contain 6 or multiples of 6 to come on stage to receive the hidden rewards. Jiuo Kunan glanced at his number, 15, and didn't win. Deng Qingfeng's number 27 also didn't win. There was a commotion not far away, and Wu Yunzi took his number 26 ticket and went on stage. Zheng Lu quietly handed her number 6 to Jiang Ning, which was the invitation letter he gave to herself. Jiang Ning stopped her and slowly showed his ticket number, 12. With the announcement of the last ticket number, Jiang Ning, Zheng Lu, Yang Sheng, Wu Yunzi, Linzada, Zhuang Jianhu, Li Shi, Yan Chuchen and others became the lucky users of this experience training ground. When going on stage to receive the admission card, Li Shi looked at Jiang Ning with a teasing look. She really hoped that Jiang Ning could win the lottery. She recalled the scene at the barbecue stall that night when Jiang Ning fought 4 people alone. Yes, he has good physical fitness, but I wonder how he would feel after seeing real hot weapons today. Li Shi's beautiful mouth corners rose. He will know how weak the human body is in front of modern weapons. Guanlin Huafu Building, 26th floor. A group of students walked out of the elevator under the guidance of a special person. The atmosphere was particularly quiet. Linzada was very relaxed. He sniffed and said, "Do you smell the gunpowder?" "A little bit," Yan Chuchen answered. When she spoke, she took a deep breath, a little nervous, and an inexplicable sense of fear. It is a weapon that can easily end the lives of ordinary people. A person who was alive in the last second may die in an instant in the next second. Many people have an inexplicable awe and fear of it. When entering the training hall, the first thing you feel is the bright lights, the cameras standing above your head, and the warning signs. The whole space adopts a light gray tone. The material of the wall cannot be seen, but everyone vaguely feels that it is different from ordinary walls. In fact, high-density sound insulation materials are used. Everyone showed their ID cards first, and those who didn't wear the right clothes were given a set of protective clothing. The security officer explained, the shell is very hot. If it falls directly on the skin, it will jump up from the heat. Not only protective clothing, but also protective earmuffs, otherwise the gunshot will cause tinnitus. After going through the tedious process, Jiang Ning was led to the shooting position. The tablet top was made of wear-resistant and non-slip material, with thick protective baffles on both sides and a human-shaped target paper at the end, which was the target he was going to shoot. At the chest of Jiang Ning, a safety rope passed across the sky, which could also be called a chain. On it was locked a dark-colored pistol, full of mechanical beauty. The security officer explained next to him that this was a pistol suitable for 9mm bullets. Jiang Ning listened in. After seeing his reaction, the security officer was a little surprised. He was too calm, and he was not as nervous as other students, so he asked, "Have you played with it before?" Zhenglu also looked like that. She had never played with a gun, and was ready to watch Jiang Ning play first. Jiang Ning, no. Safety officer, aren't you scared? Jiang Ning's consciousness encompassed the entire training ground, and all the bullet traces could not escape his surveillance. He said, "It can't kill anyone." The safety officer thought he was praising the safety and professionalism, and said, "Indeed. Not far away." Zhuang Jian, who had shooting experience, so he did not choose a small pistol, but a military 56 type. The bullet is 7.62 x 39mm, which is very powerful. He was ready to show off. In the entire training ground, in terms of accuracy, no one can compare with him. Li Shi looked at the small pistol fixed by the chain in front of her, and she pointed to the free training ground in the distance. "Can I go over there to play?" The safety officer next to her said, "Not for the time being." He saw Li Shi's pouting look, and reminded her again, "Before shooting, I tell you, the muzzle of the gun must never be pointed at others, whether there is a bullet or not. It must be pointed down, or at the target. I hope you remember it in your heart." The safety officer's words were extremely serious. "This is a very important matter." Li Shi glanced at Jiang Ning over there and said nothing. An idea suddenly occurred to her. What kind of expression would Jiang Ning show if he was pointed at by a gun? After all, he always had a sullen face, which made Li Shi feel a little annoyed. Would he beg for mercy? However, it was just a thought. Li Shi was not so stupid. She followed the instructions of the security guard and turned her body to the locked pistol in front of her. Chapter 650 To face me. Shooting range. Almost all the security guards were explaining the key points of shooting. Don't be afraid, as long as you hold it correctly. The recoil of the pistol is completely controllable. Hold the gun with both hands. Both hands. Don't try to be cool with one hand. You will only miss the target, and it is very dangerous. Jiang Ning stared at the pistol in front of him, which was locked by the chain. The gun body was black, and the slide and slide rail were made of high quality stainless steel. The security guard introduced SIG P226, a very classic model. Although it is not included in the standard weapon, it is because it is too expensive. In fact, many special forces will choose it. As he said, he pulled the slide, and the gun body mechanically operated, making a click rebound sound. The security guard glanced at Jiang Ning and Zhenglu's earmuffs and asked them to watch from the side. Then he held the gun handle with both hands and aimed at the target paper 10 meters away. Zhenglu stared at it intently, with a slight tremor in his heart. As the safety officer pulled the trigger, a bang sounded. During the firing of the bullet, the muzzle of the gun suddenly rose due to the recoil, and a light smoke filled the air. Zhenglu looked at the human-shaped target paper 10 meters away, and saw a bullet hole. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense captured the trajectory of the bullet. The speed was about 350 m/s, exceeding the speed of sound. If it could hit the defenseless key refining cultivator, it would be enough to kill him. However, the cultivator has spiritual sense and magic power to protect himself, so it is difficult to kill him with just a pistol. After the safety officer finished the demonstration, it was Jiang Ning's turn to do it himself. He held the pistol on the safety chain and aimed at the target paper. The sound of bang 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 rang out, but because of the protection of the earmuffs, his ears would not feel uncomfortable. All the bullets hit the target. Jiang Ning played for a while and gave his position to Zheng Lu. At the same time, he swept his spiritual sense and saw that the students around him, such as Yang Chuchen, Wu Yunzi, and Yang Sheng, were all playing with great concentration. Firearms are very attractive to ordinary people, not to mention that pistol bullets that used to cost dozens of yuan around are now free to play with. Finally, his consciousness swept to another place and saw Zhuang Jianhu holding a rifle. Zhuang Jianhu put the gun against his shoulder socket and pulled the trigger to shoot. With a dull bang, his shoulder felt like being hit by a punch. Li Shi saw the target and was slightly surprised. Jianhu, your shooting skills are really good. I fired a few shots just now and none of them hit the target. Zhuang Jianhu looked calm. Just practice more. Sharpshooters are fed with bullets. When I fired the first box of bullets in the past 2 years, it was basically difficult to hit the bullseye. Look at it now. Zhuang Jianhu pointed to the position of the bullseye. He admitted that the equipment at the Changqingai training ground was very good, especially the sight was very accurate, but the reason for his improved shooting skills was more because he grew stronger with age. Li Shi said, after this time, I'm going to find my dad and find some opportunities to play with guns. A bullet may be very expensive for others, but in Li Shi's opinion, she can just shoot 100 bullets in one breath, and it's only a few thousand yuan. Thinking of this, she turned around and put her hands in her coat pockets. Prada's new autumn black coat sets off her tall figure with great aura, and paired with the purple shirt inside, she exudes a noble air. Li Shi looked around at the students who came to the training ground with her and saw their excited faces. Li Shi smiled gently. She didn't mock this time, but felt a kind of pity. You have fun, right? Then, when the evergreen liquid activity is over, can you continue to play? Shooting is a hobby for only a few people because of the price factor. These students were selected by the evergreen liquid, just like having a beautiful dream. The things they experienced in the dream were indeed bizarre and prosperous, and then the dream was awakened. What happened after waking up? It would be a big gap. But, what you call a dream is just my daily life. Li Shi looked at Jiang Ning playing with the gun over there, and suddenly felt a sense of pity. She really shouldn't have said anything, because she shouldn't treat them as equals. Thinking of this, Li Shi lightly withdrew her gaze. Jiang Ning personally taught Zheng Lu to adjust her posture to ensure that she had a pleasant experience. Don't be afraid, hold your hands tightly, aim, and shoot. Bang! The muzzle of the gun jumped suddenly. Zheng Lu smelled a faint smell of gunpowder, and her chest rose and fell. She turned her face and met Jiang Ning's gentle eyes. Well, that's it. Jiang Ning praised, you shot very well. Zheng Lu was a little happy, and she said, you're almost out of bullets. Jiang Ning took out bullets from his pocket. I'll teach you how to load bullets. As he said that, he pressed the bullets into the magazine one by one. Zheng Lu saw how skilled he was and asked curiously, have you played it before? No. Jiang Ning answered truthfully. His spiritual sense swept over the pistol, and the structure inside was revealed, and how to load the bullets was also clear at a glance. I learned it from TV. Jiang Ning pressed the last bullet into the magazine. It's harder to load the last few bullets, because the spring is very tight at the back. After doing this, he locked the magazine, and said to Zheng Lu, fire a few more rounds. When Zheng Lu started to experience it, Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Xiao Shuangshan, open the free training ground. Jiang Ning was now experiencing the fixed shooting position, and the pistol was locked on the safety chain, and it was a closed trajectory. The guns in the free training ground were not locked, and there was no protection next to them. Normally, this kind of shooting range is not open to ordinary people, because it is too dangerous. regardless of whether someone has bad intentions. If you are shooting normally and there is an ordinary person who is determined to die next to you and hits you, will you be scared? Therefore, ordinary people can only play this kind of shooting range abroad. As soon as Fang Yi was allowed, many classmates were immediately interested. From the beginning to now, everyone has been playing with fixed targets for a long time. Now there is a more exciting way, and everyone is inevitably ready to try it. For safety reasons, the safety officer did not let everyone go to the free training ground together, but first selected people with certain shooting experience, such as Zhuang Jianhu and others, as well as Jiang Ning and Zheng Lu. Yan Chuchen saw Jiang Ning in the crowd from a distance, and suddenly remembered that she had met him when she bought milk tea that day. At that time, the other party's bicycle was a bit in the way, and her friend asked the little girl next to him to push the bicycle aside. As a result, as soon as the other party pushed it, her milk tea fell to the ground, and 2 cups of milk tea cost 26 yuan, all wasted. In the end, Jiang Ning even reminded them, but no matter how you look at it, it seems like gloating. I never thought that I would meet him at the shooting range today. Wu Yunzi noticed Yan Chuchen's gaze. He looked over there at Jiang Ning, and took a closer look at the classmate with a great figure. No matter how Wu Yunzi felt inside, his face was still warm. He and Shang Wanqing had both won the invitation letter, but unfortunately, Shang Wanqing did not win the shooting quota. After entering the shooting range, Wu Yunzi found Yan Chuchen as a partner. He said, "Senior sister, let's practice more and join in the fun later." Yan Chuchen saw that Wu Yunzi was tall, handsome, generous, and well dressed, so her attitude was pretty good. But in her heart, Yan Chuchen had high standards. Her former partner Che Yichen tried to pursue her, but was rejected by Yan Chuchen, mainly because she didn't feel anything. Okay, I hope I can practice well. Yan Chuchen knew that, if she missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to have it again in the future. Free shooting range. The stern-looking security guard repeatedly reminded, the gun is a weapon that can take someone's life, so no matter what, you must not point it at others. Never. Lin Zeta listened carefully. Every rule that was repeatedly emphasized must be built with blood. After shooting, point the muzzle downward, remove the magazine, then pull the bolt, check if there are any bullets in the chamber, and then aim the gun at the target. The security guard repeated it over and over again. Li Shi frowned. That's enough, we remember it. You can talk better than the teacher. The security guard paused, turned around, and stared at Li Shi with a serious look. When dealing with a guy who takes someone's life, you must be cautious, and cautious. You can be careless, but the price is your life. Li Shi's face was unnatural. She was just a coach at a shooting range. However, she did not confront the other party, but perfunctorily said, "Okay, got it." The security guard then continued to lead the way. Zheng Lu whispered, "Let's start with the pistol, and the one we just played." Although she got the hang of it, Zheng Lu still had a fear of real guns. When she saw the long gun lying on the shelf, she felt cold. Because guns can kill people. With just a bang, the living person who was still alive and kicking in the last second fell to the ground and died in the next second. Jiang Ning was very calm. "Okay, play what you are used to." The pistol he chose was still the P226, and he chose 9mm bullets. In contrast, Zhuang Jianhu and others nearby were much bolder. Even in the free shooting range, he still used the military 56 type. Li Shi also chose this rifle for the convenience of learning, and the bullet was 7.62 x 39mm. Every time Zhuang Jianhu fired a shot, accompanied by a dull bang, his shoulders trembled violently, and he stood firmly on his feet, looking quite handsome. Li Shi admired Zhuang Jianhu's heroic figure, and then looked at Jiang Ning nearby, and saw that he was holding a small pistol, and shooting one shot after another. She almost laughed out loud. People usually say that he is good at sports and can fight, but in fact, when it comes to playing with real weapons, isn't he very cowardly? Usually, you can't see the difference, but once you step into an area that you can't touch, your true colors will be exposed. It's pitiful and sad. She wanted to record a video and send it to Wei Zishan, a friend she met during the summer vacation, so that she can see clearly what kind of man she likes. After all, Jiang Ning was indeed a good fighter at the barbecue stall that night, which attracted Wei Zishan. However, what is the reality? After thinking about it, Li Shi gave up. Instead of telling Wei Zishan now, it would be better to wait until after the winter vacation when Wei Zishan returns to China and personally identify him in Yuzhou. I think that scene must be quite interesting. Linzida, can you take a picture for me later? Li Shi found him and tapped his shoulder. Although the indoor training ground is equipped with noise reduction materials, the sound of gunfire is too loud, and physical contact is required for communication. After Zhuang Jianhu finished shooting, he put down his weapon. At this time, Linzida, who took off his earmuffs, heard Li Shi's words clearly. He gestured, "No problem." Li Shi raised her automatic rifle. She was a quick learner, so she kept her center of gravity when standing, and then firmly lifted her shoulder. Li Shi closed one eye and looked at the red dot sight. She moved her body slightly to adjust the sight, and the red dot swayed on the sight. The next second, she pulled the trigger, bang, and the bullet burst out and hit the target. 9 rings. Zhuang Jianhu blurted out. The highest score is 10 rings, and 9 rings is already a very good score. Li Shi's joy was beyond words, and she said excitedly, "Linzida, take a picture for me." As she said that, she held the automatic rifle and posed with the gun. After Linzida took the picture of her, Li Shi was still not satisfied. She held the gun and changed the direction, facing Linzida diagonally, leaving him with a handsome silhouette. At the same time, the muzzle of the rifle was moved. The black muzzle was aimed at Jiang Ning's position, and the muzzle was filled with gunpowder. Zhenglu and Jiang Ning were chatting during the break between shots. At a certain moment, Zhenglu suddenly noticed the direction of the muzzle. The black muzzle exuded a breath of death, and a cold feeling swept over her. She felt a palpitation, and she resisted the fear and hurriedly pulled Jiang Ning away. Jiang Ning took 2 steps back. Linzida was also startled, and quickly pulled Li Shi over, saying sternly, "You pointed the muzzle of the gun at Jiang Ning just now. Where did you put the safety officer's words?" Li Shi suddenly remembered that in her excitement just now, she had indeed pointed the muzzle of the gun at Jiang Ning. A sense of guilt rose up, and then disappeared into arrogance. Being scolded by Linzida made her rebellious. When she noticed Jiang Ning hiding in the back, and the girl's fearful eyes, her strong self-esteem made her harden her mouth. "Yes, we were right, but did I shoot? I didn't shoot." Li Shi found an excuse for her mistake. She was excited, and the resentment buried in her heart burst out. "I didn't shoot. What are you afraid of? Don't I know the severity of the situation?" As soon as these words came out, Zhenglu was extremely angry. "If you had shot, we would have died now." Li Shi shouted loudly, "Do you think I'm you?" She stared at Zhenglu and let go completely. "You are making a fuss. This is all you can do." After saying that, Li Shi was too lazy to pay attention to them anymore, and she put down the rifle, as if nothing had happened. It was really unlucky. She was certainly wrong just now, but Jiang Ning and the others were not wrong. If it was a private training ground, the direction where her gun was pointed would not have shown people like Jiang Ning. Linzida frowned and wanted to persuade her again. Just as he was about to speak, his face changed drastically. Jiang Ning raised his P226 pistol and pointed the muzzle at Li Shi. Linzida clearly saw that Jiang Ning's finger on the trigger moved. He couldn't describe the feeling at this moment. Goosebumps suddenly exploded all over his body and his hair was numb. Bang! The bullet cut through the air and pierced through the space at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Li Shi suddenly heard a sharp sound of breaking through the air. In an emergency, a hot airflow brushed across her cheek, bringing an indescribable burning pain. Warm blood splashed on her face. She raised her hand and wiped it. The sticky touch made her stunned. The air around her seemed to solidify, with only the buzzing sound of the eardrum caused by the vibration of the gunshot. Li Shi's body trembled. She wanted to scream, but the sound seemed to be stuck in her throat, leaving only trembling. Jiang Ning held the gun in one hand, his face looming in the smoke from the muzzle. He blew away the smoke lightly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After a brief surprise, Zhuang Jianhu got over the panic period. He suddenly said angrily, "What are you doing? Do you know what you are doing?" Jiang Ning disagreed. "So, did I shoot her to death?" "Zhuang Jianhu, you are shooting at people." Jiang Ning looked at Zhuang Jianhu's anger and even panic expression. These people are usually high and mighty, but between life and death, that kind of disguise will be torn apart. He asked again, so, did I shoot her to death? Zhuang Jianhu, I told you to put down the gun, now, immediately. Jiang Ning's gun was still pointed at him. Li Shi put the hand that had wiped her cheek in front of her eyes. She saw the dazzling red between her fingers, and fear surged like a tide. She screamed instinctively, and in an instant, a bang covered her scream and stopped abruptly. Jiang Ning looked at the arrogant girl, trembling, and smiled. You are very noisy, stop it. Too arrogant. Zhuang Jianhu forced himself to stay calm. He glanced around, and saw the gun rack next to him. He quickly picked up the pistol next to him. After he got the gun, he did not pause at all, and adjusted his 5 fingers flexibly, intending to hold the gun. Jiang Ning pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet instantly crossed a space of more than 10 meters and accurately hit the gun in Zhuang Jianhu's hand, making a metallic crisp sound. Zhuang Jianhu threw away the pistol in fear. His palms kept shaking, and he was extremely palpitating. He looked up at Jiang Ning, and the relief of escaping death made him dare not speak. Jiang Ning said lightly, who asked you to take the gun? As he said that, he moved the muzzle of the gun and finally pointed it at Li Shi's eyebrows. His smile was still gentle, but in the eyes of Zhuang Jianhu and others, they felt extremely terrifying. They were most afraid of such moody people, especially now, being pointed at by this person with a gun. Li Shi's body was shaking, wrapped in a luxury coat worth tens of thousands of yuan, shaking uncontrollably. A fear that grew from deep within her heart almost made her collapse. Under the black muzzle of a gun, no matter how prominent her family background was, or how much wealth she had, it could not provide her with a trace of security. The arrogance, complacency, and superiority of the past all disappeared from her noble face. In front of her, there was only Jiang Ning's terrifying smile. Escape. She wants to escape. Her physiological ability drove her to take a step. Li Shi took a step in panic, and another bullet whizzed in. The strong airflow brushed her cheek, and there was a burning pain. She turned around in horror, and saw that the bullet shot into the wall behind her, and was nailed in. If she had been a second faster, no, half a second, the bullet would have hit her face. Jiang Ning asked calmly, did I let you run? You should be punished for running away without permission. Jiang Ning raised his pistol. Li Shi's heart sank suddenly, her eyes suddenly widened, and she faced the cold muzzle of a gun again. She finally knew what it felt like to be pointed at by a gun. She stood still. Jiang Ning's shot not only killed her idea of escaping, but also made her legs weak. At this time, Zhenglu tugged at his sleeve. A light of hope lit up in Li Shi's eyes. Yes, we can't persuade him, but his friends can. The flame of hope ignited in her heart and gradually became stronger. Zhuang Jianhu and Lin Zida also breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Lin Zida secretly wiped his sweat. Jiang Ning. Zhenglu whispered. What's wrong? Li Shi thought she would dissuade Jiang Ning from doing this kind of thing again. You can't bear the consequences. She gradually calmed down. Yes, that's right. Jiang Ning still has a bright future. He is just playing around. He definitely doesn't dare to kill me. As long as he is persuaded, he will stop and wait until the activity is over. Li Shi gradually regained his sanity, and his eyes became dark. Zhenglu's soft voice sounded, the gun should be almost out of bullets. You just taught me how to load the magazine, so. She smiled gently, her eyes full of trust in Jiang Ning. Here, I just loaded the bullets. She handed the black magazine to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took the magazine and completed the process of changing the magazine in a moment. Indeed, I neglected it. Zhenglu, yeah. She said in a barely perceptible voice, you have to be fine. Jiang Ning's voice was heard, don't worry. The hope that Li Shi had accumulated with great difficulty completely sank to the bottom of the water as Zhenglu handed over the magazine. Jiang Ning said loudly, I said I would punish you, and I will punish you. In front of everyone, he slowly closed his eyes. Let's play a game. There are a total of 15 bullets in the magazine. After emptying the magazine, if you can survive, I will let you go. As he said, he raised the pistol and pointed it at Li Shi. Zhuang Jianhu cursed in his heart. Madman, madman. Stop talking nonsense, run. Lin Zida hurried to find a shelter. Zhuang Jian, who glanced at Li Shi, gritted his teeth, and said boldly, run. After that, Zhuang Jian, who ran to find a shelter. Li Shi also wanted to run, but at this moment, her legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and she couldn't move at all. She looked around desperately and found that Lin Zida and Zhuang Jian, who had already hidden far away. There was only her, and the gun pointed at her. Her legs completely lost the strength to support her, and she fell to the ground limply, her body shaking uncontrollably. She just stared at the muzzle of the gun, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Shi thought of her body gradually getting cold after being shot by a bullet and finally being burned to ashes. When she thought of that kind of fear, her whole body was numb. She didn't want to die. She was still young. She had such a good family background. She had a lot of money. She hadn't experienced the beauty of the world yet. She still wanted to travel around the world. She still wanted to ski, surf, and skydive. The beauty of the world was waiting for her. She couldn't die. Jiang Ning said indifferently, don't dream of reincarnation after death. According to the current fertility rate in the world, you will probably be reincarnated in India. This sentence completely broke Li Shi's psychological defenses, and the tears in her eyes burst out and flowed unstoppably. All the arrogance, unreasonableness, and dignity disappeared. Tears left tear marks, staining Li Shi's pale face. She collapsed on the ground, begging with her eyes, and choked with sobs. What do I have to do for you to let me go? The girl's desperate words echoed in the empty training ground. Jiang Ning suddenly opened his eyes and uttered 4 words, kneel down and beg me. Chapter 653, How to Deal with Him? Kneel down. As Jiang Ning finished speaking, Li Shi was stunned, and even the tears in her eyes forgot to flow for a moment. Zhuang Jian, who in the corner, frowned slightly. Was it a bit too much? After all, Li Shi was just a little girl. Lin Zida thought to himself, he is going to tear down Li Shi's dignity and then step on her hard. No matter what the two of them thought, at this moment, they did not dare to speak. Jiang Ning's current situation is too uncontrollable. If he suddenly goes crazy, the two of them cannot afford the consequences. Zhenglu quietly withdrew her hand that was pinching Jiang Ning's sleeve. Just now, when Jiang Ning closed his eyes and was about to shoot Li Shi, she pulled Jiang Ning. It was too dangerous. Since she met Jiang Ning, his actions have left Zhenglu with an impression of Jiang Ning. He is definitely not an impulsive person. Jiang Ning's shooting skills before further proved that he has a strong confidence in his own shooting skills. Besides, Li Shi should have been taught a lesson long ago. Just now, she and Jiang Ning were pointed at by Li Shi's gun. If Li Shi accidentally pulled the trigger just now, then she and Jiang Ning might be dead now. Yes, dead. The fear of being exposed to the muzzle of a gun is difficult to understand if you have not experienced it personally. At that moment, the whole body is numb and thrilling, which is more palpitating than being stared at by a poisonous snake. The security guard had said it countless times, but Li Shi just didn't listen, and her attitude was still so arrogant. So how could Zhenglu not be angry? How could she be calm? Just like a loved one, no one can be calm when someone threatens his life. She couldn't imagine the consequences if Jiang Ning died. That's why she handed Jiang Ning the magazine after he showed his shooting skills, asking him to teach Li Shi a lesson. But after hearing that Jiang Ning was about to close his eyes, Zhenglu decided to stop him because it was too dangerous. His shooting skills were indeed very good, but closing his eyes was too dangerous. If something went wrong, even though he was doing too much now, he didn't take that step after all. Have you thought about it? Jiang Ning's voice resounded throughout the training ground. In the gym, which was as bright as day, the air was filled with the unique smell of gunpowder. Li Shi slumped on the floor. Her black Prada coat was stained with dust and tears, and looked a little messy. I've thought about it. Li Shi didn't want to die. If they could survive, no one wanted to die. Jiang Ning spit out 2 words, kneel down. These words hit her like a cold hammer. Li Shi's proud figure slowly bent at this moment, leaving only the desire for life. Because her face was facing downwards, her tears slid down and planted tears on the floor. Not only soaked the floor, but also soaked her heart, making it weak. At this moment, Zhuang Jian, who felt that Li Shi's figure was particularly lonely and helpless, I beg you, please let me go. Li Shi's trembling and weak voice came out. After saying this, her body seemed to be drained away, and the things that maintained her spirit also disappeared at this moment. Jiang Ning looked down at Li Shi. She knelt softly on the ground, her knees trembling, and under the light, her shadow curled up into a ball. The Li Shi who used to hold her head high and was arrogant and rude, now disappeared, leaving only a girl trembling in fear and despair. Jiang Ning looked at her, indifferent for a while, and said, "Get out." He dropped a sentence, not bothering to look at the other person again. Hearing this, Li Shi felt relieved, her body relaxed, and tears welled up in her eyes. She finally survived. Jiang Ning did not kill her. The darkness around her seemed to be dispelled at once. Li Shi inhaled greedily, and for the first time she felt that being alive was so beautiful. Linzada in the corner observed the words and expressions and saw that Jiang Ning seemed to have really let Li Shi go. He touched Zhuang Jianhu and walked towards Li Shi together, ready to take her out of the training ground to prevent the moody Jiang Ning from killing her. The two of them walked very cautiously, always paying attention to any movement from Jiang Ning's side, especially Zhuang Jianhu. He thought he was right. He was going to use a gun to stop it before, but he was shot by Jiang Ning. He was so brave. If the bullet had deviated a little at the time, just a little bit, and accidentally hit his hand, Zhuang Jianhu would be a disabled person in the future and would never be able to play basketball again. Therefore, he was very disgusted with Jiang Ning's brazen move. However, everything is about to end. After that, he will pay the price he deserves. Just when Zhuang Jianhu was thinking about these things, a sentence suddenly rang out. Wait. Zhuang Jianhu's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and found that it was another girl who said that. At the same time, Linzada was also startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Did Jiang Ning regret it? Zhenglu walked over quickly. She stood in front of Li Shi, looking at the girl with tears on her face. She was filled with emotion. She was completely different from the proud girl at the lunch before. She took out a tissue from her pocket. You wipe it. Li Shi took it quickly and wiped her face carelessly. As she wiped, Zhenglu observed her injuries. The bullet grazed her ear, leaving a little blood. The wound was small and relatively minor. There was a red mark on her face that was half the size of a coin. After being soaked in tears, it was slightly swollen and showed a faint trace of blood. Zhenglu breathed a sigh of relief. There were few skin injuries, but more of it was the shock. After Li Shi wiped her face clean, Linzada and Zhuang Jianhu helped her up and left the training ground together. The security guard had been guarding outside. At this moment, he heard the movement from the soundproof door and looked over quickly. He saw two men and one woman. He observed carefully. Fortunately, there were no missing parts. His hanging heart was finally put down. According to regulations, he should have entered the training ground and played with several people. But the higher-ups suddenly gave an order not to disturb them. The security guard was very alert because this was absolutely not in compliance with regulations. However, as a native of Yuzhou, even if he has special skills, he only earns less than 10,000 yuan in this kind of industry, but Changqing pays him 30,000 yuan a month. And all responsibilities are borne by the higher-ups. What is non-compliant? The orders from above are the regulations. The safety officer decisively evacuated the training ground and stayed outside waiting. While waiting, he was also worried. While the three people were opening the door, he glanced inside. Fortunately, the people were still there, and no accident happened. After the three people left, the free training ground became even emptier. It's okay, Jiang Ning. Zhenglu comforted. In fact, she felt vaguely that Jiang Ning's behavior was wrong, but specifically, she didn't know what consequences Jiang Ning's behavior would lead to. In the future world of high-speed information flow, many adults may not understand the law, not to mention now, a 16 or 17-year-old girl. They often follow their own set of right and wrong logic. Li Shi made the mistake first. Jiang Ning just retaliated and scared her, but didn't hurt her. Zhenglu thought so. Moreover, Jiang Ning's academic performance is very good, second in the grade, and he will definitely receive preferential treatment from the school. More importantly, Jiang Ning's parents seem to be executives of Changqing Liquid. Zhenglu connected the clues in her mind, and she tried to tell herself that nothing would happen. In fact, she was wrong. Half an hour later, in a high-end residential area in Yuzhou. It was a hard trip today. Linzada took a can of Coke from the refrigerator. Thinking back to what happened at the training ground today, he secretly sweated. Linzada had never encountered such a thrilling situation in his life. Even though he was calm, he was still scared at this moment. No, I won't go again. Linzada was very grateful. In contrast, Zhuang Jian, who walked to the French window and overlooked the artificial lake in the community. He was silent for half a minute and suddenly said, Jiang Ning's behavior was intentional, but it was attempted. Zhuang Jian, whose words were very obscure, and Linzada understood. Linzada calmed down and replied, well, yes. Then he's finished, his life is over. Zhuang Jian, who concluded coldly, and his voice was much colder than at the training ground. Thinking of Jiang Ning standing high above everyone else in the training ground, holding the power of life and death. Zhuang Jian, who felt particularly uncomfortable. Before, Li Shi and Jiang Ning had a conflict, but Zhuang Jian, who never paid attention to it, because in his opinion, this little thing was not worth his attention. Last time when Jiang Ning received the invitation to the Changqing liquid, he noticed something was wrong, but Li Shi said disdainfully that it might be a preferential treatment given by the school as one of the top students in the school. So that time, Zhuang Jian, who was too lazy to check, even if Jiang Ning received the invitation letter. So what? In his opinion, Li Shi, Qi Xianheng, and Jiang Ning were all at the same level after all. But this time, it was different, and he was offended. Zhuang Jian, who arranged, I will contact my uncle and ask him to take people to Guanlin Huafu to get the surveillance video. After getting the evidence, he will directly control Jiang Ning. In places like training grounds, the security level is strict and there are many cameras, so it is not difficult to collect evidence. In his opinion, the surveillance video can be easily obtained. When the time comes, find Li Shi and confirm the evidence again. However, thinking of Li Shi's distraught luck before they separated, Zhuang Jian, who sighed secretly. She was so scared. After we control him, I think it will cause a stir in the school. Zhuang Jian, who felt a little headache. After all, Jiang Ning was the second in the grade. If he was taken away, it would definitely cause a sensation. Maybe after this incident, Zhuang Jian, whose peaceful life will be broken. He doesn't want to live under the attention of others for the time being. Linzada thought about it and said, well, yes. His mentality is different from Zhuang Jian, who. He was not threatened by Jiang Ning in the training ground. He usually has a good relationship with Jiang Ning. Occasionally, they would chat about some topics about games in the East Corridor. Last time they went to the farmhouse, Jiang Ning also treated him to food. Before, at the barbecue stall, Jiang Ning also took action against the gangsters. In a sense, it was considered to help him. Now, Jian, who is obviously ready to crush Jiang Ning to death at once. Linzada feels that it is difficult to deal with. Jiang Ning is still too impulsive. Linzada thought so. He knew Zhuang Jian, whose character. The other party had a close call today. With his character, how could he give up easily? Linzada finally advised, if your uncle really does it, he will be completely finished. What so-called second in grade, marathon champion, after touching the bottom line, all will be wiped out. Linzada knew too well the power of the official. Zhuang Jian, who did not look back, he still looked down. The artificial lake in early winter showed a different kind of lonely beauty. The bare branches of the willow trees by the lake swayed in the wind. He looked at the fragile willow branch and smiled softly. He should have known the consequences from the moment he started. Linzada thought for a moment, if you do this, the other party's parents might. Nowadays, most women are only children. If something happens to their children, Zhuang Jian, who doesn't care at all, he is just a tamed person. How many dare to fight to the death? Besides, I'm not going to kill him. If they are willing to wait, they may be able to wait until the day Jiang Ning comes out. Linzada shook his head secretly when he heard his words. With the power of Jian, whose family, once the evidence is confirmed, there will be no exceptions and the maximum punishment will be imposed. Death is not the case. At present, there has been no example in China where Jiang Ning's age has been used to pay with his life. But at least, he has to wait for 30 years. How many 30 years can there be in a lifetime? Linzada suggested. I suggest that after obtaining evidence, you can contact his parents. His parents will know the severity of the crime. Let his parents teach you a lesson, at least a good beating. Then because of your forgiveness, his parents will be grateful to you. This is actually the best way. As soon as this method came out, Zhuang Jianhu finally turned around and said, "It's interesting. I can understand, but what about Li Shi?" Zhuang Jianhu said. Li Shi was tortured so badly, would she let Jiang Ning go easily? Seeing that Zhuang Jianhu wanted to give Jiang Ning a lighter punishment, Linzada thought to himself, "Jiang Ning, I'm helping you, right?" After making up his mind, Linzada said, "As for Li Shi, well, if it doesn't work, let's fight back. Let Jiang Ning kneel down to her." Zhuang Jianhu said, "One time is not enough. Li Shi should at least make him kneel for a day." Linzada thought of that scene and said, "This kind of lethality is too great. With his personality, I don't think he can do it." Zhuang Jianhu said lightly, "It's simple. If he doesn't want to, let his parents kneel for 10 days, and then see if he is willing." After saying this, Zhuang Jianhu took out his mobile phone. "Let me contact my uncle first and let him get the evidence. Linzada, let me check his parents' information." The two of them talked and seemed to decide Jiang Ning's fate. No one would doubt that Jiang Ning could escape from the Five Fingers Mountain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, The Returning Person. Changqinghai Headquarters. Banquet Hall. Different from the lake view of Guanlan Huafu, the 27th floor of the headquarters can just see the looming Huqi mountain hidden in the clouds. As the sun moves, the clouds are reflected by the sun, as if dyed with a layer of gold, shining brightly. Zhu Yuantang occupied a double table, which was filled with all kinds of food, including traditional Chinese dishes, exotic meals, and even classic cuisine from tropical regions and the Mediterranean. Seeing Zhu Chuchu staring at the beautiful Huqi mountain, she secretly ate the small cake that Chuchu brought. Zhu Chuchu suddenly asked, "Tong Tong, have you been to Huqi mountain before?" Zhu Yuantang, "No, what's wrong?" The mountain is indeed very beautiful, and it exudes a sense of mystery, like a legendary fairy mountain. Now it is a place where Changqing liquid grows medicinal herbs, and we can't get in. Also, although I haven't been to Huqi mountain, I have been to Qinghai Lake. The water is super clear, and it's very shallow outside. I ran barefoot in the lake. Zhu Yuantang was talking, and suddenly, she was stuck. Her face was really red. She thought of what she told Jiang Ning in the lake, that she planned to be buried in a Fengshu treasure land after 100 years. As a result, Jiang Ning actually asked her to tell their children. Is it okay to say such a thing? Zhu Chuchu saw that Tong Tong was suddenly not right, and her eyes became more curious. Anyway, it's fun. Zhu Yuantang swallowed a piece of bread. She drank another sip of grape juice, put the cup aside, and rested her chin with her little hand. After a while, she complained, "I don't know where Jiang Ning is having fun." Zhu Chuchu didn't say anything. She knew Tong Tong too well. She said this, but she was probably thinking about Jiang Ning in her heart. Strange, even delicious food can't distract Tong Tong's attention. She saw that Tong Tong's cup was empty, so she picked up the empty cups of both of them and prepared to get another glass of juice at the bar. In fact, she could have asked the waiter who was walking in the crowd, but Zhu Chuchu was not used to being served by others. She walked around with the cup in her hand. Her face was perfect, without a single flaw. Her cold temperament made her look so cold that people would stay away from her. The most eye-catching thing was her rosy lips, which were bright and tender, adding a touch of liveliness to her temperament. Cold and rosy, these two contradictory qualities, were perfectly integrated in her. Although the banquet of Changqinghai was of a high level, some people were still amazed by it. Not to mention men, even some women couldn't help but look at her twice more. Someone lowered his voice to discuss, "Even if Mr. Xiao's appearance is slightly worse than hers, right? Is Mr. Xiao allowed to be discussed by you?" Someone deliberately frightened the employee who had just spoken. "Just kidding, haha." Some family members of employees said, Mr. Shao has a good temperament, but he is 27 or 28 years old, right? An employee replied, Mr. Shao looks young. A slightly older man said, what a joke. I tell you, older women, no matter how young they look, can never compare to girls of 16 or 17. You will know, if you go to high school, and take a look. Their skin and expressions are completely overwhelming. A little girl of 16 or 17, a smile is the beauty of the world, no kidding. He spoke with confidence. The female employee next to him said, it's different. Mr. Shao really looks young. They were discussing in a corner. A working woman with delicate makeup came up to Zhu Chachu with a smile. Sister, can I ask you something? What brand of lipstick do you use? Zhu Chachu was stunned by the question. She never wears lipstick. Seeing her in a daze, the career woman took out a small mirror. Look for yourself. Zhu Chachu saw the girl with a pair of red lips in the mirror. She was distracted for a moment, and then said, I remember. The career woman thought, is she so beautiful, that she doesn't even need to care about what color lipstick she wears? What brand is it? She asked. Zhu Chachu pointed to the west and said, there is a dish of spicy chicken on the second to last plate on the table over there. You can eat more. Free training ground. After Zhuang Jianhu and others left, only Jiang Ning and Zhenglu were left on the field. Zhenglu wanted to stay with him for a while, so he stayed here to shoot. At first, Jiang Ning didn't even wear protective earmuffs, because the sound of gunfire can be isolated by a magic power for him. When he punished Li Shi just now, he deliberately reduced the volume. But after that incident, Zhenglu remembered that they should wear earmuffs. Otherwise it might hurt their bodies, so he put them on Jiang Ning again. Zhenglu was having fun when Jiang Ning's phone vibrated. He glanced at it, gestured to Zhenglu, and went straight out of the free training ground. He came to the corridor outside the field, stood by the window, and answered Tang Tang's WeChat video. What came into view was Tang Tang's cute little face. Her black eyes were stained with smiles, and Minka's voice contained joy. Jiang Ning, let me show you a feast. As she said that, she moved the camera to show Jiang Ning the dazzling array of dishes around. When the camera turned back, her little face reappeared, smiling. Are you envious? Do you regret it? Jiang Ning shook his head. No, I'll show you something nice. As he said that, he also moved the camera to show the sign of the training ground. Zhu Yuantang was stunned. Gun? Jiang Ning, are you envious? Humph, then you have to pay attention to safety. Zhu Yuantang reminded that those weapons were very dangerous, and she was worried that Jiang Ning would get into trouble. Jiang Ning didn't care. It's okay, it won't hurt me. Seeing that he didn't listen, Zhu Yuantang's smile disappeared, and she said seriously, I'm serious. Jiang Ning immediately imitated her and said seriously, I'm serious too. Zhu Yuantang was annoyed. It's really dangerous. Okay, I know. Jiang Ning answered sincerely. Zhu Yuantang then moved his finger away from the screen, and she snorted, I wanted to knock you, but since you are so obedient, I'll spare you. This is a tacit understanding between the two. One night, Jiang Ning went to Huqi Mountain to take care of his grapevines, and Zhu Yuantang called to ask when he would be back. Jiang Ning perfunctorily said a few words to her, and Zhu Yuantang stopped talking. After a while, she heard Zhu Yuantang knocking on the screen. Jiang Ning asked her what she was doing, and Zhu Yuantang said she was beating him. The two chatted for a while, and Jiang Ning asked, where is Chachu? Isn't she with you? Because from beginning to end, only Tang Tang appeared on the screen. Although the dishes on her table definitely looked like more than just one portion, Jiang Ning was not naive enough to think that Tang Tang could not finish them all by herself. This could not be used as evidence of Chachu's existence. Hearing Jiang Ning's question, Zhu Yuantang leaned closer to the camera, her eyes curved, and her long eyelashes fluttering. Let me tell you, don't think Chachu is reserved at home. In fact, she is a greedy person. Look. She pointed the camera at the dining table and drew a line. All of them were chosen by Chachu. Just as she was saying bad things about Chachu, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in the upper right corner, and she quickly hung up the video call. Jiang Ning looked at the screen that stopped abruptly and couldn't help laughing. He stood at the corridor, looking at the hustle and bustle of traffic outside through the tempered glass window, his thoughts flying. At this time, the phone vibrated again. He opened it and saw that Tang Tang had sent a new message. Chuchu's appetite is really small. Whether at home or outside, she is always the same. What I said to you just now is just my personal prejudice. Chuchu is a very good girl. Jiang Ning replied. Tang Tang, have you been coerced by Chuchu? No one replied for a long time. Jiang Ning looked out the window again. He extended his consciousness and found the official vehicles that came to investigate on the road downstairs. He didn't care. Today's punishment of Li Shi was just a trivial matter. He had already dealt with many details, including the explanation to Xiao Shuangshan. In 2014, Yazhao's fiscal revenue was 20 billion, and only 10 billion belonged to the local government. A month ago, Yazhao officials followed Acheng's investment in the liquid crystal field, so they joined hands with Changqinghai to raise a total of 20 billion to invest in the new energy field. The company involved was the company that built the cloud track in Yazhao in later generations. 18.8 billion of it was funded by Changqinghai. 18.8 billion to pave the way with the development of Changqinghai in the future. There will be even 188 billion, 188.8 billion. This is the weight of Xiao Shuangshan. So Jiang Ning is not worried about the consequences. As long as Changqinghai does not fall, Xiao Shuangshan is the king of Yazhao in public, and no one can touch her. If there are exceptions, there will always be a big city willing to use the power of the whole province to invite Changqinghai, the distinguished guest, to take a seat. Jiang Ning's consciousness continued to extend until Zuhao Lake outside Guanlan Huafu. He has always planned to use Zuhao Lake as the next treasure land for cultivation, but unlike Qinghai Lake, large tracts of land on both sides of Zuhao Lake have begun to build buildings, and there are many villa areas. Now under the instructions of Xiao Shuangshan, all the real estate of the former Rufang group has been annexed, but there are still large tracts of land that have not been taken. After Changqinghai takes over the land on both sides, Jiang Ning will arrange the spiritual energy formation and break through the foundation building period in one fell swoop. 1 hour later, 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhuang Jianhe received the call, and his originally calm expression suddenly changed. He blurted out, "How is it possible?" He asked a few questions in a hurry. His expression became more and more ugly, and finally hung up the phone with a sullen face. Lin Zida was originally leaning on the sofa to play games. After seeing Zhuang Jianhu's expression, he immediately quit the game and asked, "Is it not going well?" Zhuang Jianhu looked uneasy and a little angry. He said loudly, "Not only is it not going well, Guanlan Huafu will not let us in. Even if my uncle explained the situation, he still won't let us in." Originally, my uncle was going to go in and search directly, but the higher-ups called, and the person personally spoke, so my uncle had to withdraw. At this point, Zhuang Jianhu felt incredible. He said angrily, "How dare they? How dare they?" The original feeling that everything was under control disappeared completely, and everything that Zhuang Jianhu was proud of seemed so ridiculous. Lin Zida frowned. "Something is wrong. If it is stuck here, it will not work without evidence. No matter what you do these days, evidence is always required." Zhuang Jianhu said, "If it doesn't work, I'll ask my uncle to restrain Jiang Ning directly, and then Li Shi will arrange for an injury examination and go directly to the third hospital to find Uncle Han for an examination. This is also part of the evidence." Lin Zida shook his head. "It's probably not possible to find Jiang Ning directly. The investigation results are out. His parents are managers of the Lincheng region, which is in the top 3 in sales among the 34 provincial capitals of Changqing Liquid. They belong to a higher level within Changqing Liquid. You know the relationship between Changqing Liquid and Yazhao now." Zhuang Jianhu took a breath, feeling particularly aggrieved. Suddenly, there was a sound from the door, and the next moment, a slender girl appeared at the door. Zhuang Jianhu looked up and looked happy. "Xuan, are you done? Sacrifice a seedling. I'm an immortal in the world." Introduction. I'm an immortal in the world, carrying a sword, and stepping on mountains and rivers, desolate graves, old trees, fox caves, and strange rural dialects and village stories. Chapter 655. Is it beautiful? Xuan. Zhuang Jianhu's tone contained joy. He had seen Ding Xuan less and less recently. Since Lin Han and Xiao Xuanxiang reached a consensus, she often took Ding Xuan to various places to attend meetings to broaden her horizons and gain experience. Previously, Ding Xuan refused on the grounds of concentrating on studying, until she later found that if she wanted to have the results of Duchuan, the third in the fourth middle school, she would need to spend a lot of time. Moreover, she might not be able to surpass the other party. Ding Xuan chose to give up. In comparison, it would be more efficient to start from Xiao Xuanxiang. The relationship between Jiang Ning and Changqing liquid may be hidden from others, but in front of Ding Xuan, there is almost no difficulty. She has already sorted out the relationship. Xiao Xuanxiang is the boss of Changqing liquid on the surface, but in fact, she is just Jiang Ning's glove behind the scenes. Therefore, the purpose of Changqing liquid collecting the world's treasures is not to develop new drugs, but just to supply Jiang Ning. According to this view, including Huqi Mountain, Qinghai Lake, and the land next to Zuhe Lake recently, as well as the Rufangli family, the death of Hanyu in Jiang City, all have explanations. And Ding Xuan's next goal is to get close to Xiao Xuanxiang, and finally, little by little, replace her. How was the lunch? Ding Xuan's voice was clear and pleasant. Zhuang Jianhu and Lin Zida looked at each other, and Zhuang Jianhu said, something extraordinary happened today. Speaking of this, Zhuang Jianhu's face was unpredictable. Jiang Ning almost killed Li Shi. Ding Xuan heard this, her heart skipped a beat, and an idea jumped out involuntarily. Did Li Shi discover Jiang Ning's identity? How is it possible? She managed her expression very well, even if she was startled by countless thoughts in her heart. That almost perfect face was still understated. Oh, what's wrong? Ding Xuan asked. As usual, she walked to the water bar in the room, took a paper cup, and gently pressed the switch of the instant hot water dispenser. Zhuang Jianhu said, Changqing Guy has built an indoor shooting range in Guanlan Huafu. He recounted everything that happened in the shooting range in the afternoon, and Lin Zida occasionally added a few words. Ding Xuan picked up the cup, blew the hot steam on the water, and then took a sip elegantly. Until Zhuang Jianhu finished speaking, he still didn't see Ding Xuan's eyebrows move, especially when talking about Jiang Ning almost hitting his hand. He deliberately used high school Chinese to exaggerate the extremely thrilling scene at that time, but in the end, Ding Xuan still didn't react. Zhuang Jianhu felt a little frustrated and full of doubts. Isn't she worried? I almost became a cripple. The temperature of the water was just right, neither too hot nor too cold, which was in line with Ding Xuan's mood. What happened next? She asked. Zhuang Jianhu said, I asked my uncle to check the surveillance to get evidence and control Jiang Ning, but he was stopped by the Changqing liquid. Hearing this, Ding Xuan thought to herself that it would be strange if they could get the surveillance. At the same time, she drank the last water in the cup and looked directly at the two people with deep and bright eyes. Stop the investigation. Zhuang Jianhu's face suddenly changed, and he blurted out, why? Ding Xuan didn't look at him, but said to Lin Zida, Lin Xiaopang, have you played too many games and your intelligence has regressed? Lin Zida looked embarrassed. Ding Xuan said, how is Jiang Ning's shooting? Although he didn't want to admit it, Zhuang Jianhu still said reluctantly, good. Lin Zida, very good. Not only is his shooting good, but his mentality is also very good. He really dared to shoot directly. Ding Xuan said calmly, according to what happened at the training ground this afternoon, even the best marksman needs a lot of bullet practice to achieve that level. She did not mention that Jiang Ning was different from ordinary people, but wove another set of words. So, he must have had a lot of shooting opportunities in the past. Hearing this, Lin Zida slapped his head. He had narrowly escaped death at that time, and did not pay attention to this at all. Zhuang Jianhu was even more angry. Now that he thought about it, Jiang Ning had no less opportunities to practice shooting than him. Second, according to regulations, the safety officer should supervise the whole process. Why did he leave in the middle of the process? Ding Xuan's voice was neither high nor low, and her speaking speed was neither fast nor slow, but with the background of her silky voice, people could not help but immerse themselves in it. Lin Zida, you mean, this was prepared by Jiang Ning in advance? Li Shi had a conflict with Jiang Ning before, right? Ding Xuan leaned against the water bar, Her posture was slightly relaxed, and her elegant long skirt perfectly showed her figure, pure and elegant. Linzada recalled, Li Shi and Jiang Ning don't get along well. She has despised Jiang Ning many times before, especially at the lunch. I thought Jiang Ning was hiding behind the girl at that time, which was too unbearable. Could it be that the training ground was specially arranged by Jiang Ning? It's impossible, right? As Linzada imagined, his expression became more and more solemn. Zhuang Jianhu, even if he planned it, his attack on us was also real. This matter can't just be let go. Until now, he still felt depressed. Ding Xuan asked him, didn't your uncle teach you a saying? Plan before acting, know when to stop, and you will gain something. You can't see through him now, and act blindly. Are you ready to suffer a big loss? Zhuang Jianhu was scolded, and felt a little embarrassed. Linzada said, stop for a while, don't let your uncle get involved. Ding Xuan saw that Zhuang Jianhu still had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. She thought that he was a friend of many years after all, so she sighed. The death of Hanyu in Jiang City is related to the evergreen liquid. As soon as this was said, Zhuang Jianhu's expression changed suddenly. Hanyu was a person of his status. The scale of the Rufang group still needed to rely on Hanyu's breath. Although Hanyu's family background was not as good as his, he was definitely a person who could talk to him. Such a person, his death was actually related to the evergreen liquid. He instantly associated many things in his mind, and Jiang Ning's body was also shrouded in a layer of unclear fog. Why did Xuan mention this? Linzada said sternly, Jianhu, don't check it. Ding Xuan, well, clean up. There is still evening self-study in the evening, that's it. She didn't talk about this topic anymore. After all, Linzada and Zhuang Jianhu were smart people, and cherished their lives more than others. If they insist on doing it, it would be better for Jiang Ning to stop them here, rather than waiting until they exit in disgrace in the future. But in that case, Ding Xuan lowered her eyes slightly, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow at the corner of her eyes. She will be sad after all. Changqing headquarters. In the restaurant, people come and go, and Zhu Yuantang is full. She told Chachu, we should go home, we have evening self-study in the evening. Zhu Chachu said calmly, I don't have evening self-study. Zhu Yuantang suddenly felt very sad. The most uncomfortable thing is that she has to suffer in school, but her good friend can lie at home and play. She silently took out her mobile phone, found Jiang Ning, and asked tentatively, do you want to go to school in the evening? As soon as Jiang Ning saw her tone, he knew what she was thinking. I love going to school. Jiang Ning replied. Zhu Yuantang turned a deaf ear to him. She sent a message, let's play a game. Roll the dice on WeChat. If we get one, we will skip class tonight. Jiang Ning, no problem. Zhu Yuantang clicked the dice and got 3. Jiang Ning, I can't skip it. Zhu Yuantang, it's doubled. I can skip 3 classes. I won't go tonight. So Jiang Ning sent a text message to Shan Qingrang asking for leave. Evening self-study. After shooting, Yang Sheng went home to take a shower, changed into sportswear, and came to the evening self-study refreshed. She strolled in the evening campus of number 4 middle school. It was winter, and the sun set early. She looked at the teaching building. In the hazy twilight, the lights in class 8 were bright. Yang Sheng's eyes brightened. Thinking of the training ground in the afternoon, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Unfortunately, this was her only chance. She walked all the way to the classroom under the dim street lights. She found a fist-sized orange-yellow fruit on the desk, similar to an orange, and also similar to a tangerine. Who put the oranges on my desk? Yang Sheng was surprised. Yuwen and Yang Sheng didn't get along well, and she was offended by him many times. Seeing Yang Sheng's ignorance, she sneered, those are wagons. Do you know what wagons are? These were brought to the class by the monitor Huang Zhangfei. According to him, he had a relative in Guangxi province who had an orchard. As the wagons were ripe, he mailed several large baskets to his family. Because there were too many to eat, Huang Zhangfei generously brought them to the class and distributed them to the classmates. Oh, it's wagon. Yang Sheng understood. It was as easy to peel as oranges, but tasted better. Yang Sheng was surprised. Why did you give me wagon? Yuwen curled her lips. The conflicts between girls were sometimes more acute than those between boys. She clamped her voice. Because you are beautiful. She repeatedly said something sarcastic, which made Yang Sheng feel uncomfortable. She looked at Yu Wen's desk and asked back, "Oh, then why do you have one too?" Yu Wen's face changed. "What do you mean? You said she was not beautiful, right?" After seeing this, Jiang Ning quickly explained the reason and interrupted the unpleasant atmosphere. Yu Wen returned to her desk, still uncomfortable. It was not just because of Yang Sheng. It was also because she believed that her identity in the monitor's heart should be unique. He should also be unique to her. However, the wagon she got was the same as the wagons of others. She felt that she was treated equally. However, Yu Wen was a little unwilling, and she asked Shen Qinj, "Do you think that the mandarin oranges that the class monitor gave me are different from those of others?" She looked at Shen Qinj expectantly, expecting her to give a different answer. Shen Qinj found that something was wrong with Yu Wen. She had been staying at her sister's house for many years, and her ability to read people's expressions became more and more sophisticated. She did not spoil the fun and decided to follow Yu Wen's idea. "It's the same," she said. Yu Wen's face pulled. "But," Shen Qinj said. Yu Wen's face raised. "You are the first female classmate to get the mandarin oranges from the class monitor." Shen Qinj said so. Yu Wen was overjoyed. Back row. Kao-kun found that the distance between him and Meng Xian was getting farther and farther. In the past, in class 6, he was an elite figure. Among the boys in the whole class, he claimed to be in the top 3 in terms of talent. In this year's 4th middle school sports meeting, the fun run, he was even more strategic, and the princess hugged Meng Xian, reaching the peak of his life in one fell swoop. However, with the disbandment of class 6, his life took a sharp turn for the worse. Then, he was always depressed. Especially after Meng Xian won the invitation letter, he became a different person. This afternoon, he sent Meng Xian several messages, but he didn't receive a single reply. He opened his phone, and the last line of the chat page was sent by him. "Xian, say something." But there was no news. "It's so painful, my love." Kao-kun stayed in his seat blankly, and the laughter of Shan Kaikwan and Wang Lang came from behind him. He knew that they had always been so happy, but that kind of happiness was not what Kao-kun wanted. He felt numb. Suddenly, Cuiu shouted from behind, "Kao-kun, come on, we are short of one player in Landlord." "Okay." Kao-kun agreed immediately. He could only use playing cards to numb his heart. The boys in the original class 8 did not have the idea of exclusion. Although Kao-kun was a student who transferred to the class later, boys often called him to play. It's just that Kao-kun used to be too arrogant and unwilling to put down his posture. Although he was a sad man, Kao-kun had amazing luck. He won 2 consecutive landlords. Cuiu, Meng Gui, Shan Kaikwan and others were so confused that they couldn't tell east from west or south from north. Kao-kun, who was very sad just now, suddenly smiled. He hadn't felt such sincere happiness for a long time. People who are on the decline will be low-key, but once they are on the rise, they often like to show off. Kao-kun spoke with the mentality of a winner. "No kidding. I used to win hundreds of dollars every year playing cards during the Chinese New Year." "What? I'm not the landlord this time." "It doesn't matter. I'll be the doorkeeper. No one can escape." Kao-kun, who was frustrated in love, but successful in the card game, played another game. He was really in high spirits. Back. The feeling of being in class 5 was back. Just when Kao-kun was proud, Meng Xian walked in from the back door of the classroom. Before she even came over here, she called out, "Kao-kun." Kao-kun was so excited that he suppressed his smile. "What's wrong?" "Meng Xian, are you free tonight? I want to find a boy to accompany me to Changqingai for dinner." As soon as this was said, Cuiu, Meng Gui, and Shan Kaikwan all looked at him with envy. A girl invited him. And a beautiful girl. So cool, so cool. Good things come in pairs. Kao-kun was very proud. He didn't act very attentive, but still acted politely. That's right, he acted politely. He said, "I'm playing cards, and won several games, but since it's you, of course I'm free." Meng Xian smiled with gratitude. "That's great. Please help me write the math test paper during the evening study today. Dong Qingfeng asked me to go to Changqingai for dinner together." To show my gratitude, I'll bring you dessert tomorrow morning. After saying this, Meng Xian left in a hurry. Kyo-kun's expression froze. After a while, he recovered and saw Cuiu, Meng Jiui and the others were all staring at him. Kyo-kun was extremely embarrassed, but he was very proud, so he comforted himself. Haha, at least I can still have dessert, right? She even bought it for me. As soon as he said this, the surroundings fell into silence. Ma Shicheng said, is there a possibility that the dessert she planned to bring was from the Changqing Guy dinner? Maybe it was the leftovers of her and Dan Qingfeng? I'm a little tired today. Sorry, I will stop today's chapter. Good night everyone. Chapter 656. It's his turn. Since Meng Xian left, Kyo-kun's good luck seemed to be taken away. Whether it was revealing the landlord card or being a peasant, he was repeatedly frustrated. After losing several games in a row, the game was dispersed. Shan Kaikun did not stay in the back row. He came to Jiuo-kun's seat to help him find the math test paper. Jiuo-kun was attending the Evergreen Liquid dinner in the evening and was not going to go back to class for evening self-study. In the past, when Shan Kaikun was chasing girls, Jiuo-kun took the initiative to take care of his homework. Now, this is just a piece of cake. According to Jiuo-kun, the Evergreen Liquid press conference will be held for several days. Shan Kaikun turned to the test paper and was ready to help his good brother solve it. He had just sat down when Jiang Ning and Yuwen found him. Shan Kaikun, you boys should be very good at playing with mobile phones. I downloaded the Korean group's video with Thunder, but I can't find the folder. Can you help me find it and copy it to the memory card? Jiang Ning wanted to export the file and watch it on the TV at home. Compared with Apple's iOS system, the Android system is relatively open, and you can find related files directly from the file manager. That's true, but a girl like Jiang Ning can't find the video file. Originally, she planned to ask Ma Shicheng for help. After all, Ma Shicheng is a well-known mobile phone expert in Class 8. However, Yuwen went to Ma Shicheng once. Not only did she fail to copy it successfully, but even the original video file of the Korean group Star Dancing was secretly deleted by Ma Shicheng. Yuwen later learned the truth and was almost mad. So, they asked Shan Kaikun for help. Shan Kaikun didn't know much about routing and flashing the phone, but it was easy to find some small files. Okay. Shan Kaikun took the phone and took a look at her file manager, which was the file manager that came with the system. He said, open Kuoya, I'll send you the S-file browser, install it first, because the file manager that comes with the phone is prone to errors when transferring files. This one is more stable. After the installation, he opened the S-file and followed android/data/com.zunli to finally find the Thunder download folder. Which ones do you want to copy? He pointed at the videos in the list. Jiang Ning took a look and found that they were indeed the videos she downloaded. She pointed at the MV videos of G-Dragon and others, this, and these. After Shan Kaikun selected them, he chose to copy them to the memory card. These videos were very large, and Jiang Ning's memory card was not a big brand like Kingston SanDisk, so the copying speed was very slow, and the progress bar climbed up little by little. The things she asked for were about to be done, and Jiang Ning's mood also became good. She looked at Shan Kaikun and suddenly remembered that some time ago, Shan Kaikun and a group of boys in the class crossed the square with gifts to celebrate the birthday of their schoolmate. In Jiang Ning's opinion, if it was her birthday and the boy she liked did such a thing to celebrate her birthday, she would be very touched. Jiang Ning's gossip fire was burning. She looked at Shan Kaikun and asked, how are you and your schoolmate? Are you together? Hearing this, Yuwen also came closer. Girls, how many don't like this kind of gossip? Jiang Ning's words suddenly aroused Shan Kaikun's mood. Lan Zichen's face, her temperament, her smiles and frowns suddenly appeared in his mind. Shan Kaikun shook his head. No, we have rarely contacted each other. Ah. Jiang Ning was a little disappointed. She asked again, do you still like her now? Shan Kaikun didn't hide anything. He answered directly, yeah. Jiang Ning, then she doesn't like you. Shan Kaikun's mouth twitched. He pulled back the corner of his mouth and pulled out a difficult smile. I like her. What does it have to do with her? Yuan smiled, and when she smiled, she was a little mean, and her tone was also sharp. Your words sound cool, but in fact, others don't like you. Shan Kaiquan's forehead jumped, and he finally understood why Ma Shichen deleted Yuan's Korean group video. If the phone in his hand was not Jiang Yanan's, but Yuan's, he would definitely delete the video without hesitation. I kindly helped you copy it, and you repay me like this, right? Brothers, I'm back. Zhang Kai's voice echoed through the back row. Hey, isn't this Kaizi? Look at the clothes you're wearing. If you don't know, you might think you're going to attend the Changqing Liquid conference. CUIU said happily. Zhang Kai's face immediately fell. Missing the opportunity to go to Changqing Liquid is the biggest pain in his life. Every time he thinks of it, Zhang Kai wishes he could turn back time. However, when he thought of another thing, Zhang Kai became happy again. I won a rice cooker today, Supper Brand. His new win on the 1 Yuan treasure hunting platform. CUIU said in applause. Awesome. The rice cooker is okay. By the way, can the voltage in the boys' dormitory be powered? We can eat hot pot in the dormitory in the future. Duan Shigang suggested. Before he got an answer, Zhang Kai said in a loud voice, I'm willing to contribute my rice cooker. You can give me 5 yuan each time you use it in the future. When this idea came out, Zhang Kai was pleasantly surprised. He really has a talent for business. A natural talent. Shenzhou from class 9 is just an ant in front of him. Duan Shigan was not happy. He believed in the brotherhood of fighting together. He immediately accused, Kaizi, I'm not saying anything about you. People should have a vision. When I was down and out and couldn't afford to eat, my good brothers waved their hands and took me to eat ramen with 2 eggs. Duan Shigang acted like a big boss. He said, imagine that one day you are seriously ill and need 5 million for surgery. Your relatives and parents can't raise enough money. Who can give you the money at this time? Wang Long Long, I know. Duan Shigang smiled generously. As the saying goes, more friends mean more roads. Maybe when you are in trouble, Wang Long Long said tentatively. Below, CUIU Mengi, 666 Duan Shigang felt that the brotherhood he valued was underestimated. Young people nowadays. He was unwilling to accept it, so he gave another example. I used to work outside, and I know deeply that it is very difficult for ordinary people to get along in society because resources are limited and there is only one job for each person. So you should make more friends. Maybe one of your friends will become successful. There are not many opportunities for ordinary people to make a comeback in society, and they need friends to lead them in. Duan Shigang gradually expanded his vision, looked to the future, and made a grand narrative. Ma Shicheng, I often hear that you are talented. Take you for example, can you find an industry in today's society that can help ordinary people turn their lives around? CUIU said disdainfully, I can find it without Brother Ma's help. What? Duan Shigang didn't quite believe it. He stared at CUIU, expecting his reply. Zhang Kai was listening nearby. His rice cooker was the center of everyone's discussion just now. Why is it gone now? CUIU said, it's a waste. Meng Gui, just tell me if it can help ordinary people turn their lives around. The middle of the classroom is the core geographical location of class 8. Jiang Yanan looked around and said, all the students in our class who are going to participate in the Changqing Liquid party have asked for leave for evening self-study. Just now, Shan Kaiquan helped Ji Yuo-kun write the test paper. When Yuan saw the photos Dong King Feng sent, she would be lying if she said she wasn't envious. The process has lasted for several days, and today is only the first day. Dong King Feng said in the afternoon that there would be a shooting range, but it's a pity that he didn't get one. I guess there will be more fun things later. Jiang Ning got a spot in the shooting range, but it's a pity that he didn't share the photos, so I don't know what it looks like inside. Thinking of this, she admired Jiang Ning a little. If it were any other classmate, they would probably start showing off immediately, but Jiang Ning seldom did that. That's a gun. Most people would probably be scared when they see it. Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Ning definitely wouldn't. He's a good fighter. He must be very courageous. She has witnessed Jiang Ning's fighting ability with her own eyes. His movements are clean and decisive. He is definitely not a timid person. Hey, Kinj, was Jiang Ning the same in junior high school as he is now? She asked. Originally Kinj listened to their conversation silently. She didn't want them to mention Jiang Ning's past, but she was looking forward to it secretly. Until Jiang Yanan asked, Kinj felt particularly complicated. Kinj thought back to Jiang Ning in junior high school and concluded, he used to be very docile, and rarely fought with others. Jiang Yanan, docile? It didn't seem to fit her impression of Jiang Ning. Jiang Yanan asked again, never fought with anyone. Aren't they said that township middle schools are very chaotic? Well, very few times. His cousin runs a barbecue restaurant at the door, so he is the type with a backer. Kinj said. At that time, those who could open a barbecue restaurant in front of the school were more or less capable and knew all kinds of people. Many gangsters in the town went to Jiang Ning's cousin to eat barbecue, and they were often very well behaved. It was precisely because of this that, although Jiang Ning was relatively docile, he was still able to avoid being harassed during the 3 years of junior high school. Kinj and Jiang Ning were close, and she also benefited from it. You know, sometimes some girls with dyed yellow hair are often more powerful than boys. Especially beautiful girls like Kinj are easy to be liked by boys. If you are unlucky, there is a boy who happens to be liked by yellow-haired girls. It is not difficult to guess what will happen to Kinj. In fact, Jiang Ning had fought twice. Once, she was in physical education class, and the boy from the next class deliberately kicked the football at her. Jiang Ning was furious and stepped forward to fight two people at once. As expected, the fight did not end. Kinj also thought he was a coward. As for the second time, Kinj answered Jiang Yanan's question. It happened before. Jiang Yanan's eyes lit up, and he said expectantly, isn't it cool? It was solved in an instant. She had witnessed Jiang Ning's attack. It was simply art. Kinj continued to recall that in fact, the targets of this attack were still the two boys from last time. She organized her words, and some spirit appeared on her beautiful face. The junior high school in the town is relatively chaotic. Some boys with weaker personalities are easily treated as targets of teasing. To say it was teasing was just a nice way of saying it. Those excessive behaviors were no longer teasing. Jiang Ning has a friend who is often teased. One day he ate leftovers. Ate leftovers. Kinj described quietly. Whose leftovers were they? It goes without saying. Later, after evening self-study, Jiang Ning found two main boys. They were the ones who kicked the football at Kinj last time, and they were also teasers. This time Jiang Ning was still 1 against 2, but he learned his lesson. He took a flashlight, the kind that Huang Yasu used. Jiang Yanan knew that it was a high-intensity flashlight, made of stainless steel on the outside, and looked like a steel stick. Kinj didn't know the details, but she only remembered that the next day, she saw two boys with big bumps on their foreheads. After listening to Kinj's story, Jiang Yanan said, he was actually quite righteous. Did he and that boy become good friends later? Jiang Yanan asked. He was like saving someone. Kinj shook her head. They were good for a while, but then they broke up because of a small matter. After listening to her, Yuan frowned and rarely said something human. That boy is too heartless. Jiang Ning helped him so much, but in the end, they broke up. He has no conscience. Yuan asked, don't you think so? Kinj, yeah. However, she thought about it and realized that Jiang Ning had helped her before, but they also broke up. Kinj's face changed. Yuan's harsh voice sounded, he has no conscience. Ungrateful dog. Kinj suddenly felt very uncomfortable and wanted to ask for leave to go home. At night, the happiest thing in school days was to skip classes with the teacher's permission. Chachu's kitchen, or the firewood room. Jiang Ning and Tang Tang all gathered here. They didn't attend the Changqing party tonight. They heard that the evening activities were not exciting enough and the dishes were repetitive. Tang Tang and Chachu tasted them all at noon. Zhu Chachu stood in front of the stove and poured water into the earthen pot. When she left Changqing in the afternoon, Aunt Gu handed her a few corn cobs. It was said that they were purchased internally by Changqing and they were particularly fragrant when cooked. So Chachu is now ready to put the corn into the pot. Then in the evening, she will make some egg pancakes, shrimp paste, and home-cooked spicy fried fish to go with the rice. Chachu is responsible for cooking, and Jiang Ning and Tang Tang are responsible for lighting the fire. The earthen pot needs to be lit in front of the stove. If it is summer, it is a hard job due to the temperature of the stove. Now it is December, it is already winter, and it is a wonderful job to warm up by the fire while lighting the fire. Zhu Yuantang tried to compete with Jiang Ning for the right to light the fire, but as expected, she didn't win. Jiang Ning occupied the only small bench in front of the stove and sat down carelessly. Zhu Yuantang stood there like a minion, anxious. She thought about it and moved a stool next to him. Anyway, no one stipulated that only one person could sit in front of the stove. Jiang Ning lit the dry corn husks and used this flammable material to start a fire. Soon, the flames jumped in the stove and a warm feeling came, dispelling the chill in the air. Jiang Ning added a few small branches and the flames became more and more vigorous. Zhu Yuantang stared at the flames in the stove, feeling the warmth of the flames, and the bright flames also illuminated her little face. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Zhu Yuantang's fair face was coated with a layer of light gold. The flames jumped, and the flames seemed to dance on her face, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, forming a vivid light and shadow painting. Zhu Yuantang's eyes flashed like stars. She took a piece of firewood and carefully added it to the stove. The firewood was lit, and she smiled particularly pure and innocent, full of the innocence of a child. Jiang Ning's sight fell on her, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. He liked Tang Tang's smile very much, but unfortunately, after experiencing too many vicissitudes, Jiang Ning could never show that kind of smile, but gradually became covered with a sense of heaviness. When he just got home in the afternoon, Tang Tang asked him about the Changqing liquid lunch. However, he did not tell Tang Tang what happened at the shooting range today. There is a lot of darkness, violence, corruption, and evil desires in this world. Jiang Ning just didn't want her to face it. Zhu Yuantang had suffered enough in the past. Jiang Ning, who had tasted the hardships of life, just wanted her to keep the smile forever, as before. From his perspective, Tang Tang's small nose and lips were particularly three-dimensional and vivid, and her skin was smooth and delicate, without a trace of flaws. He suddenly reached out and pinched her little face, and it was warm in his hand. Zhu Yuantang's cheeks bulged slightly, her eyes widened, revealing a bit of dissatisfaction. She wanted to put on a serious face and make a serious expression to shock Jiang Ning, but she looked so cute. Jiang Ning laughed. Zhu Yuantang gave up and simply pouted, saying dissatisfiedly, okay, I'll give it to you. Really? After saying that, she reluctantly moved a little to let Jiang Ning warm up by the fire. The two of them got closer. In front of the stove, Zhu Chachu saw the intimacy of the two and felt a little numb in her heart. She covered the pot and said, cook it over high heat first. Hearing her words, Tang Tang made way for Jiang Ning to make room. Jiang Ning added a few pieces of firewood, then picked up a board and blocked the mouth of the stove. After a while, he opened the lid, and the flames suddenly became strong, and the flames became several degrees brighter. Zhu Yuantang didn't dare to get too close. Although Zhu Yuantang often made fire, she had never studied the principle in depth. At this moment, she said to herself, block the mouth of the stove with a board, and then open it, the fire will be bigger. Tang Tang's crisp voice reached Chachu's ears. Zhu Chachu frowned slightly when she heard that. Soon, a pair of eyes flashed with understanding. She opened her lips slightly. The dark surges thousands of layers of heat, and the light shines on thousands of threads. Zhu Yuantang heard her answer with poetry. She was unwilling to be left behind. She tilted her head and thought for a few seconds, then recited, wildfires cannot burn at all, and spring breezes will bring it back to life. Jiang Ning sat in front of the stove. He looked at Tang Tang, and then at Chachu. In order to fit the atmosphere, he wanted to recite a poem. At this moment, Chachu's eyes moved over. It was a sight like a cold pond, quiet and distant, and it seemed to hide the depth of the galaxy. Jiang Ning changed his mind. He thought about it and said, the smoldering is the most burning. Chapter 657 My hero Tang Tang. Heba, kitchen. As Jiang Ning's words came out, Zhu Yuantang immediately said, "You only talked about the result. It seems that you don't know the reason." Zhu Chuchu's reaction was completely opposite to Tang Tang. When Jiang Ning said this, his eyes were looking at her, as if he was talking to her. Zhu Chuchu understood what he meant in an instant. Was he using objects to describe people? The fire in the stove became more prosperous, and the aroma of rice rose from the gap on the edge of the pot lid along with the misty steam, like a mist. In this hazy, Zhu Chuchu's cold face became looming. She was a little angry. How could he say such a thing? Where am I? That? Zhu Chuchu pursed her lips and said nothing. She was unhappy, and went to the chopping board alone to prepare the dishes. Zhu Yuantang was stupid and naturally didn't notice the change in the atmosphere. She was still happily discussing the principle of smoldering with Jiang Ning. She used her knowledge and explained proudly, because there is less oxygen in the stove during smoldering, the flame of dry wood is very small, but the wood begins to pyrolyze in the limited oxygen, producing a lot of combustibles. When the lid is opened, a lot of air will enter, and the previously accumulated combustibles will mix with the oxygen, and the flame will burn more and more vigorously. After finishing speaking, Zhu Yuantang's chin was raised, and she was very proud. Is it amazing? Jiang Ning clapped his hands and praised, "Awesome, awesome." Although he knew that he should do this before, he didn't know the principle. It seems that Tang Tang is not useless. Then how will you reward me? Zhu Yuantang began to ask for benefits. As she said this, her eyes glanced at the stove. Jiang Ning picked up the fire hook next to him, which is also called a stove hook. It is a very simple tool, an iron bar thinner than the little finger, with one end bent to form a hook shape. When making a fire to cook, you can use the fire hook to turn the firewood, and adjust the position, to make the firewood burn more thoroughly. He held the fire hook, and put it into the flame of the stove. Then he gently hooked it. A few peanuts were accurately hooked out from the ash under the flame. The surface was charred. When the fire was burning just now, Jiang Ning deliberately threw a few peanuts in. When the roasted peanuts were pulled out, a burnt smell came out. After the peanuts cooled on the ground for a while, Zhu Yuantang stretched out her little hand. She didn't mind the dirt, and got her hands covered with ash. The peanuts were hot. Zhu Yuantang tossed them back and forth with her hands to relieve the heat. When it was not too hot, she peeled the peanuts. The unique burnt smell of the peanuts became more intense. In fact, cooked peanuts are now sold everywhere. If you want to buy them, you can find a dried fruit store on the street. But freshly roasted peanuts like this are often rare. Zhu Yuantang peeled off the skin and stuffed one into her little mouth. It was hot, fragrant, and crispy. She didn't forget to stuff one into Jiang Ning. "You eat it too." Jiang Ning opened his mouth, and Tang Tang wiped the potash on her fingertips to the edge of his mouth. Her hands, which were scalded by the peanuts, touched Jiang Ning's skin, and the temperature was transmitted. Humph. Zhu Yuantang was taking revenge for pinching her face just now. Seeing the ash on Jiang Ning's mouth, Zhu Yuantang smiled secretly again. The sky outside was completely dark. The two squeezed in the small space in front of the stove, eating roasted peanuts one by one. The earthen pot on the stove above was whirring with steam, and the delicious meal was about to be cooked. Jiang Ning suddenly thought of when he was very young, when his parents had not left their hometown to work in coastal areas, and he was not a left behind child. He was also like now, guarding the stove, living a safe, happy, and carefree life. However, those young times, after all, disappeared with the passage of time, and remained in the memories. From then on, it was like a lamp, illuminating the way ahead, guiding Jiang Ning to pick up his mood again and again in countless difficulties and run towards that lamp. Perhaps the treasure that people pursue in this life has been given by time as early as childhood. Jiang Ning picked up the fire hook again, and picked out a few roasted peanuts from the ash under the firewood. This time, he didn't let Zhu Yuantang go. He snatched half of the peanuts. TSK. Zhu Yuantang was slightly displeased, and decisively grabbed the other half. In this early winter, the two of them fought for a few roasted peanuts with their hands full of potash and ate happily. Zhu Chuchu suddenly felt so tired that she didn't even want to cook. The vulgar Jiang Ning and the cunning Tang Tang were playing with joy, and she, the hostess of the kitchen and the creator of dinner, could only watch them enjoy themselves. That was not Chuchu's happiness. Jiang Ning noticed the disappointment on Chachu's face. He moved his mind and reminded, Chachu, your screen is on. Chachu heard the words and looked at the mobile phone on the edge of the chopping board. Sure enough, a message from questions popped up on the screen. She carefully examined the distance and angle between the mobile phone and Jiang Ning. From where he was, he could indeed see the mobile phone, but didn't he have a lot of fun playing with Tong Tong just now? Why did he notice my phone? Could it be that he has always felt strange in Chachu's heart? She didn't dwell on this doubt. She wiped her hands, opened her phone, and saw a message from her deskmate mewing. Yuantong, Chachu, who is looking for you? She and Chachu have been playing together since childhood. They are not plastic sisters in the future. They share many secrets. Although they cannot reach the level of intimacy between Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiking, they can also take care of each other's families in the future. Well, my deskmate asked me if I want to participate in the topic discussion activity of the mathematics macro lecture hall after school tomorrow afternoon. Chachu replied. Yuantong was curious, what is that? Chachu looked at Tong Tong and thought of her amazing grades, so he said, you shouldn't need to know. Macro Lecture Hall is a relatively new model. Yuzhou No. 2 Middle School, as the strongest high school in Yuzhou, has many advanced concepts that are often not available in other high schools. For example, in macro lecture halls, students and teachers discuss and determine the topic, and then students host the class and share their thoughts, experiences, and understandings with other students to stimulate students' interest in learning and promote. In short, only relatively outstanding students can take on the role. Then do you agree? Yuantong asked. Chachu shook her head. She didn't like to participate in that kind of activities. I refused. I told her that I have something to do at home tomorrow afternoon. Well, okay. Yuantong understood. She had finished eating the peanuts and was in a state of not being satisfied and having nothing to do. So she went to talk to Chachu. Chachu knew that the two of them had finished their fun and finally had time to take care of herself. She was speechless. However, although she felt helpless, her mood finally improved. Yuantong asked again, do you have something to do at home tomorrow afternoon? What is it? Chachu said, nothing, just an excuse. She just didn't want to participate in school activities. Instead of communicating with many classmates she didn't know well, she would rather go home, make a cup of tea and read leisurely, or watch videos and study cooking. Well, her family didn't have Wi-Fi, so she borrowed Jiang Ning's Wi-Fi, so she could watch videos. Hey, Chachu, you lied without changing your face now. Yuantong laughed. I remember that Chachu was very nervous when she lied in the past. Chachu didn't follow her topic. She suddenly sighed. Tong Tong, have you noticed that when we were young, we lied to our families in order to go out and play with friends, but now we lie to our friends in order to stay at home? Yuantong tilted his head. Yes, but I lied before, and my mother didn't let me go out to play. She was very strict. Yuantong said, sometimes I sneaked out, and my mother found me and took me back home. Jiang Ning said happily, you are so smart, is there no way? As soon as these words came out, Yuantong crossed his arms and said arrogantly, later, my mother didn't let me go out to play, so I locked her at home and went out to play with the key. Jiang Ning, 6. Chachu thought to herself, if your crying hadn't reached my house later, I would have really thought you were a hero. Apostrophe. Chapter 658 You Will Fly High. Sunday, evening self-study. Deng Qingfeng, who attended the Changqing dinner, posted photos of the interior of the restaurant in the class group, including a goblet filled with red wine, a steak with blood, a fruit salad on the dining table, and the beautiful night view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Just by looking at it, you can feel the oncoming flu. Looking at the scene on the mobile phone screen, Deng Qingfeng, who had just copied the test paper, glanced at the pile of textbooks at hand, and suddenly felt tired and bored. He sighed, high school life is too dull. Every day is to do questions, run, and exercise. I'm almost numb. Hu Jian played with his mobile phone happily. No, I think it's okay. He now has the little money he got from Qishan Heng. After school every day at noon, he went to the barber shop to find a young woman to wash his hair. After school in the afternoon, he went to the young aunt who was selling fruit to buy fruit. After school in the evening, he went to the young widow who cooked otten. Life was so wonderful. It was so comfortable that Jun didn't want to leave. Shan Kaikwon found the other two people from the 4 consecutive seats, and the dragon horse combination planned to complain to them. It turned out that Ma Shichen was playing the mobile version of Hearthstone for the rich young woman he met online. He was playing the ladder battle. Wang Lang stood by and watched him play the game, occasionally pointing his finger. Shan Kaikwon wanted to try to find a companion who had the same feelings, and then feel sad and relaxed together. Then he found that other people's lives were actually very beautiful. Shan Kaikwon was even more painful. Even his good brother Nanje, who was also very miserable, went to attend the Changqing liquid dinner at this moment. Shan Kaikwon couldn't help but reflect, am I the only normal person? In the position diagonally in front, Tang Jing also fell into an emotional dead end of doubting life. Not only was her heart tired, but her arms and legs were even more tired. Since she decided to use the yellow jade pillar to curb the 4 golden flowers, she began to use her lifelong learning to subdue the yellow jade pillar. In the past, Tang Jing thought that if she hooked her fingers, these stubborn little boys would catch up and send them off without thinking. As a noble girl, Tang Jing has always thought so. After all, who hasn't been shown kindness by male classmates, as long as they are above the average looking line? So, Tang Jing tried it, and found it was so difficult. She bought milk tea for Huang Yasu, asked him to go to the playground alone at night, helped him sign up for the marathon, and even helped him draw an invitation to the Changqing liquid. But everything in return was not what Tang Jing wanted. Especially tonight. Huang Yasu could have attended the dinner, but he didn't go. Why didn't he go? Because Huang Yasu is now her personal trainer, helping and supervising her to exercise, so that her body becomes stronger. Not afraid of the cold, not afraid of the storm. What lunge walking, crunch, ham and squat, Huang Yasu constantly gave her intensity. In order to achieve better exercise results, Huang Yasu also specially consulted Song Sheng, Kai Li and others to learn advanced concepts about fitness. But for Tang Jing, pain, too painful. After each exercise, Tang Jing almost suffocated. It's a double blow to the psychology and physiology. Oh my god, she came here to subdue Huang Yasu and use him to contain the 4 golden flowers. But now, Tang Jing feels that she is getting further and further away from this goal. She felt very uncomfortable, especially when Meng Xian posted beautiful selfies on question space, in moments, on Weibo, on Kuoishao, and on Tiba. Below were hundreds of admiring comments. Tang Jing felt even more uncomfortable, and she regretted it. She even felt that if she hadn't given the invitation letter to Huang Yasu at that time, she could have gone to Changqing and taken many beautiful photos. This regret echoed in her heart. But the arrow has left the string. There is no turning back. Tang Jing found Meng Xian and sent her a message. Xian, I have something to ask you, which is about my current relationship with Huang Yasu. You should know it, right? I feel that everything I have done is meaningless. I can't feel his love for me. What do you think I should do? Should I give up? Meng Xian replied quickly. Boys are very strange creatures. I can only say that you're feeling maybe an illusion. Tang Jing asked, how can I be sure to what extent Huang Yasu loves me? Meng Xian thought about it and replied, Wang Lang and his friends in the back row have a Rubik's Cube. You can borrow it and use it, and then ask Huang Yasu to help you solve it. When he is about to turn into 6 sides, you can take the Rubik's Cube from him and spin it around to see his reaction. If he is very angry, it proves that he has no feelings for you. If he doesn't care, then he has feelings. The more extreme the situation, the clearer you can see a man. Meng Xian concluded. Tang Jing thought it made sense. Okay, I'll give it a try. After replying the message, she found Wang Lang and asked him to borrow the Rubik's Cube. Then she asked Huang Yasu to help her turn 6 sides. 40 minutes later, although Meng Xian was attending a dinner at Guanlan Huafu, she still took the time to send a message to express her condolences. How is Jingjing? How did it turn out? Tang Jing, I waited by the side for a whole class, and he didn't even turn one side of the Rubik's Cube, sweating. The second class of the evening self-study. Geo Hishuai, wearing a black leather jacket, stepped onto the podium of class 8 with a domineering step. He glanced at the situation in the classroom, and his face showed displeasure. There are quite a few people missing. Class monitors in Yaoling replied. They attended the Changqing liquid dinner, and the class teacher approved the leave. Geo Hishuai looked at the seats of Jiuo Kunan and Meng Xian, and his smile turned cold. Some students don't study hard, but are so active in these messy activities. CUIU shouted. Teacher Geo means that the Changqing liquid press conference is a messy activity? Geo Hishuo's face became even darker. He was very upset. He admitted that he was impulsive just now. If his words were heard by his enemies and reported to the principal, he might lose the huge bonus from Changqing liquid. What a hell of a student. I have to be careful when I give a class. Geo Hishuai cleared his throat and said seriously, Changqing liquid is a Yazhou benchmark enterprise and has a very important significance. For example, if students can participate in the launch of Changqing liquid, it will definitely be a very beneficial experience. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. I strongly support students to participate in the Changqing liquid launch. A high-sounding speech pulled Geo Hishuai back to his position. Although he is a teacher, he must not make a wrong choice. CUIU replied, traveling thousands of miles is not as good as reading a film. No, it is to see countless people. Wang Lang said, seeing countless people is not as good as being guided by a famous teacher. Chen Kan believes in the concept that one person is the world. He said lightly, it is better to understand it yourself than to be guided by a famous teacher. And you picked it up. Song Sheng sneered coldly. He believed in the circle theory and said loudly, it is better to have parents pave the way for you than to figure it out yourself. Wan Yang, who usually has little presence, decided to give it a try. He said enthusiastically, it is better to have father-in-law's financial support than to have parents pave the way for you. In the back row, Hu Jun's mouth twisted. It is better to marry a rich woman than to have father-in-law's financial support. As soon as these words came out, almost all the classmates turned around and looked at Hu Jun. Shan Kaikwan silently distanced himself. It was embarrassing. Too embarrassing. Hu Jun was still very proud. Geo Hishuo's face darkened even more. He threw the textbook on the desk, making a loud noise, and the noise in the classroom stopped. He looked around with sharp eyes and said sternly, you two are good at speaking, right? Come on, come on, come up and speak, if you have the guts. CUIU, teacher, we don't have a teaching certificate. Geo Hishuai looked at him and said, now you know you don't have a teaching certificate, then what are you going to talk about? CUIU, so you can't go up and speak, you can only speak from the bottom. Geo Hishuo's forehead was bulging with veins. He felt that his teaching career had suffered a serious blow. Get out of here. CUIU cursed in his heart. Fatty Geo has no moral principles and uses his power to bully students. He had no choice but to stand at the back of the classroom. Geo Hishuai was finally able to give a lecture, but as he was talking, he found that there was another unstable factor in the classroom. Wu Zhaoqi was flipping through a basketball magazine. As a qualified teacher, Geo Hishuai hated evil and could not tolerate any sand in his eyes. He was originally talking about the test paper and suddenly changed his words. Some students come to school and spend their parents' hard-earned money, but they don't know how to make progress, don't know how to give back, and only know how to eat, drink and play. What kind of students are these? A giant baby. A giant baby. He said in a stern tone, staring at Wu Zhaoqi. The whole class knew who he was talking about. But Wu Zhaoqi was still immersed in the basketball magazine and didn't know. Geo Hishuai had stopped teaching, and the whole class looked at Wu Zhaoqi. Myo Zhe had to pat Wu Zhaoqi. Wu Zhaoqi then realized that the whole class, including Hei Hishuai, were staring at him. He was puzzled. What's wrong? Myo Zhe said. Teacher Geo said you are a giant baby. Wu Zhaoqi was stunned. He actually said I'm a giant eagle. The Hawks in the NBA are so awesome this year, sweeping the league and ranking first in the Eastern Conference. Geo Hishuai actually compared him to a giant eagle, implying that he is like the Hawks, soaring high into the sky, invincible. Wu Zhaoqi thought of how he had repeatedly opposed Gao Hishui in class, and now the other party actually put aside the past grudges, repaid grievances with kindness, and praised his basketball talent. Wu Zhaoqi couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He put away the basketball magazine in shame, raised his head, and said solemnly, "Teacher Gao, thank you for your compliment." After that, he sat up straight and prepared to listen to the class. His behavior confused Gao Hishui. What's going on? Shouldn't the other party be furious and then confront him and argue with him, and then Gao Hishui would use this as an excuse to exile him? What kind of reaction is this? He wondered if Wu Zhaoqi had improved and was being sarcastic on purpose. Gao Hishui looked at him again and said loudly, "Giant baby." Wu Zhaoqi smiled. Thank you, thank you." Gao Hishui felt extremely strange. What was going on with the students in this class? After this class, it was time for the evening self-study break. Songsheng, Qiang Li, and Mao Zhe went to the gym together, while Shan Keiquan went to the playground alone for a night run. In the southwest of the classroom, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang asked for leave. In order to reminisce the past, Chen Xiaoyu sat in Tang Tang's seat and called Bai Yuxia to Jiang Ning's seat, trying to restore the days when the two sat at the same table. Chen Xiaoyu opened the class group and found that Zhu Yuantang had sent dinner to the group at the beginning of the second class. Unfortunately, no one replied because no one dared to play with their phones in Gao Hishui's class. Chen Xiaoyu tried to save her face. It looks very clean. The dinner in the photo was quite rich, with soft egg pancakes, spicy fish, grilled chicken wings, and boiled corn. It looked quite appetizing and gave people a particularly clean feeling. Just like Zhu Chuchu, pure and cold. Zhu Yuantang, grinning, "I cooked the meal." Songsheng, who was in the gym at the time, commented, "Eating clean is good for fitness. Fitness does not require eating chicken breasts or the like. Home cooked dishes like this, very clean food, are also very effective." Qiang Li said, "If you don't eat junk food, eat clean every day. It is not only for fitness, but also for weight loss." Pang Jiao said in the group, "Really? I think I eat very clean every day." Although Qiang Li was afraid of Pang Jiao's appearance, he couldn't see her face through the screen at this time, so the fear was well alleviated. The human nature of being a teacher prompted him to say, "Are you sure you ate clean?" Pang Jiao sent a picture of 5 or 6 rice bowls. The food in the bowls was emptied, but some oil and water could be vaguely seen. Pang Jiao, "Clean enough." The group was closed. Songsheng also closed the group. Chen Xiaoyu was amazed in her heart, and she also stopped participating in the chat. She looked at her desk at Bai Yuxia. "Yuxia? Bai Yuxia, HMM." Chen Xiaoyu chatted with her. "Hey, why don't you go to the press conference of Changqing Liquid?" Bai Yuxia's expression did not change. "If you are bored, you can read a book." Chen Xiaoyu felt that Bai Yuxia was cold today, but she was used to it. She said beside her, "I heard from Yang Sheng that she shot a gun today. Have you ever played with a gun?" "No." Bai Yuxia said softly. Her eyes were without any ripples, like a calm lake, reflecting no ripples of emotions. "Not even you?" Chen Xiaoyu felt that Bai Yuxia was the kind of girl who was well informed. This summer, Bai Yuxia even experienced hang gliding. With Chen Xiaoyu's family conditions, she definitely couldn't afford it. During the summer vacation, she even took a high-speed rail business class seat thanks to Jiang Ning. Yang Sheng said that you need to bring your ID card when playing with guns. Chen Xiaoyu, "So I was thinking, what should I do if I lose my ID card?" Bai Yuxia gave a solution. "Take your household registration book to the police station to reissue it. You need to wait for a while." Chen Xiaoyu, "It's too troublesome." Bai Yuxia, "It's troublesome. After all, it's an ID card, so it's reasonable that the procedure is a bit complicated." Chen Xiaoyu tilted her head. "Can I pick it up directly from the ground?" Bai Yuxia was silent. After several seconds, she said, "For your safety, it's best not to bend down to pick it up." Chen Xiaoyu puzzled. "What's the danger of this?" Bai Yuxia, "I'm afraid the water in your brain will leak out." Chapter 659. Leave him alone. On a December night, the chill quietly came. In the fields below the dam, a row of bungalows stood quietly, blending into the night. The light in the bedroom was soft and warm, blending with the moonlight outside the window and falling on the two girls. Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chachu sat in front of the computer desk, holding the handles, working together to deal with the exciting battle. Zhu Yuantang drove a tank, very bravely rushed to the front to open the way, domineeringly destroying everything. In comparison, Zhu Chachu was a bit miserable. She could only hold a small pistol and run with her legs, to barely keep up with Tang Tang's tank. The game they played was Metal Slug, an arcade game that uses a computer simulator. There are not many high-definition two-player games on the same screen these days, such as the famous Overcooked and It Takes Two, which have not yet been launched. Jiang Ning leaned on the sofa, looking at the harmonious atmosphere of the home, his thoughts wandering. When he thought of the two-player games, he thought of the Switch game console of the future, but that game console will not be released until 2017, which is still 3 years away. When he thought of Tang Tang and Chachu playing Just Dance on the Switch in front of him 3 years later, a game that judges the score by dancing posture, he couldn't help but look forward to it. By that time, Tang Tang should have grown up, right? Jiang Ning thought so. In 2017, 2018, and even later, the historic 20 years, they should have graduated from college. He came back to his senses and looked at the arcade game with poor graphics on the screen. Although its gameplay is unquestionable, the graphics are really poor. Zhu Yuantang played the game and did not forget to take a French fry from his hand and chewed it with a crunching sound. These French fries are so delicious. Zhu Yuantang was surprised. Zhu Chachu, yeah. This is the snack bag that Changqing Liquid gave them before they left, and it contains small foods. Zhu Yuantang is a good cook and has a say in food. She judged, although it is very crispy, it is not fried. It should be dried. Zhu Chachu was stunned when she heard it. She was busy eating and marveled at the salty, fragrant and crispy French fries. Who would have thought that Tang Tang could tell the craftsmanship of it? I still have a long way to go. Zhu Chachu warned herself that the gap between her and Tang Tang in cooking was no less than the gap between the soldier holding a small pistol and the overlord driving a tank on the screen in front of her. Jiang Ning looked at Tang Tang killing all around and crushing the boss and said happily, "Wow, the operation is quite handsome." Zhu Yuantang was secretly proud. Eating does not delay playing games. Amazing. Jiang Ning said again. Zhu Yuantang was even more proud. She pinched a grape and stuffed it into her mouth. She bit it and raised her chin slightly. You can even spit out the grape skin. Jiang Ning, awesome. Zhu Chachu listened to the conversation between the two and felt it was too childish. Class 8 classroom, the last evening self-study class. It was originally evening, and one of the first two classes was Geo Hishuo's class, which was very intense. Most of the students in the class were tired and drowsy, like Wu Zhaoqi, Du and Shigang. These more arrogant students all slept in class. Liu Chuandao also slept on the desk, surrounded by Zhang Yifei, Pang Jiao, and Li Shengnan in the corner. He slept peacefully, as if immersed in the arms of his loved ones. He had a dream. In his dream, he sat on the rocking car that he had dreamed of in his childhood, accompanied by the magical music Pleasant Goat, Beautiful Goat, Lazy Goat. He drove the rocking car wantonly in his dream. But not long after, the music of the rocking car ended. Liu Chuandao threw a coin and said viciously, "Little goat car, watch me sit on you to death." After all, the high price of the rocking car is a childhood dream for many children. Just when Liu Chuandao was immersed in the wonderful goat car, suddenly, the rocking car exploded. Boom. Liu Chuandao was blown up to the sky. He felt like he was floating in space, just like when he was a kid watching TV and saw astronauts floating in the weightless space. He imitated the astronauts and floated beautifully. Then, the sun changed and suddenly burst out with a strong suction force. He was going to be sucked away. If he was sucked next to the sun, he would be burned and hurt. Liu Chuandao climbed desperately. Just like a frog swimming in the water, he climbed to the surface of the earth. He hugged the blue earth with both hands. Whoosh whoosh, the suction of the sun was getting more and more terrifying. Liu Chuandao kicked his legs desperately, like a puppy running onto legs. No, 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 I don't want to be sucked away. The strong willpower suddenly materialized at this moment, accompanied by a burst of daylight. Liu Chuandao suddenly woke up. After waking up, he found that he was holding the desk with both hands to resist a terrifying tremor. He finally understood that everything he felt in the dream was created by Pang Jiao. She was shaking her legs and lifting up the desk and him together. In the middle of the classroom, Jiang Ning was browsing the internet under the cover of a pile of books. Shen Qinj was a little impatient in this class and couldn't study. This afternoon, she heard her uncle say that, because of Jiang Ning's parents, they could go to the Changqing Liquid press conference tomorrow. As for which project site to go to, it is not yet certain. It is just heard that the lunch and shooting range that Dan Qingfeng and others attended today were just relatively small projects. Shen Qinj has matured a lot. She didn't tell her good sisters. If she couldn't go when the time came, it would be a joke. Thinking of this, she also took out her mobile phone. She turned on the data switch first. Well, these days, due to the scarcity of data, many people don't keep the data on, otherwise some rogue software will really steal data. Because Shen Qinj was staying at her sister's house and usually used Wi-Fi, the package she used was the cheaper one, only more than 20 yuan, but relatively speaking, the data was very small. Her parents were just ordinary workers. In order to integrate into the circle of Yuan and Jiang Yanan, she often went shopping or shopping malls on weekends and ate some more popular meals. That was a big expense, but she couldn't not spend it, otherwise people wouldn't take her next time. Her family background was actually not as good as Yuan and Jiang Yanan, who came from the city, and she lived in her sister's house. Her aunt was always fussy, and she lived under someone else's roof. Occasionally, she had to buy some fruits and cold dishes to make herself look less like an outsider. So the already tight living expenses became even more cramped. Shen Qinj occasionally thought how nice it would be if Jiang Ning had moved in at the beginning, with him in front to attract firepower and share his aunt's attention. She would never look so abrupt. And on weekdays, she could get blood transfusions from Jiang Ning. Unfortunately, it was just a fantasy after all. When Shen Qinj thought of Jiang Ning, she couldn't help but pay attention to his updates and whether he was doing well. She opened the Kuarisha app. In order not to expose herself, she changed her nickname to AAA Building Materials Wholesale Brother Liu. When she opened it, she found that someone had sent a private message. Shen Qinj's heart jumped. Was she found out? She quickly clicked on the private message. Do you have a rack tube? A 2.0 inch 6 meter tube. Shen Qinj, she ignored it directly and clicked on Jiang Ning's homepage and saw that Jiang Ning had posted a new short video. Shen Qinj suppressed her heartache and used up her data to click and see that Jiang Ning had recorded a video about wood carving. With her new identity, Shen Qinj's behavior is much more relaxed now. She not only liked it, but also commented, "Brother, the carving is so good, who are you going to give it to?" After sending this message, Shen Qinj's heartbeat accelerated. She was very nervous, and even her face turned red. It was too exciting. At Iba, Jiang Ning looked at this comment and felt funny. Shen Qinj, do you think I can't recognize you just because you changed your nickname? He is now more advanced in cultivation and more proficient in the use of thunder magic. At the beginning, he asked Xiao Xuangshan to ask the foreign team to simulate the theory, and then listed the Yuansen formula, just to use it for network search. As soon as the strange nickname Shen Qinj appeared, he knew it was Shen Qinj without even using the Yuansen formula. Because the other party was so stupid that she even forgot about it in the communication. There were not many people in Jiang Ning's address book. Once the Kuarisha app reminded her, she was exposed. Whatever, I was bored anyway. Jiang Ning used the private message function on the site to send a private message to Shen Qinj. Are you there? After doing so, Jiang Ning turned off his phone directly. Next, let her think about it for a night. After Shen Qinj made a bold move, she was still feeling nervous and excited when she suddenly received a reply from Jiang Ning. Her heart slowed down. After she changed her appearance, the other party actually came to her again. Could it be that her charm was so great? Shen Qinj's mouth curled up, and she saw Jiang Ning's reply. At this moment, Shen Qinj became arrogant. In the past, if she encountered a situation where Jiang Ning sent a message, she would often not reply immediately because his message priority was not high for her. Sometimes, she would listen to a song quietly before replying. Sometimes, she would finish a task at hand before replying. Sometimes, she would watch a movie first and then reply. Sometimes, she would forget to reply to Jiang Ning's message after she was busy, but it didn't matter, he would send it again. Thinking like this, Shen Qinj deliberately waited for a while and then typed a reply. "What's the matter?" However, after sending this message, there was no reply that Shen Qinj expected, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no news at all. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Shen Qinj panicked. She began to secretly regret again. Why did I reply late just now? If she replied earlier, would Jiang Ning have seen it? This feeling of regret accompanied Shen Qinj, and she was still frowning until the end of get out of class. After school in the evening, with Duan Shigang as the core, Zhang Kai as the auxiliary, and Liu Chuandao, the three of them prepared to have barbecue together. According to Duan Shigang's words, people with the invitation letter of Changqing liquid are a small circle, and we must also have our own circle. In order to eat Duan Shigang's barbecue, Zhang Kai even took the initiative to help him clean the classroom and earn favors, so that when the bill comes, it will be used to deduct the cost of the barbecue. I hope Duan Shigang will not be ungrateful and take the initiative to bear his expenses. Kao-kun also cleaned the room today. Kao-kun was originally very happy in the afternoon, and he won consecutive games playing cards with Cuiu and others. Later, when Meng Xian came, his luck was sucked away. He was so miserable. His expression was gloomy. The escape of his beloved woman made him feel that his dignity and all his advantages became cheap and trampled on. He began to deny himself. Duan Shigang used to be the big brother, and he had a group of capable people under him. At this moment, when he saw Kao-kun, he took the initiative to invite "Kun, let's have barbecue together tonight, and have some beer." The original Kao-kun, who claimed to be an elite, disdained to hang out with people like Duan Shigang and lose face. But he suffered a major blow today, and was at the lowest point in his life, so he agreed. While cleaning, Yanshai and Peng ran to class 8 to discuss something with Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai accidentally mentioned having barbecue, and Yanshai and Peng refused to leave. Duan Shigang saw that Yanshai and Peng was a fierce general, and was definitely a first-class player, so he agreed. Anyway, if he didn't have enough money, when he settled the bill tonight, everyone would chip in some money. Liu Chuandao suggested, "A bunch of old men, don't you have some women?" Duan Shigang said, "Okay, I'll find 2 girls for everyone." He contacted his former subordinates, Gong Zuan and Qiu Dai, who was studying in a technical secondary school. When Gong Zuan heard about eating barbecue, she refused, but Qiu Dai agreed and said she was going to bring 2 girls. The scene suddenly became lively. In this way, a large group of people walked towards the intersection outside the school. When Qiu Dai and her tattooed sisters arrived, the scene became more and more lively. Liu Chuandao's pancake face smiled, as if it was baked in a boiler. Qiu Dai scanned the few boys, and found that there was only one boy she didn't know. He looked okay, which aroused her interest. She looked at the school gate again. Looking at the prosperous number 4 middle school, she remembered Zhu Yuantong, who was ordered by her to do homework every day when she was in Tizhang. Zhu Yuantong was really obedient back then. It was a pity that Qiu Dai didn't let her take the exam for him, otherwise the person who appeared in number 4 middle school now would be her. That little girl's boyfriend is not bad either. Men and women walked towards Sister Ma's BBQ together. After they sat down, Pastor Liu greedily glanced at the waitress Pei Yujing. She was 1.7 meters tall, wearing the school uniform of number 4 middle school, with long flowing hair, and especially her face, which was like a piece of ice, beautiful and cold. Although she was in the noisy barbecue stall, she had a sense of noble stunningness. In contrast, the tattooed girls around her were not sweet at all. Pei Yujing was a student in the experimental class of number 4 middle school, and she was not easy to tease. Pastor Liu thought to himself, if anyone can marry Pei Yujing, not only can he have a girlfriend, but he can also eat barbecue every day, until he is full. It's so cool. Unfortunately, Pei Yujing was not someone he could miss. Pastor Liu turned his attention back to the tattooed girls. Although these girls were not sweet, they quenched his thirst. Qiu Dai was a famous elder sister in junior high school and one of the top 3 female generals under Duan Shigen. She tightened her legs and said, "The leg lightening artifact I bought the day before yesterday is really effective." As she said that, she showed off a pair of shriveled legs. There is no way. As a spirited girl, I usually smoke, perm my hair, get a tattoo, get my ears pierced, and hang out in internet cafes. The living expenses on hand are really not enough. How can I not starve and lose weight? The tattooed sister next to me said, "The main thing is that it's cheap. After using the leg lightening artifact, I will never feel cold in winter again." The leg lightening artifact is a kind of leggings that looks similar to the skin color and has a certain warming effect. Liu Chuandao didn't quite understand what they were talking about. He only heard the leg lightening artifact and thought that she was worthy of being a junior college girl. She was really open-minded. "I haven't eaten yet, and I'm already thinking about how to bare my legs." Liu Chuandao showed a very obscene smile. Do you still need to buy the leg-bearing magic weapon? My hands are the leg-bearing magic weapon. No matter how many pairs of pants you wear, I can easily help you bare your legs. Chapter 660, Master's Duel. At night, at a barbecue stall, the words of Pastor Liu were like the smoke of charcoal fire, sweeping across the round table. Kyo-kun was stunned. Damn it, how could there be such a vulgar person? Talking like this in front of a girl? Is this person shameless? Kyo-kun claims to be a celebrity. Although he is extremely interested in Meng Xian in his heart, he always behaves like a gentleman, being gentle and polite, and knowing when to advance and retreat. When Qiu Dai heard what Pastor Liu said, her made-up face changed, and she cursed. I'm our idiot. Big sisters like them are not ambiguous when they curse. Not only did she curse, but the sisters she brought with her also cursed Pastor Liu. In a short time, they cursed his ancestors for 18 generations. Pastor Liu had a bad expression on his face. He stood up and was ready to teach them a lesson. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Duan Shigang, the leader, immediately tried to smooth things over. "Preacher, what nonsense are you talking about? Qiu Dai, don't mind it. My brother speaks like that, but he has a good heart," Duan Shigang said. Qiu Dai also cursed, "Keep your mouth clean." After spitting out the last 2 sentences, the situation finally calmed down. Yan Shai and Peng and Zhang Kai followed to persuade. Alright, eating is important. Everyone calm down. The two of them don't care about the life or death of Liu Chuandao. The only thing they worry about is that, if there is a quarrel, what if the barbecue can't be eaten? That would be a loss. Duan Shigang saw that they were so sensible and united, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. "Look, isn't the team ready?" When ordering dishes, Yan Shai and Peng was even more unambiguous and ordered a bunch of barbecue, lamb skewers, lamb tripe, and lamb chops, all of which were expensive dishes. Anyway, he didn't plan to pay. When the skewers were served, everyone ate some hot and spicy skewers, and the atmosphere eased a lot. Duan Shigang said, "Dai, I'll toast you a glass on behalf of Chuandao." He really didn't understand just now. Qiu Dai cursed harshly, but she was a little girl on the road after all, and she had some gangster spirit. After a few glasses of wine, the anger she had been offended by disappeared. "Show me what the bare leg artifact is." As she spoke, she showed her legs. Qiu Dai worked as a little gangster every day, exercised a lot, and was often hungry, so her legs were frighteningly thin, like a stick. The leg lightening artifact looked very ordinary when put on her legs. Kyo-kun, who had a certain aesthetic sense, didn't even bother to take a look. In comparison, Pei Yujing, who was wearing a school uniform just now, was so tall and had a figure that was completely better than Qiu Dai and the others. Liu Chuandao was different. He sat with Pang Jiao and the others every day. Even if he saw a Sao at this moment, he would feel like a god. What's more, it was Qiu Dai who took the initiative to stretch her legs for him to see. Although Qiu Dai was so thin that she was deformed, her foundation was actually okay, not to mention that she was still young. What's more, she was so generous. Liu Chuandao looked at the sticky legs and his saliva was about to flow out. He felt that, if he took the initiative, there was still a lot of hope. Liu Chuandao, who had failed in confession countless times, had long understood that he should solve the problem of quantity first, and then pursue the problem of quality. Liu Chuandao said, "Oh my god, these pants are nice. They look really good on me, better than black stockings." Duan Shigen suddenly retched. Kao-kun was startled. "What's wrong with you?" Duan Shigen gulped down some water and drove Wang Yan'an's black stockings out of his mind. He waved his hands with lingering fear. "It's okay, I'm fine." Kao-kun thought, "You don't look like you're okay at all." Qiu ate the barbecue for a while and asked, "By the way, are you from class 8? She got a positive reply. "Do you know Zhu Yuantong?" she asked again. As soon as she said this, the two sisters next to her also showed funny expressions. Zhang Kai said, "She is the first in our class and the first in the city's unified examination." Qiu pinched the stainless steel skewer and smiled. "Such a good result." Zhang Kai said enviously, "You have heard of the Changqing Liquid Conference of our school." Her invitation letter was sent directly by the school. Qiu had naturally heard about the launch of the Changqing Liquid. She was not a primitive person. Then, a strong sense of imbalance arose in her heart. The little girl who used to be submissive under her command, and made her afraid to go east or west, is now taken so seriously. Think about the technical secondary school she is in. Even if she is a local of Yazhou, if she doesn't take the initiative to report the name of the school, others may not have heard of that crappy school. Qiu forced a smile. "Awesome." She asked again. "There is a boy who is with Zhu Yuantong, tall and thin. Do you know him?" Kao-kun said, "Jiang Ning." His tone was flat. He didn't have much bad feelings towards Jiang Ning. He just had a lot of opinions about Deng Qingfeng who snatched Meng Xian away. "How is he?" Qiu asked again. "Zhang Kai, second in the grade, quite good at fighting." At the end, he added, "He is popular with women. Especially that Zheng Lu, who is rich and has a good figure. Zhang Kai is jealous to death." Qiu, "Then there are a lot of girls chasing after him, right?" Liu Chuandao was listening in. Why did he feel something was wrong the more he listened? He said, "So it is. There are not many chasing after him. Just split it 50-50 with me." Qiu looked at Liu Chuandao's round face with a strange expression. Liu Chuandao started to show off. "I'm 1.82 meters tall, with this head, in our school, one of the best. These little girls chased after me, but the key is that they don't have perseverance. They gave up after 2 days, and then said bad things about me. Oh, it's annoying." Everyone was stunned by his shamelessness. No one responded to him. Zhang Kai complained, "Damn it, there are so many homeworks in high school, all kinds of test papers, I can't finish them at all. The study atmosphere in number 4 middle school is not too heavy, but the management is very strict when it comes to homework. For example, if you dare not hand in the test paper assigned by Gao Hishui, he will tell the class teacher in minutes." Then Shan Qingrang directly warned that, if you don't listen, he will find your parents, and if you still don't listen, he will even dare to persuade you to drop out. When talking about study, Kao-kun, as an elite among the students present, and a potential top student, talked freely. "Homework is something that you can't pile up. Once it's piled up, the homework will look at each other, and then more and more homework will be bred. So every time there is a new homework, just finish it as soon as possible." Although Kao-kun is a frustrated man, he is also very excited when talking about the areas he is good at. In addition, he is very handsome. Qiu and her group of little gangsters usually deal with bad people. Seeing his high spirits, they can't help but be interested. Although little gangsters like Qiu live like rats in the sewer, it doesn't mean that they don't yearn for sunshine. Kao-kun suffered a blow from Meng Xian. Now that several girls are interested in him, his lost heart has been comforted. Men can often perform more perfectly in front of women who don't care. A few minutes later, the dinner table became Kao-kun's home court. He talked about college, books, and humanistic care. Liu Chuandao cursed in his heart. "What the hell are you talking about?" He said sarcastically, "Good academic performance doesn't mean anything. During the summer vacation of my third year in junior high school, I worked with my parents to help my cousin. My cousin didn't go to school after elementary school, but he still opened a big shopping mall. He is so cool every day. Kyo-kun, what is your parents' educational background? Chuan Liu said, I graduated from elementary school. Kyo-kun asked in return, why didn't your family open a big shopping mall? If everyone who doesn't study well can open a big shopping mall, why did your parents let you go to school? His question made Chuan Liu a little stuck. He thought about it and decided to win over his teammates to fight against Kyo-kun together. Chuan Liu said, look at my brother Gang. He doesn't have much education, but he was still living a good life when he was away from home, right? After being named, Duan Shigen felt that his dignity was offended. He came back to study because working was too hard. But what he thought in his heart was one thing, and what he thought about his face was another. He recalled, if I didn't miss my brother so much, I would not have come back to school a long time ago. Duan Shigen vowed, and he raised his glass and took a sip of wine. Kyo-kun, how much do you make a month outside? Duan Shigen thought about it and lied, 8,000. This is a relatively high number. He only earned more than 4,000 yuan, even though he worked overtime every day in the factory. 8,000 yuan is the income of old employees or management. Kyo-kun said calmly, 8,000 yuan? It's about the same as my grandmother's pension. After he said this, Qiu-Dai and the other girls looked at him with slightly changed eyes. Being able to receive a pension definitely shows that Kyo-kun's family is well off. The little girls didn't know the brand of Kyo-kun's clothes, but they knew that he was wearing Adidas shoes, which cost hundreds of dollars a pair. Duan Shigen thought to himself, you reported too little. He tried to save face. The monthly salary is 8,000 because there are only 30 days in a month. If there are 100 days in a month, then my salary would be. Kyo-kun, isn't it still 8,000? After 3, 4, 5, and 6 rounds of wine, the barbecue came to an end. Yanshai Peng and Zankai looked at each other, and everything was self-evident. Zankai drank the last sip of wine and fell on the table. Yanshai Peng hurriedly asked, Kaizi, what's wrong with you? Zankai frowned. No, I feel dizzy. Yanshai Peng slapped his thigh. Dizziness is not a trivial matter. Come, Kaizi, I'll take you to see a doctor. After that, he picked up Zankai with one hand and took him away quickly. After a while, Qiu-Dai received a message that their technical secondary school would check the dormitories tonight, and they had to go back as soon as possible. So the three sisters took an electric car and ran away. Liu Chuandao looked left and right. Only Kyo-kun and Duan Shigen were left at the table. He looked at the barbecue on the table again and had a bad feeling in his heart. How much does so much cost? He took advantage of Kyo-kun's inattention and gave Duan Shigen a look. The two of them were men who had worked together to deal with Che Wei, so they understood instantly. Duan Shigen struggled in his heart about the condemnation of his conscience, but when he thought of Kyo-kun's posture of pointing out Jiangshan tonight, he decided to suppress his aggressiveness. After finishing the last glass of wine, Liu Chuandao stood up and muttered, good wine, good wine. After all, he was admitted to number 4 middle school by his own ability, and he still had some basic knowledge of Chinese. He immediately muttered, drink today and worry tomorrow. Duan Shigen, call the boy to go out and change for good wine. Liu Chuandao said in a heroic tone, kill one person every 10 steps and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Duan Shigen, the sword, angrily cuts the snow-winged eagle. The mountain heroically rushes into the sky. Liu Chuandao pulled out a wooden stick, his eyes like lightning. This is a sword. Duan Shigen, no, that's not a sword. Liu Chuandao, I'm the sword, and the sword is me. After that, he made a feint and stabbed at Duan Shigen. Look at the sword. Duan Shigen took a step back, grabbed with his empty hand, snatched the white blade with his bare hands, and shouted, look at the knife. Swish, swish, swish. Swords and sabers flashed. Hey, where are you escaping? Duan Shigen ran after Liu Chuandao. The two of them were fighting and reciting poems at the same time, which was very childish. Kyo-kun was amused. The two of them were as childish as elementary school students. He was so amused that he slapped his thigh. He saw that Liu Chuandao almost tripped because he ran too fast. The funny action made Kyo-kun laugh so hard that his stomach hurt and he couldn't straighten his back. Not only was he laughing, but the diners next to him were also amused, and even Peiyujing felt a little uncomfortable. Liu Chuandao and Duan Shigen fought further and further away. Kyo-kun stood up, picked up a high quality bamboo stick, and said, "This is a sword. I'll come too." He was excited and ready to join the battlefield. Kyo-kun felt that his recent gloomy mood had brightened a lot. Just when Kyo-kun was about to leave, Peiyujing blocked him silently. She said, "Hello, can you settle the bill first and then go fencing?" Late at night, Jiang Ning sat on the sofa, holding a green jade ring. The ring showed an extremely slender beauty. To be able to engrave a protective formation inside such a slender ring, the skills required were extremely complex. Jiang Ning did his best within the range of the formation inside. As long as it was not a weapon like an RPG, he could at least resist it once. The green jade was pure and deep in color, and its color was graceful, just like Beiyuxia's temperament. Zhu Yuantang played games for a long time today. She said to Jiang Ning, "Are you really going to buy another computer?" Jiang Ning, "Yes. In this way, he can play online games with Zhu Yuantang, as well as some online games that cannot be played on the same screen." Zhu Yuantang thought for 2 seconds and said, "I'm suggesting, just a suggestion. Do you think that the current mouse is a bit big?" Jiang Ning bought a luminous gaming mouse, called an esports mouse. It is easy to use, but it is difficult for her small hand to hold it. Jiang Ning, "Is it big?" Zhu Yuantang, "Yeah. What does Chachu think?" Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Yuantang winked at her frantically. Zhu Chachu was considerate. "It's a little bit big." Jiang Ning, "It's okay. When Tang Tang grows up a little, it won't be big. Just like buying a bigger size of shoes when you were a child." Humph. Being despised for being small, Zhu Yuantang played games with a stern face, wishing he could jump to 2 meters in one breath and play with Jiang Ning every day. Zhu Chachu was speechless. She had a different opinion of Jiang Ning. At first, she thought that Jiang Ning was the type of big brother next door who took care of Tang Tang everywhere. Later, she found out that he made Tang Tang angry at least once to 8 times a day. She took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Jiang Ning behind Tang Tang's back. "She trusts you too much, so she quarreled with you. She actually doesn't have any bad intentions." Well, don't take it to heart. If she really did something wrong, she would apologize to you. Chachu said. Jiang Ning, "Why haven't I seen her apologize?" Zhu Chachu typed subconsciously because she has never done anything wrong. After sending it, she stared at the message on the chat page and was stunned for a moment. Is she helping Tang Tang? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661. No way, you can win too. Monday morning. During the break, the classroom was noisy, and in this noise, there was a sense of freedom. Deng Qingfeng, dressed in white, stepped onto the podium. He looked handsome and raised his head slightly. "Mengxian, Yangsheng, let's go." His speech was neither fast nor slow, but his demeanor was the best in class 8. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Yanan, Yuan, and many male classmates in the front row were all moved. Deng Qingfeng enjoyed the attention of everyone. He looked up and looked at the invisible campus avenue in the distance. "The car to pick us up has arrived," he said. At noon today, Chang Qingai organized a party. As distinguished invited users, they are eligible to participate. After hearing this, Mengxian and Yang Sheng stood up. It is said that the activities at noon are relatively novel, and they are going to take a look. For a time, Deng Qingfeng was quite popular. Cuiyu and Che Wei saw this scene and almost bit their teeth. Although Deng Qingfeng is not as popular with women as Jiang Ning is usually very low-key, while Deng Qingfeng will definitely show off when he has the chance. Especially, he is standing on the podium now, wearing a white dress, which is really hateful. Jiuo Kanan agreed with him and cursed. "What's so great about it?" Meng Gui was slightly unhappy. Isn't it just to go to Changking Liquid? Guo Kunan suddenly remembered. Fuck, I also have an invitation. He quickly said, brothers, I won't accompany you anymore. After that, he ran away and chased after Meng Xian and their large group. Cuiu, brother Nan has betrayed. Deng Qingfeng's high profile caused a stir, and Chen Xiao occupied the empty seat of Jiang Ning. Yuxia, half of the people at the small dining table left at noon today, and we couldn't finish the food. Chen Xiao said. It's okay, I met Tang Fu this morning, she trained in the morning. Bei Yuxia said. That's okay, she is so stupid, she will definitely eat when she is very tired. Talking about Tang Fu, Chen Xiao's confidence almost turned into reality. That is an indescribable superiority, a smart person crushing a stupid person. Chen Xiao patted Jiang Ning's seat with a melancholy expression, as if reminiscing. It makes me want to go to Changqing. The roasted wild boar in Marathon is so delicious. Last time I went home and told my mother that I wanted her to buy one and roast it for me and my sister. Chen Xiao said, but she actually refused. Bei Yuxia, it's quite expensive, right? Chen Xiao shook her head. I don't know the price, but my mother said that she couldn't finish one. Bei Yuxia, that's true. She said calmly, a normal family of several people really can't finish it. Even if it's a small wild boar, it's a good idea to roast a little at a time, but the remaining meat can only be frozen in the refrigerator, and the taste is definitely not as good as freshly killed. Chen Xiao thought for a few seconds and said, isn't it very simple to solve this problem? Bei Yuxia, how to solve it? She thought Chen Xiao would say that they would only buy a little fresh wild boar meat at a time. However, Chen Xiao said cutely, I can just kill as much wild boar as I want to eat, right? The bus stopped at Yishan Scenic Area. A group of students filed out. Deng Qingfeng, a gentleman in white, looked up at a brand new modern building in front of him. He was surprised. I remember that this used to be an exhibition hall. I came here when I was a child. Has it been renovated now? Huang Yazhu, yes, it has been renovated. I used to work nearby and heard that it has been renovated. People were coming and going in front of the building, and many foreigners were communicating in fluent foreign languages. Led by the team leader, everyone walked into the modern building. Deng Qingfeng fell behind, walking with the exquisite Meng Xian. Today, Meng Xian wore a sweater with a vest, a pure black skirt, white socks and black leather shoes, looking very sweet. It made Deng Qingfeng want to protect her for the rest of his life. Guo Kunan looked at Meng Xian and suddenly said, I heard from Kequen that when we were playing cards yesterday, Keokun was still muttering your name. Meng Xian's face was slightly unnatural. I have nothing to do with him. Guo Kunan, that's not what you said yesterday. Yesterday he asked Meng Xian if she had a partner, and she said it was Keokun. Deng Qingfeng was a little doubtful. Meng Xian's face was as usual, and she kept walking. I'm making progress. What about him? After everyone entered the building, they did not take the elevator, but were led to a passage. Deng Qingfeng looked at the escalator leading down. Why is it a bit similar to the subway? Deng Qingfeng wondered. They slowly went down, and below was a clean and tidy underground passage. Yang Sheng looked around. Are there any buildings built underground? Walking along the underground passage for about 50 meters, and turning a corner, the sound of opera echoed in their ears. Everyone couldn't help but speed up their pace, and soon, the scene in front of them made Deng Qingfeng couldn't help but say, fuck. They stood on the corner of the street, and looking from here, a spacious ancient street appeared in front of them. Big red buildings, colorful lanterns, and bustling shops on both sides of the street, including wine shops, restaurants, lamp shops, incense shops, tea houses, cloth shops, etc. There were some men and women in Hanfu scattered on the street, accompanied by the sound of opera in their ears, and they felt a little dazed for a while, as if they had really come to ancient times. Guo Kunan exclaimed, look at the sky. Deng Qingfeng looked around, and saw the changing light and shadows on the dome more than 10 meters high, as if living in spring. However, he was knowledgeable after all, and recognized the simulated effect of more advanced curtain. While they were still marveling at it, Meng Xian had already taken out her phone and was taking pictures frantically. In the WeChat group, the staff of Changqing said, all consumption on this street is purchased with ancient coins. Everyone enjoy it. I wish you a happy time. Grinning. Jiang Ning arrived earlier than them. On his right was Tang Tong, and on his left was Chachu. He came to the street in the south, which had changed its style, with small bridges, flowing water, pink walls and black tiles, and a graceful Jiangnan charm came towards him. Zhu Chachu exclaimed, "It's better than the Jiangnan water town we saw last time we went there for study. Besides, it's obviously underground, but it's not stuffy at all," she said. Of course, all the buildings are copied strictly according to ancient specifications. The dome in the sky uses the most advanced products today. The most important thing is that Jiang Ning relied on the terrain of Yishan to extract spiritual energy and set up a large formation for this place. If not, with today's technology, it is impossible to restore such an effect underground. Zhu Yuantang looked at the small river beside the ancient street. There was a painted boat floating on it. The red lanterns on the boat were reflected in the water, shining brightly. The boat girl in ancient costume on the bow, holding a red oar, gently rowed the boat. She couldn't help but have an idea. It would be nice if we could take a boat. Zhu Chachu responded, "Buy some snacks first, and then go on the boat." Zhu Yuantang, "Good idea." They strolled along the street and came to a cloth shop. Zhu Yuantang saw someone coming out of it and changed into a beautiful ancient costume. She took Chachu and walked into the cloth shop together. It was an hour later when they came out again. The three of them changed their clothes. Jiang Ning was wearing a white hanfu and a special long hair. The long hair was gently tied up with a jade hairpin, fluttering in the wind, so elegant that Tang Tang secretly looked at him. Zhu Yuantang was wearing a light blue hanfu and braided double buns. She was childish to begin with, and with this hairstyle, she looked even more quirky. The one who changed the most was Zhu Chachu. She wore a hanfu with a black base, decorated with dark gold embroidery on the surface, and matched with an ancient bun hairstyle. The temperament she exuded was cold and stunning. Although Zhu Chachu was beautiful, she seldom dressed up like this. She stood on the street, looking at the eyes of the passers-by around her, feeling very uncomfortable. She always felt that she was not worthy. "Let's go, eat." Zhu Yuantang led the way in front and heard Dong Qingfeng's voice from a distance. Zhu Yuantang greeted her, and Dong Qingfeng and Meng Xian were stunned for a few seconds before they recognized her. His eyes moved and saw the girl in black. Dong Qingfeng's pupils suddenly dilated, and he couldn't describe the feeling at this moment. Originally, Meng Xian thought she was very beautiful, but after seeing the woman in black in front of her, she was also stunned. After a while, she recovered and looked at Jiang Ning with long hair. Meng Xian's eyes were dazed. She had seen many tourists wearing hanfu along the way, but no one had ever made her feel the same way at this moment, as if he really walked out of ancient times. "Jiang Ning?" Meng Xian's voice trembled slightly. "Hello," Jiang Ning said. After passing by, Meng Xian was excited. So handsome. Not only was he handsome, but he also had that kind of indescribable temperament. It was so amazing. In comparison, she looked at Dong Qingfeng beside her and felt that he was too inferior. If Jiang Ning had not had two girls around her, she might have chosen to follow him. The ancient street not only has cloth shops and tea houses, but also many roadside stalls. A wide variety of snacks are lined up, and even the bosses are all dressed in ancient costumes, skillfully making various traditional delicacies. Jiang Ning knows that some of these are the chefs of the canteen inside Changqing Liquid, and some are snack bosses hired from all over the country with a lot of money just to make this Changqing Liquid launch conference a success. Although they tried their best to restore the ancient atmosphere, Jiang Ning's consciousness swept through it and found that there were many shortcomings after all. The biggest disharmony is because it is too equal, and there is no atmosphere of respect and inferiority in ancient times. Because modern people, especially in China, have long been accustomed to equality. Even if you are rich and worth tens of billions, you go to the street stalls to eat, and the street stall owners will not bow down to you. But it was different in ancient times. Wherever the emperor went, the people knelt down. Jiang Ning's consciousness was hanging high in the sky, overlooking everything. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Maybe the world needs an emperor. Immediately, this thought was suppressed by him. "Hey, everyone, take a look, take a look. Our roasted venison," the stall owner shouted nearby. Zhu Yuantang was attracted. She had never eaten venison before. She took Chachu to the roasted venison stall. Compared with other stalls, there were not many tourists in front of this stall, only a couple. Ji Zuan and his female classmate Dang Xiaoz who were standing here. He didn't dare to go with Deng Qingfeng today because he was really scared. The female classmate was almost abducted. After he recognized Jiang Ning and the others, he was also shocked, and his heart was pounding. Damn, how can black clothes be so beautiful? Zhu Yuantang didn't know them. She was completely focused on the roasted venison. There was a roasted D-leg on the grill. The golden color, the large piece of roasted meat, and a mouth-watering aroma all told Zhu Yuantang how delicious it was. "Boss, how much is it?" Zhu Yuantang swallowed his saliva. "Hey, sir, it's only 2 taels of silver." The boss shook his head and played his role. Zhu Yuantang touched her pocket. She only had 1 broken silver, which was equal to 0.1 silver. This was the broken silver that everyone received when entering the ancient street for consumption. "It's too expensive," Zhu Yuantang muttered. The boss was very into the play. "Little girl, you can't say that. It's not that I sell it expensive, it's that you are poor." What he said was really heartbreaking. Zhu Yuantang clenched his fists tightly. However, the boss saw that the little girl was quite cute, so he cut a small piece of deer meat from the roasted D-leg and let her try it first. Zhu Yuantang tasted it carefully. It was tender and juicy, the meat was elastic and chewy, and with the embellishment of spices, it was delicious. The boss said happily, "Is it worth it?" "It is indeed worth it." Ji Zuan next to him suggested, "Boss, look at other people's bustling stores, and then look at yours, which is deserted. You should lower the price a bit." The boss shook his head and said, "How can it be the same? The meat buns over there are 3 cents each, and mine is venison. Why don't you buy meat buns?" Ji Zuan said to himself, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. When he was indignant, he looked at Jiang Ning and saw that they couldn't afford it either. He felt much better, especially since Jiang Ning brought such a beautiful girl. His loss of face was much greater than his own. Zhu Yuantang took a photo and was about to leave with regret. Jiang Ning turned his palm over and a silver ingot appeared in his palm. Zhu Chachu was surprised. "You are so rich." Zhu Yuantang, "Hidden private money?" Facing the 2 people's puzzled eyes, Jiang Ning said calmly, "You changed clothes too slowly. I went to the bank next door and won some money." Zhu Chachu, "Did you pay for the clothes?" Jiang Ning said, "I paid for the hairstyle too." Zhu Chachu was ashamed. After she got the coupon from her mother, she thought everything was free. After Zhu Yuantang had money, the owner of the roasted venison stall suddenly changed his attitude. He was quite good at acting. He immediately became arrogant and respectful, and quickly wrapped a piece of venison with oil paper. Zhu Yuantang was arrogant, and held a piece of venison leg meat to eat. "Next place," Jiang Ning said. Ji Zuan next to him looked at Jiang Ning's back, his eyes flashing, and he said to Deng Xiaozu, "Let's go to the bank. If they can win money, I can win money too." After having money, he matched Deng Xiaozu with a set of hanfu. Wouldn't she be so beautiful? Ji Zuan walked through the bustling crowd and hurried to the door of the bank. He saw stone lions with strange smiles on both sides. Above the door, there was a plaque with Evergreen Bank written on it. At this moment, a beautiful short-haired girl came out of the door. As she walked, she weighed the silver in her hand, making a crisp sound. Ji Zuan blurted out, "Yang Sheng, you won money too?" Chapter 662, Wenkuxing Reincarnation. In front of the bank, next to the stone lions, Yang Sheng stopped and noticed Ji Zuan who greeted him. He was a student in class 9 and a transfer student. The reason why he knew the other party's background was that he learned about it when talking to Deng Qingfeng. Later, Ji Zuan added her from the WeChat group, and the 2 sides didn't talk much. Now the other party took the initiative to greet him. Yang Sheng nodded. "I'm lucky, I got some silver." Ji Zuan asked, "One from the casino inside?" Yang Sheng said, "What casino?" "It's called Changla Fang. This Changla Fang is opened inside the bank. If you lose all your silver, you can go to the front desk of the bank to exchange it immediately." It's a one-stop service. Many foreigners are so addicted to playing that they go to exchange it. In fact, they just buy another ticket to the ancient street and then get a silver coin worth 100 coins. One ticket costs 100 yuan. Jizuan understood. I understand. I understand. Yang Sheng weighed the silver again and said, yes. After getting a positive answer, Jizuan was excited. Even a woman like her could make so much money, so why shouldn't he, a grown man, kill people randomly? Originally, he was a little uneasy when he saw Jiang Ning making money, but now he suddenly felt stable. He stared at the silver in Yang Sheng's hand and couldn't help but think of the scene of buying roasted venison and standing like a minion just now. Jizuan swore that when he came out of Changlefang, he would definitely invite Deng Xiaozu, no, the more beautiful Yan Chuchen and the others, to the restaurant on East Street to spend money. What game are you playing? He continued to inquire about the news. Speaking of Changlefang, Yang Sheng was generous in teaching. My game is more complicated. If you don't understand, just play dice and guess big and small. Jiang Ning played that and won a lot of money. Jizuan looked excited. Okay. He hurriedly took Deng Xiaozu and broke into the bank. At the moment when he was about to step in, Jizuan looked back. He swore that when he came out, he would definitely not be the poor boy just now. Zhu Yuantang held the roasted venison and walked along the ancient street. In the bustling market, she was wearing ancient costumes and looking at the tea houses on the street. For a moment, she seemed to feel that she was really in ancient times. When she came to a candy blowing stall, Jiang Ning met Dong Qingfeng and others again. There were also Yan Chuchen and Meng Xian, all surrounding the stall. Zhu Yuantang stood on tiptoe and saw that the holes in the wooden strips on the stall were filled with various small animals, kittens and puppies, as well as big roosters and fat dolls. She was fascinated by it and jumped to the side. She also wanted a candy man. Chuchu, you can blow it yourself here. Can you help me blow one? She knew that Chuchu was always clever. Zhu Chuchu, let me try. Jiang Ning's arrival with people attracted Dong Qingfeng's attention. After saying hello, Dong Qingfeng and Ji Yuokanan waited on the side. Dong Qingfeng felt a little overwhelmed. They were newcomers, and they only had a small amount of silver. He also covered the expenses of Yan Chuchen and Meng Xian. Ji Yuokanan was not as good as him, so he had not spent a penny. Dong Qingfeng was worried about money. He was going to treat them to a meal at a restaurant by the river. It was very expensive. Didn't the Changqing liquid say that it was free? That's ridiculous. He thought about whether he could spend some money. Then he looked at the two girls brought by Jiang Ning and suddenly whispered, I think Jiang Ning has almost spent all his money. Ji Yuokanan agreed. Of course, I heard that those Hanfu costumes are very expensive. Dong Qingfeng, TSK, without a certain level of strength, you can't control it at all. Ji Yuokanan looked at him and thought, you are almost the same. However, he said on the surface, indeed, I haven't spent a penny so far. As he said that, he weighed the small amount of silver in his hand. Dong Qingfeng looked at him with envy and asked, Kanan, can we discuss something? Ji Yuokanan scratched his ear. What did you say? Dong Qingfeng, brother Nan, let's discuss something. Ji Yuokanan, what's the matter? Dong Qingfeng did not mention the money. He planned to get closer to them first and then make a request. He looked at Jiang Ning and Wu Yanzi not far away and said to him, Brother Nan, what do you think of them? Ji Yuokanan looked at Jiang Ning and Wu Yanzi. Judging from their appearance, it would be a lie to say that he was not envious. However, a man never admits defeat in his life. Ji Yuokanan, that's it. After he answered, he began to inquire about Dong Qingfeng's thoughts. What do you think? This was also a test. The relationship in school days was gradually achieved in the same position again and again. Dong Qingfeng retracted his gaze and looked at Ji Yuokanan. He said, according to me, Wu Yan is a man of appearance but rotten inside, while Jiang Ning is obsessed with women and is not worthy of being used. As he said this, he gave a thumbs up and said in a deep voice, there are only you and me who are heroes in the world. Ji Yuokanan was shocked and felt relieved by what he said. He said, heroes think alike. Dong Qingfeng was just about to take the opportunity to buy his silver, but at this moment, He saw from a distance that Jiang Ning threw a big piece of silver in front of the stall owner. Dan Qingfeng's eyes were straight. Damn, what's going on? Not only Dan Qingfeng, but Meng Xian, who was standing next to the stall, was also shocked after seeing Jiang Ning's big piece of silver. Even Yan Chuchen, who had only met him a few times, felt incredible when he saw this ingot of white silver, and his eyes changed when he looked at Jiang Ning. Where did you get the silver from, junior brother? Yan Chuchen was unable to understand. The owner of the sugar figurine stall was stirring the maltose boiled in the copper pot with a small iron shovel. When he saw the silver, his eyes lit up. Although they were invited by Chang Qingai, in addition to a fixed remuneration, there was also a commission. Hey, sir, you treat me. He smiled very enthusiastically and scooped a spoonful of hot sugar. Do you want a blown or painted one? The blown sugar figurine is 3-dimensional, while the painted sugar figurine is flat and 2-dimensional. Of course I want both, Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning signaled Zhu Chuchu that she could play. Ordinary sugar figurines are mostly blown by the boss with a straw, and the blowing process is not hygienic. But the sugar figurines in this stall are all blown by the boss, because Chang Qingai is supervising. So the boss pulls out a tail, and the customer blows it himself, and he controls the shape in the middle. This is hygienic, and the customer's sense of participation is very strong. The boss washed his hands, smeared flour on his hands, pinched a tail, inserted a straw, and handed it to Zhu Chuchu. Zhu Chuchu is clever, but blowing sugar figures is a technical job. The little tiger she blew is ugly, and it can't be compared with the model on the boss's stall to attract customers. Yan Chuchen and Meng Xian beside them laughed, and couldn't help covering their mouths. In fact, the little tiger is okay, but it looks particularly discordant with a beautiful girl like Zhu Chuchu. So there is a contrast. Zhu Chuchu was a little embarrassed. Jiang Ning comforted, it's okay. He took the initiative to ask, boss, we will make the next sugar figure ourselves. Okay, you are satisfied with it? The boss naturally had no objection, and he gave a lot of money. After the boss agreed, Yan Chuchen deliberately looked at Jiang Ning and found it quite interesting. However, she didn't have the mind to despise him. After all, it was a game, and the purpose was to have fun. Meng Xian also looked at it. The boss scooped a spoonful of hot sugar, and Jiang Ning wiped his hands with a wet towel and smeared flour on his fingertips. He imitated the boss's previous behavior, gently rotating his fingertips, slowly stretching the sugar block to form the initial outline of a sicker deer. Try again, this time, blow up a little deer. He handed the straw to Chuchu. Zhu Chuchu took a breath, puffed up her cheeks slightly, and her eyes looked bright and sharp. She opened her lips slightly, held the straw, and blew out a thin stream of air that merged into the candy. Jiang Ning, dressed in a white robe, stood quietly. At this time, his spiritual consciousness was released, and the spiritual consciousness of the burning lamp realm surrounded the candy, and in the void, a sicker deer was engraved. He stretched out his fingers, touched the candy man, pressed, and adjusted. In Jiang Ning's hands, the candy man gradually became lifelike. Soon, an elegant sicker deer was formed, especially a pair of delicate antlers, shining with a crystal clear luster. Yan Chuchen, who was just trying to join in the fun, saw the sicker deer, and her expression froze like the cooled candy man. How can it be so beautiful? Yan Chuchen wants it. Sicker deer, how elegant. Meng Xian couldn't believe it. Compared with the ugly little tiger just now, this sicker deer was a world-shaking change. She couldn't help asking, Jiang Ning, have you learned to make sugar figures before? Jiang Ning said calmly, I know a little bit. The boss thought that this kid was just joking, but it turned out that the level of this sugar figure was better than his. Can he let others set up a stall? However, the boss was quite emotionally intelligent. The other party was a big customer who gave a lot of money. He exclaimed on the spot, it's simply the reincarnation of Wang Wuxing. Yan Chuchen glanced at the boss and knew that he was not very cultured. Zhu Yuantang saw the beautiful sicker deer and shouted that she also wanted to blow one and asked Jiang Ning to help. Of course Jiang Ning would not refuse. Zhu Chuchu slowly retreated behind the crowd. She held the bamboo stick, lowered her head, and stared at the exquisite sicker deer in her hand with a slightly stunned expression. She thought of the ugly tiger she had just blown, and then the sick deer that Jiang Ning had given her, and her eyes were dazed for a moment. She had always worked hard to live in the past, and the heavy schoolwork and her mother's earnest expectations, these heavy things, almost made her breathless. During the third year of junior high school, she didn't like going to school, nor did she like going home very much. She liked the journey home on holidays the most, taking off her fatigue, walking on the dirt road in the countryside, the spring breeze blowing in her face, occasionally picking a piece of green grass, and gently weaving it on her fingertips. Zhu Chuchu's mood at the moment was probably like that, relaxed and calm. 10 minutes later, Zhu Yuantang left the stall with a white dragon horse in one hand and the monkey king in the other. Yan Chuchun looked at the ugly little deer in her hand, and then looked at the monkey king of the maid surnamed Zhu, and her hand holding the bamboo stick quietly tightened a lot. Especially the other party's invisible show-off made Yan Chuchun, the host of the 4th middle school, repeatedly admonish herself, "It's nothing great, just a sugar man." But girls are born to like such beautiful things, especially those that others have but I don't. Wu Yunzi wanted to show off his skills and win the heart of his senior. He spent 20 coins angrily and did it himself, but Yan Chuchun blew it into a ball. It was an irregular ball. Zhu Yuantang strolled along the street holding a bamboo stick. The Monkey King Sugar Man was so beautiful, and he also took a golden hoop. She couldn't bear to eat it, and just treated it as a toy. Zhu Chuchu held her exclusive sicker deer. The curves of her face softened a lot, and she was full of joy. Pure girls are like this. They don't need you to treat them to a big meal, or buy luxury goods. Even a small sugar man is often very satisfying to them. This is a trait that adults who have seen through the world and only have reality in their eyes will lose forever. Jiang Ning, your sugar man skills are much better than the boss's. The happy Zhu Yuantang praised without hesitation. She smiled slyly. The boss praised you as the reincarnation of Wen Wuxing. She fantasized, if you are Wen Wuxing, then I'm Wu Wuxing. You are good at literature and I'm good at martial arts. If we cooperate, we will be invincible in the world. Ha ha ha. As for you, Chuchu, your name is Tan Langsing. She gave the title. Zhu Chuchu resisted. I don't want it. Zhu Yuantang, what's wrong? Don't you like it? Zhu Chuchu, it doesn't sound good. Jiang Ning listened to Tan talking nonsense. At this time, a foreign couple with children were attracted by the sugar figures in Zhu Yuantang's hand and hurried over to ask. The characteristic of sugar figures is that they are good looking. Children generally like them and can't walk when they see them, even foreigners. Zhu Yuantang spoke fluent Chinese to the foreigners in fluent Chinese and told them about the sugar figure stall. After they left, Zhu Yuantang said, they are quite polite. Jiang Ning, foreigners who can speak Chinese fluently are generally not bad. Zhu Yuantang continued to show off the sugar man. There was a stall selling kibao lei cha on the roadside. This is a tea made from tea and sesame seeds. After grinding, it is added with ingredients such as potato crisps and kao guozi. Jiang Ning bought 3 cups. Zhu Yuantang took a sip of the hot tea. It was fragrant and sweet. After they bought the tea and walked around for a while, they met the foreign couple who asked for directions just now. The male foreigner was eating a sugar man made of maltose because the sugar man was too ugly and it was embarrassing to hold it. The male foreigner ate it vigorously. When he met Zhu Yuantang again, he smiled, but his teeth got stuck. The sugar man was made of maltose, which was very sticky. The foreigner struggled hard and pulled out his dentures, which Zhu Yuantang and Chuchu were stunned. Outside the bank, the strange laughter of the 2 stone lions seemed to be mocking all living things. Jizuan's hands were empty and his face was green. He was indeed not the poor boy back then, he was the poor boy now. Not only did he lose all his change, he also lost one of Dang Xiaozu's. Is this a lie? Jizuan was puzzled. Jiang Ning could win money, but Yang Shen could also win money, but he was the only one who lost everything. Is this scientific? When his brain was in a trance, Dang Xiaozu said unhappy, Dang Qingfeng invited me to the restaurant, are you going? Jizuan wanted to grit his teeth and refuse, but he was penniless now, and couldn't even afford meat buns. He couldn't just perform begging on the street, could he? Thinking that Jiang Ning was being cool with his sister, but he was begging on the street, Jizuan's mouth twitched. Go. He planned to ask Yang Sheng in person why she could win and whether she had any hidden skills. Recommended book, Life Winner starting from infancy. Koaman's new book, very interesting story. Introduction, starting from the well-known internet celebrity Little Cute Baby, accompanied by the little childhood sweetheart next door who is as close as a brother of the opposite sex. Let's enjoy the sweet and loving daily life from childhood to adulthood. What's wrong with chapter 663? The restaurant is on East Street, and its name is Shuanjian. Deng Qingfeng has booked a private room on the second floor facing the river. Deng Xiaozu said to Ji Zuan as they walked. He ordered a few special dishes, including spicy crab, braised river fish, and 3 cups of chicken feet, and waited for us to come over. Deng Xiaozu smiled happily when she said this. After getting to know Deng Qingfeng recently, she found that this boy with the same surname was particularly considerate and gentle. She had never met such a considerate boy. Deng Qingfeng also ordered a pineapple fried rice. She just mentioned it to Deng Qingfeng casually yesterday and said that she liked it very much, but he turned out to be so considerate. Oh my god. Who wouldn't like such a thoughtful boy? If Deng Qingfeng planned to pursue her, Deng Xiaozu herself didn't know if she could control herself. Deng Xiaozu's tone of voice was full of joy, but it sounded wrong to Ji Zuan. You are obviously shopping with me, but you say this about another man. What do you mean? Since elementary school, junior high school, and even after entering high school, Ji Zuan was considered an excellent student among his peers and a child from a wealthy family, especially his singing voice. Whenever there was an event, Ji Zuan would always take the initiative to go on stage to sing. He was excellent at singing Jay Chou's songs and attracted countless fans. Such a man is confident and proud. He absolutely cannot tolerate that the girls he likes talk about other boys with light in their eyes. Just like every time Ji Zuan saw on the news that some men spent money to buy tickets for their girlfriends to chase stars and chase male stars, Ji Zuan felt that these men were hopeless and had no dignity as men at all. Ji Zuan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "Do you still remember junior high school when we went to eat the crab pot at the school gate together? Do you still remember that scene?" He said in a low voice. Deng Xiaozu, of course I won't forget. Yi Mengchen and the others were there at the time. Ji Zuan said, yeah. Deng Xiaozu, I always feel that there is something behind your words. She just went into the bank with Ji Zuan. After he lost all the silver, she lent him some money. In the end, he lost it all. If she said that she didn't have any thoughts in her heart, it would be impossible. She is not a saint. Ji Zuan, do you remember the skills I taught you to peel crabs? Deng Xiaozu, of course I remember. Ji Zuan, I taught you to peel crabs, not to let you eat crabs with other boys. After saying this, he felt relieved. He was going to go back to the bank to exchange the silver for a ticket instead of eating the food that was taken away. Deng Xiaozu thought about it and nodded. I understand. I won't eat crabs. Ji Zuan felt more relaxed, and the depression after losing money disappeared. The corners of his mouth pulled out a confident arc. Ji Zuan, is still the romantic and wild boy on campus after all. As a result, Deng Xiaozu said the next sentence, I don't eat crabs, I eat other things. Ji Zuan's expression froze instantly. At the corner of East Street, Zhu Yuantong, who was wearing 2 buns, swept 2 streets and harvested a bunch of miscellaneous snacks, as well as a monkey mask, which she wanted to wear on her face. However, after wearing the mask, it affected her eating, so she could only hang it on her hair. The colorful and strangely patterned mask contrasted with her young face and had a special charm. There was a stall in front, which seemed to be a street game. Zhu Yuantang used to stay away from such occasions because she always couldn't help wanting to play, but was afraid of losing money, so she was often very entangled in her heart. But now she is not afraid. With Jiang Ning, a general, here, she is fearless. At the same time, senior sister Yan Chuchen also wore hanfu, which was a plain and elegant beige hanfu with exquisite embroidery on the surface, making her temperament dignified and atmospheric. Next to her was Wu Yunsky, who was still wearing a black hanfu, which set off his tall figure. He was also handsome and cool in appearance. Wu Yunsky and Yan Chuchen were traveling together. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman in ancient costumes attracted a lot of attention along the way. Wu Yun's mood of spending a huge amount of money was relieved a lot. He regarded Yan Chuchen as a signboard to show his strength. At this time, he paid attention to the stunning Zhu Chuchu, and he was confident. Just a handfu. The handfu I bought for Yan Chuchen is also top notch in the entire cloth shop. However, the expense still made him feel a little painful. Yan Chuchen smiled when she saw the little maid. Zhu Yuantang was small and looked very childish. This kind of girl was actually very popular with girls with a generous personality like her. Last time, Zhu Yuantang's bicycle blocked their way to take pictures, but Yan Chuchen didn't think it was a big deal. Instead, her companion taught her a lesson. She smiled and said, Zhu Yuantang, what do you think of my dress? Zhu Yuantang, it looks good. I spent a lot of money on it, didn't it? Yan Chuchen was surprised. How do you know it cost a lot of money? How can you tell? She asked herself that when she went to the cloth shop to buy handfu, Zhu Yuantang did not follow her. Could it be that the girl with the childish appearance had such good eyesight? Yan Chuchen couldn't help but have various speculations in her mind, such as Zhu Yuantang was actually a senior handfu enthusiast, or her family often dealt with handfu and so on. She looked at Zhu Yuantang again, and there was a big change in her eyes. Yan Chuchen always respected people with abilities. Jiang Ning was also surprised. His spiritual consciousness was always developing, so he naturally knew everything, but Zhu Yuantang had no spiritual consciousness. Jiang Ning didn't know her details clearly. Facing the eyes of the crowd, Zhu Yuantang said lightly, isn't this simple? You can tell from your friend's face that it is very expensive. Wu Yun's his slightly suppressed and unnatural face changed immediately, and he couldn't help but feel guilty. Nonsense, how can I have any face? He was confused and pretended to be generous. Yan Chuchen, I will pay for the whole consumption today. Yan Chuchen waved his hand. No, I said I was borrowing your money. When I go back, I will give you the money for this handfu. She would not take advantage of others for no reason. Moreover, Yan Chuchen, who has a certain experience, also knows that if she takes advantage, she will be inferior to others and restricted by others. In the world, except for parents, no one will treat you well for no reason. She didn't want to miss this handfu, so she asked Wu Yunzi to pay first. Number 4 middle school, cafeteria. There are few people at the small dining table. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning went to the ancient street. Art student Zheng Lu participated in the painting exhibition organized by the teacher and went to Ansheng to study. So, there were only 5 girls left at the dinner table. It's okay, I'll take on 4. Tang Fu grabbed her chicken leg, not caring about her eating manners at all, much more domineering than Yang Sheng. There's juice today, that's great. Chen Xiai held a disposable paper cup, which was 80% filled with juice. Her sister Chen Xiqing also held a cup, which was also about 80% filled with juice. Cheers. Chen Xiai toasted her sister. Tang Fu looked at the stupid twins, and her eyes gradually glowed with wisdom, and her expression became much more flamboyant. Bai Yuxia ate slowly, taking in the expressions of everyone at the table. It started, she thought in her heart. After this period of contact, she knew how outstanding Tang Fu's talent in the field of sports was, and even many high school sports students who had trained for a year were far inferior to her. But Tang Fu had a fatal flaw. She often mistakenly thought she was very smart because she noticed the stupidity of the twins, but in fact, she was just stupid in different fields. Tang Fu put down the half-eaten chicken leg and said leisurely, you just toast, but do you know why the ancients like to clink glasses when drinking? Chen Xiaoyu blinked. Why? She really didn't know. Tang Fu pinched a bean and explained, because the ancients popularized poisoning in wine, so if you pick up the wine glass and clink it hard, the wine will splash into other people's glasses and die together. Chen Xiaoyu was shocked. It seems to make sense. Tang Fu said lightly, it's just a necessary skill to travel the world. Awesome. Sister Chen Xiqing praised so much. If it weren't for Tang Fu, she really didn't know this truth. Seeing the twins' admiring eyes, Tang Fu's heart was floating for a while. She held the cup of orange juice and even felt that she was drinking fine wine. Tang Fu felt comfortable for a while. Chen Xiaoyu was not very honest when she was eating. She turned on her mobile phone and found that in their small group chat at the dining table, Zhu Yuantang sent her lunch, and there was a piece of barbecue. Zhu Yuantang actually ate roasted venison. Chen Xiaoyu envied. That was venison. She had never eaten it. Looking at the attractive golden appearance, she was drooling. This was the roast meat of Chang Qingai. She thought of the roast piglet of Marathon, which was extremely delicious. Tang Fu said, deer meat is delicious, with a light sweet fragrance. Chen Xiaoyu, have you eaten it? Tang Fu said, of course, my grandfather roasted it for me before. It was delicious and nutritious. Bai Yuxia looked at Tang Fu deliberately. She felt that Tang Fu's family conditions were very good. Ordinary families could not raise a child like her. Bai Yuxia added, deer is indeed good. In ancient times, there was a saying of 8 delicacies, including bear paws and monkey brains. There are 2 of them, one is deer tendons, and the other is called orangutan lips. It is not the lips of an orangutan, but the face of an elk. 2 of the 8 delicacies are delicacies, which is enough to show how precious it is. Chen Xiaoyu couldn't help feeling inferior when she heard what Tang Fu and Bai Yuxia said. Compared with the 2 of them, she knew nothing. If she hadn't been strong, she would have eaten under the table. Chen Xiaoyu said, I've only heard about venison. The first time I knew that venison was edible was when I heard my grandfather talk about the 3 kingdoms. He said that Ko ate venison one day and thought it was very delicious, so he sent someone to send it to Guan Yu. Chen Xiaoyu nodded beside her, still remembering that her grandfather felt very sorry for Ko. Tang Fu suddenly said, cold knowledge, there were no deer during the 3 kingdoms period. Chen Xiaoyu was shocked. Is the 3 kingdoms fake? Bai Yuxia couldn't stand it anymore. She said, during the Qin dynasty, Zhao Gao was preparing to rebel, but he was worried that his ministers would not obey him, so he pointed to a deer and called it a horse to test whether the ministers would obey him. After this, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly realized that Bai Yuxia was knowledgeable and quick-witted, and she was worthy of being her former deskmate. She and her sister looked at Tang Fu together, ready to see how she would respond. Tang Fu retorted, I'm not wrong, so Zhao Gao was referring to a horse. Bai Yuxia. She emphasized again, Zhao Gao called a deer a horse. Tang Fu said, as if it was a matter of course, just tell me if it was a horse or not. Bai Yuxia was so angry that her stomach hurt. Ancient Street, corner of East Street. Ring toss? No, not ring toss. Yan Chuchen looked at the empty space surrounded by the crowd, with a bottle with ears pierced on the ground. Zhu Chuchu said, it's pitching pot. Ring tossing should have evolved from pitching pot. It appeared in the pre-Qin period. The so-called pitching pot is an ancient entertainment evolved from archery. The bottle with ears pierced on the ground is placed on the ground, and the guests hold arrows and throw them at the mouth of the pot from a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Yan Chuchen glanced at Zhu Chuchu and felt that the other party knew a lot. Even her, a senior sister, didn't know this kind of game. She carefully looked at the wooden sign and understood the rules. If you hit 4 arrows in a row, you can board the cruise ship. Just at this moment, a foreigner stood about 2.5 meters away and threw an arrow at the bronze-pierced earpot. As expected, it missed. It looks difficult, harder than the ring. Yan Chuchen judged. However, she looked at the beautifully shaped cruise ship with lanterns on the river surface, and her face was expectant. If I can board the cruise ship, this time will be a success. Hearing her words, Wu Yunzi smiled. Let me try. I often play basketball. I should have a good aim. When he said this, he looked at Jiang Ning. Men always want to show themselves in front of beautiful girls, to show their abilities and demeanor. As a frequent visitor to the basketball court of number 4 middle school, Wu Yunzi had abused many people. Even Qi Xianheng, who brought his own lackeys, was suppressed by him and dared not appear on the basketball court since then. Wu Yunzi played basketball many times, and the only time he was frustrated was when he was attacked by the dwarf Wu Zhaoqi. Privately, Wu Yunzi has already started to form a basketball team. When the basketball team is formed, he will formally challenge Wu Zhaoqi's basketball team and take the road to dominate the basketball court of number 4 middle school. Seeing that he took the initiative to volunteer, Yan Chuchen smiled dignifiedly. You often play basketball, so you should be good at these projects, right? Wu Yunzi said, "Not bad, at least better than those who don't play basketball." At this point, he was referring to Jiang Ning. He did see Jiang Ning throw the ball into the basket from the outside of the court on the basketball court, but he really had never seen Jiang Ning play basketball. One or two good lucks don't really mean anything. Wu Yunzi had seen someone standing outside the court kick a football into the goal with 1 foot. Wu Yunzi looked at the sign and said, "The price is okay, 1 silver coin per game, a total of 10 arrows." Seeing the foreign guy finished throwing his arrows, he said to Jiang Ning, "Are you going to play first, or?" "Jiang Ning, you go first. After all, there is only 1 quota for boarding." Wu Yunzi was surprised. "What do you mean?" Yan Chuchen was also puzzled and couldn't figure out what Jiang Ning meant. But Wu Yunzi felt that there was no need to think about it. Anyway, there was no suspense about who would get the ticket. Chapter 664. Hit. "Please go up." The old man in tank suit beside the pitching pot looked solemn. Wu Yunzi said to Yan Chuchen, "I'll go up first." After paying the silver coins, he stood in the middle of the field. Pitching pot is not just a one-person game. In the ancient street, 3 people play each time and take turns to throw arrows. After Wu Yunzi came on stage, a young foreign guy also stepped onto the field as a competitor this time. There is only 1 person left. At the same time, a lean boy stepped into the field. Yan Chuchen suddenly said, "Tao Nan." As a senior in the same class, she had an impression of the sports student Tao Nan. She knew that this classmate had a very high level of sports. There was even a teacher who publicly said that he would go to the best sports university in the country next year. The two were in the same class and were both influential figures, so they naturally knew each other. Yan Chuchen had asked about sports before, and Tao Nan was very enthusiastic to guide her and said that she was a good candidate for sports, but it was a pity that Yan Chuchen denied it. If she was not desperate, why would a girl like her learn sports? Tao Nan looked at Wu Yunzi, grinning, revealing his white teeth, with a sunny and arrogant smile. Wu Yunzi's face was not very good. He also met him during the marathon. At that time, Tao Nan coveted his sisters Zichen and Wan King. The shame of last time, today, will be returned 100-fold. Wu Yunzi retracted his gaze and played the game wholeheartedly. The players of the pot throwing game were all present, and the old man in tank suit made a gesture, indicating that everyone should take their positions. In addition, someone was responsible for placing the bronze pots with pierced ears. The 3 pots were lined up in a row, about 2.5 meters away from them. After explaining the rules, each of them poured a glass of wine, and the loser drank. Not only that, the strong drummer gently beat the drum, and the accompaniment of music came out, full of ritual sense. Zhu Yuantang was surprised. "So formal." Zhu Chuchu said, "In the beginning, pitching pot was an entertainment game for entertaining guests in ancient times, which was exclusive to the upper class." She gave an example. "In the drunken pavilion we have learned, there is the joy of a feast is not silk or bamboo. The archer hits the target, the chess player wins, the cups and chips are mixed, and the people who stand up and make noises are happy." This is used to describe pitching pot. Her tone was neither slow nor fast, soft and pleasant to the ears, and the listeners felt very comfortable. Yan Chuchen was moved. Although she had learned this text, she could not remember it at this time, and she did not expect that it could be used in this way. "Please sit down," the old man in tank suit said in a tone. Since the piercing ear pot was placed on the ground, people often knelt on the ground in ancient times. The stall owner kept up with the times, simplified the process, and prepared benches for everyone. After the 3 sat down, the drummer beat the drum, and Wu Yunzi was the first. He held a bamboo arrow about 1/2 meter in his hand and aimed at the piercing ear pot 2.5 meters away. The diameter of the pot mouth was about 8 centimeters. Wu Yunzi was fully focused. In ancient times, there were people who shot down the Japanese machine gunner with 1 shot from 800 miles away. Now, I'm only 2 meters away. Wu Yunzi was concentrating, with a serious expression and focused eyes. The next second, he threw it suddenly. As expected, it missed. Wu Yunzi's heart skipped a beat. He didn't find the field just now. However, there are a total of 8 arrows. This arrow missed, he still has a chance. The drum sounded again, and the foreign guy also missed. After that, Wu Yunzi stared at Tao Nan carefully, and when he saw that he missed, he thought to himself that it was nothing more than that. Zhu Yuantang was watching with great interest. At this moment, she suddenly felt her shoulder sink. She turned her little face and found that someone had put his arm on her shoulder. Zhu Yuantang was shocked and angry. In the past, she was short and people often put their arms around her shoulders. However, since she got together with Jiang Ning, she hasn't suffered such an experience for a long time. Who on earth dared to neglect her like this? Oh, it turned out to be Yang Sheng. What are you doing? Yang Sheng looked at the pot tossing game in the venue. Zhu Chuchu heard the noise and looked over as well, and then she saw a girl dressed in tight clothes, looking heroic. Well, no Adam's apple. Unlike the girls Zhu Chuchu usually saw, the girl in front of her was particularly suitable for this outfit, especially her short hair, which gave her a unique free and easy temperament. Yang Sheng, aren't you with Dong Qingfeng and the others? Zhu Yuantang was surprised, because Dong Qingfeng was at Yang Sheng in the group just now. Although Yang Sheng did not reply in the group. Yang Sheng, I saw it, and was just about to reply to him. She observed the game booth and found it very interesting. So she took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Dong Qingfeng, rejecting, I have something to do, you guys eat first. In Shuanjian, the upper room on the second floor facing the river, Dong Qingfeng was stunned for a moment when he saw the news on the screen. Because he felt that Yang Sheng was alone and should act with him, but something happened suddenly. Although he felt regretful, Dong Qingfeng looked at Meng Xian, Dong Xiaozu, a girl from the liberal arts class, and the homeless junior in the first year of high school, Shang Wanqing. Dong Qingfeng's inner depression dissipated a lot, and he shouted, waiter, serve the food. Jiuo Kunan and Huan Yazu were also in the private room. He now had a good impression of Dong Qingfeng. This guy was quite generous. After the dishes were served, everyone did not eat immediately, but took photos first. Dong Qingfeng took a photo and sent it to Yang Sheng. Look at this table full of dishes. The chef arranged the dishes well, right? Yang Sheng was watching the third round of pitching pots. So far, only Tao Nan has shot an arrow. She was very tempted by what she saw. She made up her mind and replied, I really won't go. I have something to do and can't leave. You guys eat and drink well. Dong Qingfeng, I deliberately didn't ask the chef to add spicy food to some dishes. What a pity. Yang Sheng, I was delayed by something. There's nothing I can do. Dong Qingfeng, haha, you regret it, right? Except for you and Jiang Ning, all the other students in our class are here. After a brief chat, he began to entertain his classmates again. Shang Wanqing was smiling the whole time. She was just smiling, and the smell of tea made Jiuo Kunan dizzy. The scene of pitching pots. It's already the fourth round. This distance of pitching pots is indeed quite difficult. For those who have not undergone professional practice, the hope of throwing it in is often slim. Among the 3 people on the field, only Tao Nan was hit by an arrow. Tao Nan sat steadily on the small bench, looking at the foreign young man next to him, and Wu Yunzi, with a look of certainty of victory. Although there is almost no hope of getting on the ship, as long as he wins 2 people, he won't have to drink, which is also a glorious thing. In contrast, Wu Yunzi had an ugly face. He observed senior sister Yan with his peripheral vision, and quietly looked at the girl with cloud bun hairstyle and the girl in tight clothes. Wu Yunzi held the bamboo arrow, and told himself in his heart, is this the end? No. I have used basketball to beat countless people who were against me. I'm still building a basketball team and conquering number 4 middle school step by step. If I can't even conquer the small pitching pot in front of me, what can I use to clear the obstacles along the way? At this moment, Wu Yunzi's mind was united, and he found it. Go. The bamboo arrow drew an elegant arc and fell into the piercing ear pot. Hit. There was a noise around. The drum sounded 3 times in a row, and the old man in tank suit drew a mark himself. Yan Chuchen shouted, beautiful. Although Wu Yunzi had heard countless exclamations from his schoolmates when playing basketball, he never felt as comfortable as he did this moment, only because Yan Chuchen's performance was of high quality. The drum sounded again, and Wu Yunzi prayed to the gods, and he actually hit another arrow. The uproar was even louder, and he immediately got the hope of boarding the ship. After hitting 4 arrows in a row, Unfortunately, Wu Yunzi missed one arrow. In this case, he is still the champion of this game. Tao Nan and the foreign boy toasted him one after another. Wu Yunzi adjusted his clothes and walked off the court handsomely and calmly. Yan Chuchen looked at him with appreciation. You are very good. Winners are always easy to attract attention. Wu Yunzi has experienced this since he was a child. He smiled very restrainedly and waved his hand. I'm just lucky. Yan Chuchen didn't think so. She said, luck is also a part of strength. She said, the weak use luck as an excuse, and the strong use luck as a humble word. Wu Yunzi is well aware of the way to success, and he still remains humble. It's really just good luck. I accidentally found the feel. Yan Chuchen didn't have much contact with him, and didn't know his specific character. Seeing his performance, he admired him more. Wu Yunzi deliberately glanced around, and found that Tao Nan had quietly left. He felt so comfortable. Qi Heng, who had offended him, was beaten by him on the basketball court. Tao Nan in the marathon was beaten by him on the pitching pot field. All those who offended him will always leave in another way. This is the fate of heaven. As for Jiang Ning, is his end far away? Let's see now. In order to prevent Jiang Ning from being scared, Wu Yunzi said, brother, are you ready to play? Jiang Ning had no objection, and he was the first to go to the pitching pot field. Wu Yunzi was satisfied, and then Yang Sheng followed closely. Wu Yunzi was stunned at first, but then his smile gradually became more and more prosperous. Only those who have personally experienced pitching pots will know how good his skills are. Good. The show is about to begin. Wu Yunzi thought to himself. He looked calm and composed, and standing with Yan Chuchen, they were really a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. After Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng, another man appeared. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and there was a beautiful woman in her early 20s waiting for him. Judging from the age difference, it seemed like a father-daughter relationship, but it didn't seem to be. Please sit down. The drum sounded. Jiang Ning was the first arrow. Zhu Yuantang's eyes were bright, and she didn't forget to say, Choo-choo, do you think we can eat on the cruise ship? It must be fun to eat while sitting on the boat, right? She didn't seem to doubt whether Jiang Ning could get a ticket. Zhu Chuchu was more rational. She said, let's see the result of the pot throwing game first. Hearing their conversation, Yan Chuchen said, I think we should be able to order dishes, but we are not destined to do so. After hearing what the senior said, Wu Yunzi was ready to try again. Unfortunately, each person could only play pot throwing once. Jiang Ning held the arrow. He did not use his spiritual sense, but only relied on his eyesight and perfect control of his body. Yan Chuchen found that he had a special temperament. Unlike other pot throwers, others were often very tense and extremely cautious when throwing pots, for fear of throwing them wrong. Just like Yan Chuchen observed that many classmates who went on stage to give speeches were often very nervous, and even worse, their bodies could not help but tremble. But this boy was different. He was too relaxed. Yan Chuchen called it a sense of relaxation. Only people with extremely high attainments in professional fields would have such a reaction. Jiang Ning raised the arrow above his head, his figure exuding a calmness. When his arm rose to a certain height, he suddenly swung it down, and the bamboo arrow cut through the air. The eyes of the onlookers were all focused on this arrow. With a loud bang, the bamboo arrow was accurately thrown into the pot, making a crisp sound. It hit the target. Yan Chuchen was surprised. A good start, not bad. The drum sounded 3 times in a row. Zhu Yuantang smiled and said, I said he would definitely be able to do it. Wu Yunzi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and commented, good luck. It's okay, let him hit it by chance this time. Wu Yunzi tried to adjust his mentality. Yang Sheng, who followed closely behind, and the middle-aged man all failed to hit the target. Wu Yunzi told Yan Chuchen, this is a normal state. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Ning hit another arrow. Wu Yunzi was stunned again, and the smile on his face faded a lot. He forced a far-fetched smile. Okay, not bad. Your luck is really good. It's as good as mine. Yan Chuchen is a campus host. She has a little more experience than ordinary students, and she is quite mature, so she noticed the changes in Wu Yunzi. However, the feel of the hand varies from person to person. Wow, someone else got it right too. Wu Yunzi looked at the middle-aged man. He's quite capable. The 20-year-old young woman next to him shouted affectionately, "My husband is great." Wu Yunzi didn't finish his words and cursed in his heart, "Old thing. He's old, but he still keeps young girls." The third round began. Jiang Ning held the arrow again and locked onto the piercing ears pot. Wu Yunzi stared at the arrow firmly and prayed in his heart, "Don't hit it again. Don't hit it again." Bang. Another shot into the pot. This time, the crowd was boiling. 3 arrows hit in a row. If he hit one more arrow in a row, he would win a boat ticket. Zhu Yuantang looked at Jiang Ning, then at Wu Yunzi next to him, ready to listen to what the other party would say. Wu Yunzi wiped his face. He was sweating. His mentality was a little broken. Yan Chuchen handed him a piece of paper. "Wipe it?" Wu Yunzi wiped the sweat off his forehead again and adjusted his facial expression. He took a deep breath and said, "Haha, I admit that I have a little luck, but luck often backfires." Zhu Chuchu turned Tang Tang's face around and told her not to laugh too arrogantly. Wu Yunzi asserted, "There is no point in saying more. Just watch." In the third round, Yang Sheng was hit by an arrow. She had verified 3 arrows before and finally found the technique. The fourth round began. The audience at the scene was nearly doubled compared to before, and even the drum beats were much more enthusiastic. The old man in tang suit dragged his voice and suddenly said, "Please." Jiang Ning held the arrow, raised his arm, swung it, and the arrow came out and entered the pot. The whole process was done in one go. Zhu Yuantang was so excited that he couldn't help shaking Chuchu. Look, isn't it amazing?" Zhu Chuchu pursed her lips reservedly, and her voice slightly heavier. "Well." Wu Yunzi's expression was completely unstable, and his tone was sour. "Actually, that cruise ship is just average. I've been on better ones than Anshi." Chapter 665. The Wind-Blown Monster. Better? Upon hearing this, Yan Chuchen looked at Wu Yunzi. The sour taste of this sentence was too strong. Her impression of Wu Yunzi dropped instantly. Yan Chuchen had met many people and knew very well that the more difficult the situation, the more it could reflect the truest side of a person. At present, it seems that Wu Zudi can't accept failure. This is not good. Yan Chuchen looked at the pitching pot field. In contrast, Jiang Ning, who was surrounded by cheers, seemed to be indifferent to fame and fortune. It formed a sharp contrast with Wu Yunzi's conceit after his victory. Jiang Ning's temperament of neither arrogance nor impetuous made people feel that he was a hidden talent. Wu Yunzi suddenly found that the senior sister who had been with him since the launch of the Changqing liquid was actually attracted to another boy. She looked at Jiang Ning so seriously and had so many expectations Wu Yunzi couldn't hold it tight. He was unwilling to give up and tried to persuade her, "If you are interested in boats, it's okay. My family happens to have a yacht. I will take you to experience sea fishing during the holidays." Speaking of this, Wu Yunzi smiled. He was back, and his confidence was back. Although he was born in a township, he was not humble. His father almost monopolized the resources of half of the town. How could the famous Wu brothers get their reputation in vain? Yacht girls in school were not so realistic. Even in society, there are many women who don't care about money. If they are not interested in you, let alone yachts, even private jets, they are not interested at all. Yan Chuchen declined. "Forget it. I'm about to take the college entrance examination, and my studies are quite tight." At the same time, she saw through her junior's mind. After hearing this, Wu Yunzi was silent. In the last part of the game of throwing pots, the uncle with the young woman raised the wine glass, smiled and toasted Jiang Ning, and drank it all in one gulp. When it was Yang Sheng's turn, she raised her glass and touched the rim of her glass with Jiang Ning's, saying, "Not bad." Jiang Ning said, "You're not bad either." Yang Sheng was hit by 3 arrows out of 8. If she had been given another chance, she might have taken the spot. Jiang Ning returned to Zhu Yuantang with the boat ticket. The eyes of the people from number 4 middle school were focused on him, especially Wu Yunzi, who looked unhappy. Jiang Ning looked at Tang Tang and Chuchu, then at Yang Sheng, and said, "Let's go. Let's get on the boat. I'll have someone order some dishes." He looked at Yan Chuchen and Wu Yunzi, and Jiang Ning, saw their reactions before. Especially after he got the ticket. Wu Yunzi's weirdness. Jiang Ning barely understood this person. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the rules on how many people can be on the cruise ship were set by him, and he can change it at any time, which means he can kick Wu Yunzi out at any time. So Jiang Ning smiled and said, Senior Yan and Junior Wu, are you going together? Okay. Forget it. Two different answers sounded at the same time. The first one was from Yan Chuchen. She still wanted to go on board and take a look. Besides, she had no grudge against Jiang Ning. On the contrary, she had some admiration for him. The second one was from Wu Yunzi. He was arrogant and proud. How could he be willing to accept the gift from the winner? It would be more painful than killing him. Wu Yunzi said no without thinking. After he finished speaking, he found that Yan Chuchen's answer was different from his. What's the situation? Aren't I a fellow traveler? He was dumbfounded for a moment, and then his face changed drastically. Yan Chuchen actually agreed. Wu Yunzi felt a strong sense of frustration in his heart. Before he could change his mind, Jiang Ning made a decision. Okay, then I wish you a happy time alone. He deliberately emphasized the word alone. After saying this, Jiang Ning said to the others, let's go. It's time to eat at this time. Before leaving, Yan Chuchen looked back at Wu Yunzi. She wanted to invite him, but she knew her identity as a guest. She waved her hand and said, Wu Jr., I wish you a happy time. Wu Yunzi was left alone, standing there all alone. Now, let alone relying on his strength to attract the girl with the bun hairstyle, even his senior sister was snatched away by someone. He looked at the backs of Jiang Ning and his group, and at senior sister Yan wearing the ancient costume he bought. He was extremely angry. Just wait and see. Wu Yunzi made up his mind to form a basketball team as soon as he returned to school to regain his face. Win back Yan Chuchen's heart. Between water and clouds. On the second floor of the riverbank, a group of young boys and girls were toasting each other, full of joy and happiness. After 2 cups of rice wine, coupled with Shang Wan King's charming little eyes, Jiuo Kunnen's Taoism and yo-yo were shaking straight. Oh my god, the junior sister is actually looking at me. Adolescent boys are often bold and have endless energy. They are not afraid of authority and wish to rule the world. But they are also inferior. When they see the girls they like, they dare not even look them in the eye. Jiuo Kunnen looked away and looked at the river view outside. He put on a self-proclaimed handsome face and said, I have been on campus for a long time before. I never thought that life would be so comfortable. Today I know who I am. He thought spontaneously. Then, Jiuo Kunnen said meaningfully, now my only regret is to find a girlfriend in high school. Did you hear that, Junior? I'm hinting at you. Once the topic of gender issues came up, the atmosphere at the dinner table became more lively. Deng Qingfeng said, first of all, you have to be sure what kind of girlfriend you want to find. Jiuo Kunnen's heart was spinning, like a yo-yo, like an ant climbing a tree. The shadow of the past suddenly floated into his mind. Manman, Yang Iron, yeah, and Lingling asked how much sorrow you can have, just like the rippling river surface. Jiuo Kunnen raised his hand and drank a glass of sake. He said, I just want to find a soulmate who matches me. Deng Qingfeng said happily, what is your soul trait? Jiuo Kunnen thought about it and suddenly found that his soul trait was amorous. Fuck, doesn't it mean that I also want to find an amorous woman? The more Jiuo Kunnen thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Even he was afraid of such an amorous woman. For the first time, Jiuo Kunnen began to despise his soul. In contrast, another male classmate in the private room seemed extremely lost. Ji Zuan looked at Deng Xiaozu who was sitting next to Deng Qingfeng. She was his beloved girl, but she was sitting with Deng Qingfeng. The distance between her and him was like a galaxy. Didn't she know how to avoid suspicion? When he thought of Deng Xiaozu's betrayal, he thought of He King Tang who ignored him, and then thought of Zheng Lu who ignored her even more. He became even more depressed for a while. Disheartened, Ji Zuan gave up on himself. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped him, like a ghost walking. He laughed bitterly, haha, I really envy you for still having the ability to love, unlike me, who has lost everything. Jiuo Kunnen was surprised. Brother, have you suffered a blow? Ji Zuan laughed bitterly, haha, I can't believe what women say anymore. No matter what they say, I'm not moved. He muttered to himself again for the sake of misery, not moved. Jiuo Kunnen laughed dryly twice. He had rich experience in misery and saw Ji Zuan's fragility at a glance. Unlike him, he was a man with an invincible heart of Tao. It was originally a happy dinner, but it was ruined by Ji Zuan, who was depressed. Dong Qingfeng thought, this atmosphere is not too hot. He thought about how to adjust the atmosphere, but the current situation could not activate his hidden brain power. At this time, Shang Wanqing suddenly curved her mouth, and she smiled very kindly, like a beautiful girl next door, and the tenderness of a newly married young woman. Shang Wanqing pinched her voice, stared at Ji Zuan with watery eyes, and said tenderly, brother must have been hurt by a girl before, right? Ji Zuan was stared at by such a charming girl, and he answered subconsciously, yes. Shang Wanqing smiled sweetly, brother must be hurt, because he is too kind. Ji Zuan listened to her beautiful voice and suddenly agreed deeply, yes, I'm too kind, and I think too well of others. He thought that his friendship with Deng Xiaozu and others was still as strong as in junior high school. Shang Wanqing tilted her head and bit her lip, brother, there are very few people as good as you now. I haven't met someone as sincere as you for a long time. I want to get to know you. Can you add me on WeChat? Ji Zuan was overjoyed. It was simply a loss in the east and a gain in the west. In terms of appearance, Shang Wanqing is much better than Deng Xiaozu, he said enthusiastically. He quickly took out his mobile phone and was so happy. I'll add you. Meng Xian? Wasn't he unmoved? Jiao Kunan was surprised. The schoolgirl is so nice, so considerate. Dong Qingfeng's eyes converged. This girl is not easy to mess with. Shang Wanqing comforted him, and the ghosts around Ji Zuan were dispelled, and he became active again. Everyone was a high school student, and there were smart people like Dong Qingfeng and Shang Wanqing at the dinner table, so everyone was having a good time. Everyone talked about the Changqing Liquid Launch Conference, the classmates who stayed in the classroom to study, the New Year's Day school party, the celebrities of each grade, and the unrestrained things around them, but they didn't talk about the real house and car. Hey, this mango rice is delicious, such a big piece, and the rice is also sticky. Meng Xian's eyes were bright. The cooked glutinous rice is white, and it contrasts with the golden mango flesh, which is mouth-watering. She had never eaten it before. Dong Qingfeng introduced, this dessert is a traditional delicacy of a Luo country. It appeared several centuries ago, and is very popular. He stood up, picked up the small bowl next to him, poured a spoonful of coconut milk, and evenly poured it on the surface of mango sticky rice. When the coconut milk penetrated into the rice, Dong Qingfeng said, try it again. Meng Xian was even more surprised. The taste is better, fragrant and sweet. Dong Qingfeng smiled elegantly. Yes, coconut milk will enrich the taste of this dessert, but you can't eat too much, otherwise you will be greasy. Everyone, come a little. As he said, he served a small bowl to Shang Wanqing and Deng Xiaozu. As for the boys, Dong Qingfeng didn't have time to serve them. At the dinner, Huang Yasu ate awkwardly, while Jiao Kunan watched him add points crazily. Ji Zuan found that his new schoolmate had a good chat with Dong Qingfeng. She was smiling, but not for him. A rose that doesn't bloom for itself is better not to bloom. But he couldn't stop that rose. Jiao Kunan couldn't stand it anymore. He also wanted to perform. Dong Qingfeng took advantage of the short break to send a photo of mango sticky rice to Yang Sheng. This Luoguo delicacy is well made, but it's a pity that you didn't come. How about I pack a portion for you later? At this time, the waiter pushed open the door and took a plate of fruit slices off the plate. Jiao Kunan immediately observed and found that this fruit slice was different from the usual fruit slices. It was placed in a rattan basket and then placed on the plate. At this moment, Jiao Kunan recalled the famous dishes he heard from his grandfather when he was a child. There were noodles made of fish and containers made of noodles. Therefore, he knew from a young age that noodles were a very magical food. And the basket in front of him, looking at its color, is exactly the same as the famous dishes in his memory. Jiao Kunan suddenly had an idea and finally had room for him to play. Today, I, Lao Jiao, will use my talent to defeat my opponent. Jiao Kunan pointed to the rattan basket and said, do you know that this basket is made of noodles and can be eaten? Dong Qingfeng was puzzled. Why didn't he know it was okay? Meng Xian, really? I don't think the colors are similar. Seeing someone questioning, Jiang Ning smiled mysteriously. This is a noodles fried with caramel, so it has this color. Jiang was also a little skeptical at first, but he changed his mind and thought that, since someone came out to compete with Jiang Ning, it would be a good opportunity to kill the other party's spirit. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one must be injured. He decisively favored Jiang Ning, the weaker party, and Jiang gave him a buff. Indeed, I have heard of similar dishes. Brother Ning is right. Not only did he support Jiang Ning verbally, he also stretched out his chopsticks and picked up the noodles from the basket to support him with his actions. After picking up the noodles for half a minute, Jiang's hands were numb from exhaustion, and he just couldn't pick up a piece of noodles. Jiang Ning said, "Yazhu, bring the scissors." Huang Yazhu quickly took out a pair of scissors from his bag. Jiang's forehead tightened, and he thought to himself, "Fuck, you knew there were scissors. Why didn't you take them out earlier?" Jiang Ning stood up, took the scissors, and click, cut off a small piece from the basket of noodles. Jiang Ning adhered to etiquette. "Brother, please." Jiang chewed the noodles, and everyone at the table stared at him. Jiang Ning asked tentatively, "How does it taste?" Jiang took 2 more bites and said, "It's quite chewy." Jiang Ning frowned. "Is there a possibility?" Jiang Ning interrupted, "Maybe it has a taste similar to gluten." As he said, he ate a piece himself and smacked his lips. Jiang asked, "How is it?" "It seems nothing indeed. It has no taste." Jiang Ning felt something was wrong, but if he admitted it now, wouldn't it mean that he has lost face? Jiang Ning insisted, "It smells good, really good. This dish has reached the realm of returning to its original simplicity." Jiang didn't want Jiang Ning to be the only one to take the cake. He bit the noodles so hard that his face became hideous. He praised loudly, "It smells good, really good." Everyone watched them eating the basket. The atmosphere in the private room was suffocating. Suddenly, the waiter pushed the door open. Jiang Ning pointed at the fruit basket and asked, "Can this basket be eaten?" The waiter, "No, it's just an ordinary basket. P.S. There are 0.75 chapters to come. Chapter 666 Don't be afraid." The dinner was over. Jiang Ning found a tea house along the street on the 2nd floor. He and Meng Xian played Go and drank tea. What a great time. Jiang Ning recalled the lunch. It was really too enjoyable. When it comes to getting along with girls, no one can surpass him. The only regret may be that Yang Sheng didn't come. He drew his sword and looked around, feeling lost. Who in this world can compete with me? Jiang Ning, are you going to report your program on New Year's Day? The preliminary selection should be coming soon. Meng Xian asked. She felt that Jiang Ning must be very capable. Jiang Ning recalled the New Year's Eve party in his class last year, the scene of demons and monsters dancing wildly. After careful consideration, he said, "Forget it, I still won't make a fool of myself." Meng Xian thought he was being modest and said, "Not going? That's a school level event." Jiang Ning is not going. He is just afraid that he can't compete with other students in the class. Jiang Ning's magic, Bei Yuxia's dance, Huang Zhengfei's solo, Wu Zioka's original basketball dance, Wang Langlang's space walk, which one can he beat? Jiang Ning looked calm, with the decency of an adult. Let's give the opportunity to others. Meng Xian did not participate in the New Year's Eve party of class 8, and did not know the specific situation. At this time, she only felt that he was so capable, but so low-key. Unlike Kao-kun, who always likes to do everything to get the limelight. So, her favorability increased again. Meng Xian sincerely believes that, if Jiang Ning is not a little fickle, he is simply a perfect match. Jiang Ning saw that the snack plate next to him was almost empty, so he added some snacks and poured Meng Xian a cup of sweet tea. He exchanged 20 tickets today and spent 2,000 yuan. This amount of money has already made Jiang Ning feel stressed. However, it was his parents' money, so Jiang Ning felt good. People live their lives to the fullest. This is a view that Jiang Ning believes in. The more they talked, the more satisfied Meng Xian was with Jiang Ning. He was handsome, generous, enthusiastic, and cheerful, and most importantly, he understood her very well. In the past, when Meng Xian was with Kao-kun, she would get angry when she was occasionally wronged, and then asked Kao-kun to guess why she was angry. Kao-kun always guessed wrong. 10 points were deducted. However, when she was with Dong Qingfeng, she would not get angry at all. A man who truly loves you will not let you get angry. Dong Qingfeng's behavior confirmed the view she believed in, so she gave Dong Qingfeng 2 more points in her heart. Dong Qingfeng pressed down the chess piece and looked out the window as usual. At just one glance, Dong Qingfeng was struck by lightning. He saw that on the river surface that seemed to have flowed for thousands of years, an antique cruise ship gently passed by, causing a circle of ripples. On the boat, a beautiful scene unfolded like a scroll. The ladies were graceful. They stood by the railing, sat quietly playing the piano, or ate snacks with puffed cheeks. Among them, a young man in white stood tall, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and his temperament was extraordinary. They were Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng. Zhu Chachu looked away until the lantern on the bow disappeared from his sight. It was not until the 3 words Dong Qingfeng sounded that he came back to his senses and looked at Meng Xian. Meng Xian noticed Dong Qingfeng's abnormality. She turned around and looked out the window and saw only the bustling crowd in the ancient street. Meng Xian looked at Dong Qingfeng again, ready to have some in-depth chats. Only by talking deeply enough and finding resonance that touches the soul can the relationship between people be truly sublimated and become solid. Meng Xian picked up the teacup elegantly with 2 fingers. She hesitated and said, "There are some things I don't know whether I should say." Dong Qingfeng was extremely sad. No wonder Yang Sheng and Jiang Ning didn't come to his dinner party. It turned out that they were having dinner together. Meng Xian said, "I always thought you were a very optimistic person, a natural optimist, and a bohemian Sagittarius. But, the scene of the ancient street you looked at the window just now made me feel that my idea seemed to be wrong." At that moment, there was a lot of sadness in your eyes. Maybe, you, who are born optimistic, have also had a very sad time before. The room was very quiet, Meng Xian's tone was low, and in this silence, there was an irresistible attraction. Dong Qingfeng, yes, I'm very sad. Meng Xian showed a clear expression, which contained a trace of heartache. Have you heard of that story? A man went to see a doctor, and said he was very sad. The doctor told him that we have the funniest clown here, and he should be able to cure your sadness. Dong Qingfeng was so heartbroken that he said, "Doctor, I'm that clown." Night fell. The underground ancient street set up by Chang Qingai is supported by Jiang Ning's formation, so although it is located underground, it is much more comfortable than staying in an air-conditioned room in terms of physical sensation. So much so that after 9 o'clock in the evening, the ancient street was still very prosperous, and many tourists with admission tickets came here to visit. It's time to go home. Zhu Yuantang held a candid pause. She had lunch on the cruise ship at noon, went to the bank to play dice in the afternoon, watched people fighting crickets, went to the opera troupe in the evening, and then had tea and snacks in the evening. It was a perfect day. Zhu Yuantang stayed by Jiang Ning's side. She changed her cowardice of going out on the street and her fear of the world. She was now jumping around. The white hem of the hanfu swung out an elegant and calm rhythm with her steps. The 2 buns on the bun were like 2 small animals jumping on her head. Jiang Ning, how do we go home? Zhu Yuantang asked. The ancient street is so far away from the river dam. After lunch, Chachu hurried back to school. She was in that Tsinghua and Peking University class in number 2 middle school, and her studies were very tight. Jiang Ning, it's okay. I contacted the staff, and they lent us an electric bike. Zhu Yuantang, is it so good? Jiang Ning, we are distinguished invitation users. Zhu Yuantang pinched her hanfu. You have to change this dress. People wearing hanfu can be seen everywhere in the ancient street, but if Zhu Yuantang wore it outside, it would attract too much attention and she would still be embarrassed. Go to the cloth shop to change, she said. Jiang Ning looked down at her petite body and teased. The overlord has taken off his armor and returned to the countryside. Zhu Yuantang immediately straightened his chest and raised his head. It's obviously Milan returning home. Jiang Ning, great. Zhu Yuantang grabbed his clothes and swayed while walking. Her small smile was dazzlingly sweet. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ning's electric car drove to the asphalt road of Heba. It was already very chilly in Anhui province in December. Zhu Yuantang used to be in junior high school. Every winter after school, she would always curl up behind her mother to resist the invasion of the cold wind. Just like this, day after day, year after year. Now she is in high school, but the person who shields her from the cold wind has changed to Jiang Ning. Occasionally, Zhu Yuantang would wonder, if Jiang Ning hadn't come to Heba to rent a house, how would she face this journey? As soon as she thought of this consequence, she quickly drove all the complicated thoughts away from her mind. No, he said he would always be with me. Zhu Yuantang pressed her body close to him and grinned happily. She pressed her body close, and her little face was also pressed tightly, leaving only one bright eye, curiously looking at Heba. With a casual glance, she saw a figure in white standing quietly by the river behind the bare trees, with his back to her, looking very strange. Zhu Yuantang's heart suddenly tightened, and she was horrified. Her voice trembled. Jiang Ning, look at the river. Yeah. Did you see it? Zhu Yuantang asked timidly. She assured that it was definitely not an illusion, but a figure in white. Her heart was pounding. What is that? Jiang Ning said calmly, it's just a ghost, don't pay attention to it. Will you ask Chachu to play games when you get home? Zhu Yuantang. Ah. She was stunned. That's a ghost. Jiang Ning's consciousness had already scanned it and knew that it was not a ghost, but a lonely fisherman. Jiang Ning, don't be afraid. It was 9:30 in the evening. The school bell rang, which was only for the first and second grade students of number 4 middle school. As for the third grade, there was still an evening self-study. Shan Kaikwan stood up and stretched his body and said with emotion, it's a bit hard to bear the thought that there is still one evening self-study session in the third year of high school. I don't know if we can stand it when we are in the third year of high school. Ma Shicheng, look at the bright side. Maybe when we are in the third year of high school, there will still be 3 evening self-study sessions. Shan Kaikwan laughed twice. Wang Lang said, Brother Quan, are you really not going? Today, Ma Shicheng took care of the brothers and specially found a few training orders. Not only can he play games with the brothers, but he can also make some money. Shan Kaikwan shook his head. If you really need people, Brother Ma said a word and I will definitely help. As for making money, I don't need it for the time being. Staying up all night is too harmful to the body. Shan Kaikwan insisted on exercising every day and didn't want to fall behind. It's okay, we'll do it together next time. Ma Shicheng expressed his understanding. He turned to look at the other classmates. Wang Lang could only stay in the internet cafe for a while and had to go home to sleep. His parents were still at home. As for Cuiu, he was a man who could watch movies all night, and playing games all night was no problem at all. Meng Jiui was no less capable. After Hu Jian prepared to stay up all night, he used a weak face to win the sympathy of the young woman in the barber shop. Mio Zhe was going to go too, but recently, he needed beauty sleep. Several people gathered together in a mighty manner, attracting attention. Che Wei and Kai Li in the front row. Wang Yang knew their small circle in the back row, and they had different reactions after seeing this scene. Che Wei thought it was rubbish, and he beat a group of people by himself. Kai Li now has a partner Song Sheng who lifts weights together, so he is not alone. Wang Yang didn't pay much attention. He had something to do with Li Shi recently, but she didn't come to school. What happened? Ma Shicheng and others gathered and set foot on the main road of the campus. When adolescent boys gather together, their courage doubles. Girls who usually dare not look at them now dare to keep staring at them. Cuiu stared at a girl with classical looks standing under the street light without blinking. She is Zhao Jinglan, a little internet celebrity in Tiba from number 4 middle school. Meng Jiui nudged him. Yuzi, stop looking, or people will think you're a pervert. Cuiu, am I not a pervert? Wang Lang, Brother Gui, you are confused. Brother Yu is a pervert. Chapter 667 Exclusive Thugs. After leaving the school gate, according to the usual habit, Ma Shicheng and his friends should have turned right and stepped into the UK internet cafe. However, the situation has been very tense recently. The Dean of Academic Affairs, Mr. Yan, led people to investigate a wave of illegal internet cafes outside the school. Unfortunately, the UK store was exposed and was forced to temporarily withdraw the internet cafe business. Crossroads. CUIU examined the sign of Zengd restaurant. He asked, "Brother Ma, our new base?" "Ma Shicheng, for now." "Wang Lang Long, Zengd Internet Cafe, what a good name." Several people walked into the restaurant. The boss was a short old man. He politely led them to the backyard and then opened one of the rooms. There were 4 computers in the room, and there was a flat bed next to it. "Let's get started, let's get started." CUIU rubbed his hands with the fighting skills taught by Brother Ma. He is now a quasi-diamond level master. "No hurry, no hurry, eat the cake first." Meng Gui took a big bite of the crumbly cake and took a sip of pearl milk tea. "It smells so good." After high school evening self-study, dragging a hungry stomach and eating the snacks you like is one of the greatest happiness in life. While eating, Ma Shicheng arranged, "Brother Yu, Brother Gui, Brother Jun, today the 3 of you will lead 2 bosses to fight. Is that okay? Some bosses only need you to log into their account and help them upgrade, while some bosses have more things to do and want you to help them get points. Usually, the price given by the latter boss is often higher, because this belongs to the category of playing with you." CUIU is very confident. The boss is only in the silver rank, and I, quasi-diamond, am here, so why don't I kill him randomly? The quasi-diamond players in S4 still have a certain gold content, and in this era, there are far fewer fish frying trumpets than in later generations. Well, although CUIU is a quasi-diamond, in terms of game strength, he is already the strongest master among the brothers except for Brother Ma. CUIU volunteered, "It's no problem for me to lead a boss myself." In addition, he logged in with the boss's account, so he could earn 2 shares of money in one game, which was very cool. Ma Shicheng thought about it. CUIU was an extrovert and didn't like to hide under the tower when playing games. He was the kind of person who liked to show off his skills, although he was a little stretched in the diamond show and was easily restricted by others. But the lower the game, the more CUIU could hit hard. Ma Shicheng said, "When you lead the boss to play, you must not only get a high rank, but also make the boss play comfortably." CUIU, hey, everyone knows my emotional intelligence. Although CUIU was usually not in tune, he was indeed serious enough when it came to making money. "Okay." Ma Shicheng asked him to try, and he said to Meng Gui and Hu Jun, "You 2 lead a boss and try it in the silver game." As for Ma Shicheng, he was a king, and he had reached the king smoothly all the way, so he directly chose the diamond game, which had a high order value. Ma Shicheng decided to lead 2 bosses to play alone, and for the sake of stability, he sent a message, "Jiang Ning, do you want to play?" Heba. After Zhu Yuantang finished washing up, she ran to Jiang Ning's bedroom in her nightgown, while her mother was not paying attention. As soon as she entered the bedroom, Zhu Yuantang found Jiang Ning holding a laptop and watching a video on the sofa. "Jiang Ning, why aren't you playing on the desktop?" she asked. "Aren't you here?" Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang, ha ha ha. Then she sat on her throne with a thick skin. "Chu Chu won't come today. She has to study at home." Zhu Yuantang said. In fact, Chu Chu wanted to come, but Zhu Yuantang noticed that Aunt Tua was vaguely unhappy, as if she didn't want Chu Chu to play games all the time. When Zhu Yuantang went to Chu Chu's house to play with her when she was a child, she also encountered a trace of displeasure in Aunt Tua's eyes. After all, no one wants their daughter to go out and fool around every day. But Zhu Yuantang was thick-skinned when he was a child, pretending not to see it, and kept looking for Chu Chu, which made Aunt Tua speechless. It's just that, when he grew up a little bit, due to family reasons and the unique sensitivity of children from poor families, Zhu Yuantang looked for her less and less. Jiang Ning had divine sense to observe, and understood more clearly than Tang Tang. He had even seen the conversation in which Aunt Tua asked Zhu Chuchu to be more careful. He looked at Tang Tang, who pretended to be normal and knew the little girl's in a loss, so he said, "It's okay, let's play games together." Okay. Zhu Yuantang's eyes brightened instantly. She was so happy. Jiang Ning hadn't played games with her for a while. He was either browsing his phone or fiddling with his wood and stones. Sometimes, he just sat on the sofa and was in a daze. Whenever that happened, Zhu Yuantang felt that he seemed to be far away from her all of a sudden. She just wanted to play with Jiang Ning, even if she had to eat less snacks. Jiang Ning said, "Let's play lol. I'll use the laptop, and you'll be responsible for protecting me." Zhu Yuantang immediately straightened her chest and raised her head. "I'll go through fire and water, and I have no choice but to do it. Whoever bullies you later, I'll beat him up." She really wanted to protect Jiang Ning in the game to repay his kindness. Jiang Ning, wait a moment, before starting the game. He turned to the chat page with his cousin and copied the game account password sent by Jiang Junlang to Zhu Yuantang. Taking this opportunity, Zhu Yuantang poured 2 cups of boiled water and took out a pack of biscuits. She said, "My mother bought milk biscuits. They are delicious." Then, she gave half to Jiang Ning, sharing the blessing. After logging in, Ma Shichen privately chatted with him. "Who is the other person? Is he your friend?" Jiang Ning said, "Zhu Yuantang." Ma Shichen recalled that in class, he often saw Zhu Yuantang holding a mobile phone to play games. He guessed that Zhu Yuantang might know lol, but he didn't expect that she was actually in the Diamond 5 rank. She is so good at studying and playing games. It's amazing. "Okay, bosses, log in." Ma Shichen sent a message to the other 2 bosses. "I'll state in advance that my price is already the lowest, and I'm only responsible for gaining points." The 2 bosses are a pair of sisters, both of whom are at the gold and silver levels. Now they want to experience the world of the diamond game, because it is easy to be defeated by others, and Ma Shichen can't be distracted anymore. After logging in, Jiang Ning chose the most hated Teemo to play in the top lane, and Zhu Yuantang played the jungle blind monk. The sisters played a pair of bottom lanes, Jinx and Janna. Ma Shichen went to the middle lane, and his favorite hero was Yasuo. At the beginning of the game, the opponent's Fizz sent a string of numbers. Agent 7178. Ma Shichen had a headache and typed in the game. "The opponent may be a power leveler. Everyone pay attention." Jiang Ning controlled Teemo and jumped to the top lane. The opponent's top lane was Master Yi, and Jiang Ning went up and beat him. Master Yi drank the red potion bottle, swallowed his anger, and finally reached level 2. After reaching level 2, he immediately jumped up to fight back. Jiang Ning swiped the touchpad to retreat. The Master Yi was ready to kill him, but Teemo ran away slowly. The Master Yi was helpless and furious. Coward. He was annoyed when he saw Teemo. There is a saying that team fights can be lost, but Teemo must die. Ma Shichen was clearing soldiers in the middle lane, observing the whole scene at the same time, stabilizing the morale of the troops. "Everyone, be steady, wait for me." As a result, not long after, the sisters in the bottom lane gave away 2 blood. The jungler dragon lady on the opposite side who killed 2 people. Generator 8398. Ma Shichen frowned. This game was not easy to play. The opponent actually had 2 generators, especially the Fizz in the middle lane, who restrained his Yasuo. For a while, he couldn't gain an advantage. Seeing this, the Master Yi in the top lane became even more arrogant. "Teemo, come out and practice." Jiang Ning slowly slid the touchpad and typed a line of words. "Kill him." Zhu Yuantang typed with Lee Sin. 1. She ran to the top lane and Q came up to kill the Master Yi. The Fizz in the middle lane said, "Your weapon is a bit disgusting." Jiang Ning typed, "So much nonsense, get rid of him." Zhu Yuantang ran to the middle lane again and used Q to kill Fizz. Ma Shichen's Yasuo didn't even use his ultimate. He was shocked. Is this diamond level? The opposing jungler, Dragon Lady, was a booster who was at the king level herself and had taken 2 kills in the bottom lane, so she was very arrogant. The Lee Sin is so arrogant. Come to the jungle to fight. Don't be scared if you have the guts. He was provoking her, and he also had some tricks. The Lee Sin's mobility was greater than that of Dragon Lady, and the Lee Sin focused on catching people. If he came to the jungle for park, he would be limiting the Lee Sin's ability to catch people. As long as he didn't give away kills, he would make a profit. Jiang Ning, get rid of the jungler. Zhu Yuantang. 1. They met in the jungle. Dragon Lady, as long as I can dodge his Q, I can fuck. How did she predict my prediction? Dragon Lady was killed. Zhu Yuantang's Lee Sin got 3 heads at the beginning and took off directly. Then Ma Shichen saw that Jiang Ning was like the king of hell. Whoever he clicked, Zhu Yuantang would kill. Master Yi was killed as soon as he left the high ground because he was too arrogant. Jiang Ning stood beside the line of soldiers and asked him, "Why can't I wait for you to come to the line?" Master Yi sent a string of the power leveling. Fizz couldn't stand it and was filled with righteous indignation. What's the point of relying on others? If you have the ability, rely on yourself. Jiang Ning, you know what I'm going to say. Zhu Yuantang. 1. Fizz died. This game was just like the King of Hell calling the shots, calling the life and death book. Until the end of the game, Ma Shichen looked at his 0-0-3 record and suddenly woke up. Fuck, I'm a power leveling player. How come I was carried away by others? He never expected that Zhu Yuantang's game skills were so terrifying. This was a serious diamond game. Moreover, the opponent had a king power leveling player with similar skills to him. Ma Shichen couldn't believe it for a while. Until the questions icon in the lower right corner flashed. The boss's sister chatted privately. "Brother, can you be like the blind monk in the next game? Whoever I point at, you kill, and I will give you more money, okay?" Ma Shichen said bitterly. "Sister, I can't do it." The game ended beautifully. Jiang Ning, too amazing, killing gods and gods, invincible, a gaming genius that only appears once in a century. Zhu Yuantang's mouth corners raised, showing a joyful arc. This is why she likes playing games with Jiang Ning. He always praises herself in different ways. Unlike Chachu, no matter what operation she made, Chachu was always indifferent, and the feedback was not strong, almost equivalent to no feedback. Often made Zhu Yuantang bored. Now Zhu Yuantang was so happy, her eyes were full of joy, but she still kept a straight face and said modestly, "It's just so-so, you are the one who commands well." Jiang Ning, no, I just talked, you were the one who operated. Zhu Yuantang pushed back, then, let's split the credit 50-50. Jiang Ning accepted it reluctantly. Okay. Zhu Yuantang took the opportunity to say, "Since I'm giving you half of the credit, can you also give me half of the cookies?" She looked eagerly. Jiang Ning, he scanned Zhu Yuantang's cookies with his spiritual sense and found that she had almost eaten them all, and he had only touched a few. No wonder she was so modest. It turned out that she had a plan for him. However, thinking of how he exploited Tang Tang to play for him every day to make money, Jiang Ning simply gave 2 cookies to Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang was very satisfied with just 2 cookies. She can still kill a lot. Played another game. The sister had something to do, so there was no game for the time being. Wang Lang said, "Brother Ma, I should go home, otherwise my parents will definitely worry." "Okay, be careful on the way." Ma Shichen took advantage of the break to watch the brothers battle record. Meng Jiui and Hu Jun led 2-1, and the silver game went smoothly. Ma Shichen was relieved that they could handle it on their own. He stood behind Cuiu again. Cuiu played Spider, a snowball hero. After a few minutes of the start, the record was already 4-1, but the total record of both sides was 4-3. Ma Shichen watched silently without saying a word. While Cuiu was clearing the jungle, he typed, "Annie, what's wrong with you? Don't you know how to support after clearing the line? If you had come to the jungle just now, the 2 opponents would have died, and I wouldn't have died." After scolding the middle lane, Cuiu turned around and said to the boss of the bottom lane, the nurse Soraka, "Wait a minute in the bottom lane, I will help you avenge after I finish the jungle." Ma Shichen watched for a while and felt that Cuiu scolded people, but he was still more reliable in defending the boss. Cuiu ran to the bottom lane and killed the policewoman and robot on the opposite side, and the record became 6-1. Ma Shichen said, "There is a chance to become a god." Cuiu skillfully operated the spider. "Now the snowball is rolling. I will kill anyone I see." He did not forget to type to protect the nurse boss. "Come on, give me some milk." "That's awesome. I'm leaving now." Cuiu ran to the opposite jungle to brush, and then found that Annie in the middle lane was dead again. He typed and scolded, "What are you doing in the middle lane? It's useless. Sister, don't play games. Go to the factory and work on the sewing machine." Cuiu, "Look at what the nurse is doing. It's 100 times better than you." CUIU often pulls and steps on the middle lane to create a game experience for the nurse boss, so that she can feel the careful care of the power leveling. In the middle stage, the middle lane gathered and prepared to fight. CUIU hit the blue buff, and halfway through, he shouted, "Boss, come and get the blue." As a result, the Damani in the middle lane wanted to run over to grab the blue. CUIU started to scold again. "No, I asked my boss to come and get the blue buff. Why are you, Annie, here to join in the fun?" Soraka, "Boss, me." CUIU, "Yes, come here quickly." Soraka, "But I'm playing solo." CUIU, "Then who is the boss?" Marshichan was fucking confused. At this time, Annie, you scolded your boss for the whole game. CUIU, "Ah, didn't you want to play the nanny?" Annie, "I didn't get it." CUIU turned to look at Brother Ma. His attitude was cautious. "Brother Ma, how can I save the situation? PS, there is another 0.75 chapters to come. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, Just a Feint. On Tuesday, after the morning self-study, Jiang Ning strolled along the main road of the campus alone. In his previous life, he transferred to Yutao No. 4 Middle School. He always had a sense of urgency, frustration of not being recognized by the girl he liked, and anxiety of not being able to improve his academic performance. He felt powerless and inferior to the excellent students in his class. He also had a kind of resentment that came with his poor background. In fact, not only in high school, but also after entering college and society, impetuousness and resentment always filled his heart. It drove him forward in confusion, busy with life or busy with death. It was not until he practiced that technique that he lost that sense of urgency, and the resentment that followed him like a shadow because of his poor background also disappeared. Now that he has come back, although he has gradually regained many emotions, for him, except for life and death, other things in the world are ultimately much more indifferent. He is more numb than ordinary people. Many things that ordinary people care about, such as dignity, vanity, and even shame, Jiang Ning often cannot produce emotions that match them. However, being able to realize this also shows that his worldly behavior has indeed worked. At least I'm aware of it. Thinking of something, Jiang Ning smiled. Some time ago, Chen Xiao complained that 6 walnuts was a complete lie. She drank a can every day, but still didn't get smarter. She also extended it to the melatonin when she was a child, saying that she took melatonin every day, but still didn't get smarter. The advertisements on TV are all lies. Bayuxia told her, "Look, you can realize this. Isn't it proof that you have become smarter?" Borrowing Bayuxia's words, Jiang Ning thought with a smile, at least he has realized his lack of emotions. Jiang Ning walked to the UK store and took a can of Coke from the refrigerator. He handed over a 50 yuan bill. This was given to him by Ma Shicheng this morning, claiming that he played games last night as a substitute player and he should have a share. Jiang Ning accepted it and also reminded him not to tell Zhu Yuantang about the substitute player. For high school students in small cities in 2014, 50 yuan was still a good purchase. Jiang Ning thought, I will spend 5 yuan to buy Tang Tang a cup of top grade double skim milk. She will be very happy again. Maybe she will even feel that she owes him. He held the Coke. It was early winter, and the refrigerator in the store was not turned on, so the Coke was not cold enough. Jiang Ning held the Coke, and a cold breath burst out from his palm, and the Coke in the can quickly condensed into ice cubes. Jiang Ning opened the can, and the cold and refreshing Coke made him a little happier. He sat on the bench at the door of the store, looking at the students coming and going. A few high school freshmen who were surfing the internet nearby were talking about games with great interest. I'm playing a mobile game similar to CF recently. It's so cool. What game? Crowdfire. The chat between several people brought back Jiang Ning's memories. He also played this game, which was later renamed Crowd Assault. In the past 2 years, after the release of Xiantian QPO, the games of several Tencent studios have attracted special attention. People have speculated when Speed Racing, CF, LOL, and Dungeon will be moved to the mobile platform. He drank ice cola and listened quietly to the conversation of several people. Jiang Ning used to be one of such people. At the same time, in the east corridor of Class 8, Wang Yang looked at his mobile phone with an excited look. Li Shi has finished her work and finally came to school. When mentioning Li Shi, Zhuang Jian, whose face changed slightly. He came to Yazhou for more than a year, and only the incident the day before yesterday made him feel unsatisfactory. In Ansheng, only the Kid King and the compound made him feel so depressed. Lin Zeta was silent and sighed in his heart. It was difficult to find a classmate who talked about hosting in number 4 middle school. After Li Shi and Zhuang Jianhu's quarrel, he was not easy to get along with Jiang Ning, a half-friend. Wang Yang said hurriedly. She got off the car. I'll go to the door to greet her. As he said, he hurried down the stairs. Although Wang Yang was born in Yazhou compound, he was from the lowest class. His parents had only managed to get a small official position until now. Under the influence of his parents, Wang Yang knew that Li Shi's family was not in the same field as his, but every time a new leader took office, he would often visit Li Shi's parents. Wang Yang wanted to get along well with Li Shi. He ran downstairs and turned back to look at the balcony on the second floor. Cuiyu and others were talking about the country. Wang Yang shook his head secretly. His peers were still in a daze, but he had already seen the real side of society. Wang Yang had a refreshing feeling of being sober, while everyone else was drunk. However, Wang Yang would get along well with his classmates on the surface. It was all about connections. Maybe one day, someone will fly to the top and become a phoenix. Wang Yang walked quickly towards the school gate. Outside the UK small shop, the young boss Wei Ziyuan heard a few junior students discussing, and he said, games are games after all. Have you heard that Changqing Liquid has a shooting range? Several younger students who were chatting enthusiastically looked at Wei Ziyuan. Wei Ziyuan is tall, handsome, and has good grades, so his mental outlook is qualitatively different from that of several juniors who are addicted to games. Little boss, is this true? The juniors are okay at playing games, but they have never fantasized about those real things. After all, they are still very far from reality. Wei Ziyuan pretended. A friend of mine said so. The juniors didn't believe it and cast questioning eyes. Wei Ziyuan looked at Jiang Ning sitting on the bench and felt familiar. Isn't this Jiang Ning, the second in the grade? He asked casually. Brother, did you go to the Changqing Liquid conference? Did you win the spot in the shooting range? Jiang Ning, yes. Wei Ziyuan was stunned for a moment. Did you really go? Jiang Ning, of course. Wei Ziyuan, can you tell me what it's like to shoot a gun? The juniors saw that there was actually a big brother next to them, and they all became interested. They play shooting games every day, and they must be longing for the shooting range in their hearts. Brother, how do you feel about the field compared to the game? If I'm good at CF, will it help me with shooting? A junior with a flat head asked in a familiar manner. It can be seen that he is very naive. Another chubby junior asked, brother, do you feel like you are holding a sharp weapon and have a murderous heart? Another junior student was curious. I heard that real guns can make people feel awe. The feel of it? Jiang Ning pondered for a few seconds. Then he raised his hand in the air, slightly bent his fingers, and made a gun gesture. Wei Ziyuan and the junior students all paid attention, waiting for him to speak. At this time, Wang Yang had just walked out of the school gate. He was looking for Li Shi's figure and happened to see the gesture made by Jiang Ning. Wang Yang didn't pay much attention, thinking he was joking. He was more than 10 meters ahead. Li Shi was wearing a luxury coat. Her expression was much more restrained than the previous 2 days, like the surface of a lake after a storm. The doctor originally asked her to rest for 2 more days, but Li Shi refused. She was not that fragile. She had been superior since she was a child, and she did not become devastated by this blow. She was much stronger than others imagined. When Li Shi thought of the name Jiang Ning, she felt complicated, and there was a hidden haze. She would not give in. Although her steps were heavy, each step was firm and powerful. The brand name coat made her graceful and elegant, attracting the attention of the students around her. Many male students secretly looked at her and were intimidated by her aura. Until, at a certain moment, Li Shi's eyes caught Jiang Ning inadvertently. He was sitting on a bench, making a gesture with his hand, a familiar and frightening gesture. In an instant, Li Shi's heart twitched violently, and she seemed to have returned to the moment when she was covered by the muzzle of a gun that day. The gesture gradually turned into the shadow of a gun in her eyes. The shadow was as huge as a mountain, pointing directly at her heart. In front of the gun, she was extremely small and weak. Fear drained all her courage. Li Shi's back was cold and her face was pale. She couldn't even scream, and could only look at Jiang Ning in horror. The next second, Wang Yang noticed Li Shi and shouted, "Sister Li, here, here." Driven by the instinct to escape, Li Shi turned around and ran, quickly disappearing from Wang Yang's sight. She ran all the way to the intersection, and then she stopped, her throat dry. Wang Yang stood still. What happened to Sister Li? Li Shi's movements attracted the attention of the crowd, and they talked a lot. Jiang Ning naturally withdrew his hand and said, "I don't know the feeling, but did you notice the girl just now?" Wei Ziyuan was surprised. "I saw it. She was very abnormal." Jiang Ning stood up. He took a sip of coke and said with a smile, "That's the reaction of being pointed at by a gun." After that, Jiang Ning walked down the stairs. As he walked, he threw the can casually, and it flew over more than 10 meters, and flew into the roadside trash can with a bang. Then he walked away. Wei Ziyuan, damn it, in Chinese, there is a metaphor of using objects to describe people, and you can even use people to show off. A few minutes later, Wang Yang returned to the east balcony of class 8. Lin Zida saw him coming back alone and wondered, "Didn't you get Li Shi?" Wang Yangxin had just hurried downstairs, so he must have received a message from Li Shi. Wang Yang looked depressed, and he still couldn't figure out why Li Shi was so abnormal. He also saw the panic on Li Shi's face at that time. In his memory, Li Shi was always proud and incomparable, like a phoenix. "I saw her at the school gate, and then." Wang Yang described the scene just now. Zhuang Jian who interrupted, "Did you see Jiang Ning?" Lin Zida's face also changed. Wang Yang was puzzled. "Yes, is there something wrong with him?" Compared with Wang Yang who didn't know the cause and effect, Lin Zida and Zhuang Jian who looked at each other and saw the caution in each other's eyes. Zhuang Jian who thought to himself, "This is the second time. Doesn't he fear Li Shi's revenge at all?" Lin Zida recalled the warning from Xuan's cousin. The two had different thoughts, but Wang Yang couldn't figure it out. But seeing the reactions of Lin and Zhuang, it seemed that Li Shi's abnormality was related to Jiang Ning. At this time, Jiang Ning climbed onto the balcony, and Lin and Zhuang looked at the same time. Seeing this, Jiang Ning nodded slightly, and then walked past this place. Zhuang Jian who looked unnatural. He was planning to plot against Jiang Ning the day before yesterday, but after all his efforts, Jiang Ning didn't take him seriously. Lin Zida sighed in his heart and patted Zhuang Jian who on the shoulder. "Let's just stop it." Chapter 669, A Little Dispute. Jiang Ning walked into the classroom and found that a heated debate was going on in the aisle next to the podium. Song Sheng chuckled, "Don't praise chicken breast. I tell you, chicken breast is not as good as you think." Zenkai, then why do people online recommend eating chicken breast for exercise? And Director Wang of the security department also recommends eating chicken breast? Song Sheng narrowed his eyes and flashed a cold light. My gym coach also recommends eating chicken breast. Do you know why? Zenkai did not speak. Song Sheng said lightly, "There is no other reason, because chicken breast is cheap. The braised beef on the street is at least 70 or 80 yuan per catty. How many ordinary people can afford to eat it every day? The nutritional value of beef is higher than that of chicken breast, and the taste is even better than chicken breast. There is no disadvantage at all." At this point, Song Sheng took out a piece of beef jerky with a smile on his face. When it comes to fitness, he is a professional. Zenkai, haha, fitness, funny. Song Sheng was very unhappy. He said, "What are you gym students? I can bench press 80 kilograms. Zenkai sneered, "Fitness is all for show, actually very empty. I'll punch you." He has been running to the playground every afternoon recently to participate in physical training, and has already called himself a gym student. It is a duty to protect the strength of gym students. Song Sheng said in a very arrogant tone. Can you bench press 80 kilograms? Obviously, Zhang Kai can't. He did not change his expression. Wait for us gym students to settle down. What's a bench press of 80? Chen Xiaoyu saw that they were arguing about who was stronger. She liked gossip and asked Jiang Ning, are gym students really that good? Jiang Ning answered casually, of course. When I was doing gym, I picked up an atomic bomb while walking, and I stepped on it and exploded it. Luckily I'm a gym student. Zhang Kai's face changed when he heard Jiang Ning's ridicule. Under normal circumstances, he should have ridiculed him back as he was so arrogant. But thinking of Jiang Ning's fist, Zhang Kai comforted himself. Jiang Ning was actually praising me and bringing glory to us sports students. Zhu Yuantang glanced at him. That's an atomic bomb. Even with my strength, I can't guarantee that I can withstand it. Jiang Ning, that being said, the piercing pain will be unforgettable for my whole life. Bei Yuxia, who was in the front row, heard his nonsense and felt that he sometimes seemed not so mature and stable. Originally, Zhang Kai and Song Sheng were arguing, occupying the absolute station, attracting many classmates to watch the fun and hope that they would fight. It was staged, the ultimate duel between the sports students of class 8 and the fitness guys. In the end, Jiang Ning interrupted it with a spell. Wang Lang had no choice but to put the rolled up book aside. What do I need this microphone for? The conversation between Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang attracted the limelight, and the female class monitors in Yaoling looked at him sideways. Originally, Liu Chuandao had been watching from the sidelines. He couldn't bear to see Jiang Ning get in the spotlight and thought to himself, isn't it just getting in the spotlight? I can do it too. Chuandao Liu made a speech. Muscles gained from fitness training are dead, and those trained by athletes are even worse. Zhang Kai was teased by Jiang Ning, but who do you think you are? Chuandao Liu. Zhang Kai looked indifferent. What's your name? Chuandao Liu was offended by his tone, and was also annoyed. Damn, you are submissive in front of Jiang Ning, but you are arrogant in front of me, right? Chuandao Liu raised his head and looked provocative. What's your name again? In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere changed. Humans can sense changes in the atmosphere. Although Zhang Kai argued with Song Sheng just now, neither of them was fierce. The two people in front of him were different. There was a sense of ignition line that was about to explode. Song Sheng looked at the two of them and thought to himself, am I not arguing with Zhang Kai? The crowd watching from behind. CUIU. Place your bets. Place your bets. Hujun. The winning rate is 55%. Zhang Kai practices physical education, and Pastor Liu is tall and strong. The new monitors in Yaoling was deeply saddened to see that everyone was looking forward to the chaos in the world. She had never seen such a messy class. She looked around, and her eyes with bags under her eyes were slightly frustrated. What she saw were endless quarrels and endless laughter. There were gambling tables being opened, and melon seeds arranged. Am I just going to watch the story end like this? No. Xin Yaoling made clear her belief in her heart. She, the new monitor of class 8, would stop all this. Zhang Kai took a step forward, and looked at her with great contempt. Scream. Liu Chuandao's face was stiff, and he didn't give in at all. You scream? Xin Yaoling stepped forward. She looked at Zhang Kai first and said, his name is Liu Chuandao. Then she looked at Liu Chuandao again. His name is Zhang Kai. The scene was quiet for a few seconds. Wang Lang thought to himself, damn it, are you really going to let her succeed? This won't do. We have to make some trouble. Wang Lang said seriously, why are you two arguing in the classroom? Can't you be more united? Xin Yaoling was deeply moved when she heard others cheering. She did it. Under her wise and powerful leadership, the atmosphere in the class will indeed get better. One day, Class 8 will become a paradise and a place that everyone yearns for, and this will also become a monument in her life. As a result, Wang Lang said, can't you be more united and quarrel outside the classroom? Xin Yaoling's expression instantly collapsed. She suddenly felt that it might not be a monument, but a tombstone. Zhang Kai and Liu Chuandao have started pushing each other, and the two are currently in a round-based state. You push me, and I push you. When Xin Yaoling felt that the world was dark and there was no light, a man noticed this scene. He is Che Wei, or Yi. He has a heart of a tiger and can sniff roses. When he found Xin Yaoling's helplessness and hesitation, Che Wei was possessed by courage. If you are in the dark, I will not let you wait for the torch, because I will be your only light. Che Wei stood up and walked quietly to the place where the two were arguing. His steps were steady, and every step seemed to have been carefully measured. Finally, Che Wei walked to the center of the battlefield. He stretched out his hand and isolated the fierce battle. Che Wei, the chess player, coughed lightly and said, "We are all classmates. A little conflict. Can't we be more generous?" As soon as these words came out, Zhang Kai turned his head. Liu Chuandao also turned his head, staring at Che Wei with his sharp eyes, and suddenly smiled. Pastor Liu put his hand on Che Wei's shoulder and pushed him hard. "What's it to you?" Che Wei was suddenly attacked and felt a huge force on his shoulder, which made him fall backwards. Che Wei quickly steadied his feet, but was still pushed and staggered, looking very embarrassed. "Cuiu, how happy. You don't have the good guy halo of Shan Zhao, but you still want to be a good guy." Pastor Liu looked at Che Wei and warned, "Why do you interrupt the adults? Get out of my way, or I will beat you again." Chen Xiao was surprised. "Jiang Ning, is my memory confused? Did Pastor Liu beat Che Wei before? Why did he add again? Did she, who studied hard and never missed classes, miss the battle?" At this time, Bai Yuxia, who was usually as quiet as water, trembled her ears slightly, silently capturing every sound around her. Jiang Ning knew, but Jiang Ning just didn't say it. Che Wei held the desk, lowered his head, and his nails pierced deeply into his palms. He had good intentions, but he suffered unwarranted persecution. "Just wait for me." Che Wei resolutely turned around and left, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. "Cuiu, did he tell the teacher? Shan Kaikun, remove the ma." Liu Chuandao was still crazy. He maintained his domineering attitude and said indifferently, "Just tell him, I'm afraid of him." Che Wei stepped into the office, found the head teacher Shan Qingrong, and told him what happened in the classroom. He said angrily, "Teacher Shan, this kind of thing must not be tolerated. We can't let such a wicked person continue to hurt others in class 8. I just advise them to be more generous and not to have conflicts over trivial matters." But Liu Chuandao actually, Che Wei portrayed Liu Chuandao as an unforgivable wicked person, so that teacher Shan would understand that this person was a disaster and could not be allowed to continue to stay in class 8. He spoke passionately, saliva flying. At this time, Shan Qingrong suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Is Zhu Yuantang okay?" Che Wei, "Please, I'm talking seriously about an important matter that must be resolved." "She wasn't affected, was she?" Shan Qingrong asked again. Che Wei had to answer, "She's fine, she's fine." Shan Qingrong nodded, feeling relieved. "Okay, I got it." Che Wei thought about it and said, "The unstable factor of Liu Chuandao is particularly lethal. He might suddenly go crazy one day and then attack the people around him indiscriminately, so." Shan Qingrong's face became solemn. "Well, call him to the office." Che Wei received the order and returned to class 8 to arrest people. He stood at the door of class 8 with an indifferent expression. "Liu Chuandao, teacher Shan asked you to go to the office. You can choose not to come, but wait, it won't be me who comes to you." After speaking, Che Wei returned to the office. He still had to confront Liu Chuandao. "Liu Chuandao, haha, if he tells me to go, I'll go. I'm afraid of him. I was scared when I was little." Liu Chuandao thought it was so funny. He sat steadily on the desk next to the aisle, with the word freedom written all over his face. Cuiu said, "You are so manly." Meng Jiui gave a thumbs up. "So manly, even more manly than a Korean opera." Liu Chuandao put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head, and raised the corners of his mouth. Jiang Yanan was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. How could he compare with G-Dragon? "Zenkai, why go? I'll ask teacher Shan to come to the class and invite you. He'll just slap you a few times." Liu Chuandao's smile gradually disappeared. "Cuiu, it's more than a slap. If he really comes, he'll have to kick you twice." Meng Jiui, "At most, I'll kick him from the podium to the back blackboard." Liu Chuandao stopped looking up. "Wang Lang Lang Sang, he said, in the wind and rain. This little pain is nothing. Hu Jun sang. Dry your tears, and don't be afraid. Shan Jiuo, Long Ma, Jun, sang loudly. At least we still have dreams. The new monitor, Xin Yaoling commented. Amazing. The singing in the back row became louder and louder, and Liu Chuandeo's face became uglier. Damn, should he go now or not? The key point is that he was too arrogant just now. If he goes now, wouldn't he look cowardly? Liu Chuandeo's face changed for a while, and finally decided to go. After he left, he heard laughter coming from the classroom behind him. Office. Shan Qingrong looked at the two students in the class. His expression at this moment was actually a little friendly and not very intimidating. Che Wei immediately described what had just happened, exaggerating it, and then waited for Liu Chuandeo to be punished. Liu Chuandeo looked down on Che Wei and sneered. Shan Qingrong, Chuandeo Liu, did you hit Che Wei? Chuandeo Liu was no match for Che Wei in terms of rhetoric, and it was indeed his fault first. Just as Chuandeo Liu was about to open his mouth to refute, a beautiful figure appeared at the door of the office. It was the chemistry teacher Jiuo Ran. Chuandeo Liu was panicked. High school students attach great importance to face, especially in front of beautiful opposite sex. If he was beaten by the head teacher in front of a beautiful girl, the damage would be too great. When Chuandeo Liu saw Jiuo Ran noticed this, he straightened his back, raised his head again, and said in a loud voice, I don't want to say it, because I want to use this silence. As a result, Shan Qingrong interrupted, okay, since you don't want to say it, don't say it. He opened the drawer, pulled out a 7 wolves belt from it, and looked at Chuandeo Liu expressionlessly. Just go through the process. Chapter 670. In addition to karma. After school at noon, as Liu Chuandeo was walking on the main road of the campus, he was beaten up by Shan Qingrong. His father had never beaten him like this. But Liu Chuandeo did not dare to tell his father, otherwise his father would definitely beat him like this. Although Shan Qingrong was ruthless, he did not inform his parents or the school, so he was fine. Che Wei, you must die. Liu Chuandeo used his mind to practice the lightning 5 whip. When the day comes, when the whip is perfect, he will crush all enemies. 50 meters behind, Yang Sheng pushed the mountain bike, and the twin sisters followed her. The twin sisters usually live in the school. After lunch, she planned to buy some pineapples to eat. The long street in front of the gate of the 4th middle school was very prosperous. Yang Sheng pushed the cart silently. When they arrived at the small crossroads, a young man in ragged clothes sat on a stool, and next to him stood a sign, I'm deaf mute. There was a white cloth on the ground with a long text on it, which roughly meant that they were abandoned and very miserable. Although Chen Xiao is stupid, she is very kind. Chen Xiao calculated the money for buying pineapples, so she walked to the stall with her sister. In contrast, Yang Sheng was much more indifferent and watched coldly. Last time, at a similar place, Chen Xiao was almost cheated of 100 yuan by an old lady, and now she is still showing her love. Aren't they afraid of being cheated again? Yang Sheng didn't want to care at first, but she felt that it was necessary to let the twins learn a lesson. She was really worried. Yang Sheng took out a 10 yuan bill, handed it to the deaf-mute boy, and then said, there is a dog on your left. The deaf-mute boy immediately turned his head to look to the left. Yang Sheng took back the money and tugged at Chen Xiao. Let's go. After walking a few dozen meters, Sister Chen Xiqing asked, how did you tell? Yang Sheng said nonchalantly, because most of them are scammers. She looked at the twin sisters and asked, you were scammed once last time. Why are you still willing to help others? Chen Xiao, there will always be people who need help. Yang Sheng wanted to say I can't save them, but after thinking about it, she gave up. She didn't force her worldview on Chen Xiao. Everyone should have their own personality. Heba. The afternoon sun was warm and comfortable. The bungalow was facing south. There was no obstruction in front, and the light was invincible. It was winter again. In this season, basking in the sun is a very comfortable thing. Jiang Ning set up tables and chairs at the door. He and Zhu Yuantang each lay on one, with tea, fruit, and french fries in the middle. Zhu Yuantang wrapped in a blanket, basking in the sun, and felt warm all over. So happy. Zhu Yuantang sighed. Her eyes narrowed slightly. In junior high school, she didn't dare to sleep at the door like this. She was still a child at that time. Moreover, her mother used to work in a restaurant, and noon was the busiest time, and she often didn't get off work until after 2 o'clock. Although the river dam bungalow is comfortable to live in, it is located in a remote location. It belongs to a few families in the wilderness, and the safety is far less than that in the city. I heard that things were stolen from the bungalow a few years ago. If someone had bad intentions and chose this place, Zhu Yuantang might be caught sleeping at the door with her small stature. Although the possibility is very small, Aunt Gu still doesn't want to. Occasionally, when Aunt Gu is on vacation, Zhu Yuantang can finally take a nap in the sun at the door. There are also naughty kids next door, which is very annoying. Now that the naughty kid's house is haunted, and Jiang Ning is around to protect him, Zhu Yuantang feels particularly at ease. Zhu Yuantang was eating french fries happily. At this time, Aunt Gu walked out of the house and stood opposite her daughter. Zhu Yuantang, Mom, you are blocking my sunshine. Aunt Gu glared at her and said, I told you this morning that the weather is very good today and asked you to get up and dry your quilt. Did you forget? Zhu Yuantang, I did. Aunt Gu saw that she still dared to be stubborn, so she asked, where did you dry it? Zhu Yuantang questioned space. Seeing Jiang Ning next to her, Aunt Gu gave Tang some face, glared at her daughter, and didn't punish her on the spot. When her mother took the quilt and left, Zhu Yuantang's tail was raised. Am I smart? My mother is not my opponent at all. Jiang Ning, too smart, a natural talent. Her wisdom is as shining as the stars in the sky. Zhu Yuantang was overjoyed and fed Jiang Ning a french fry. Zhu Chuchu from next door went out to play with Tang and happened to see this scene and silently retracted her steps. There was no place for her again. She was a superfluous person. The french fries were delicious, and Zhu Yuantang was overjoyed and quickly finished the french fries. Wait for me, I'll go home and get some fries. She flipped over, got up from the recliner, and went back to the house with a tray to replenish the fries, only to find that the big bag of fries was gone. It's bad, my mother hid it. Zhu Yuantang was secretly worried. My mother is so mean. I thought my mother had just been sent away by her, but who knew she would make trouble here? Zhu Yuantang had just pretended to be a little bit in front of Jiang Ning. If she returned empty-handed now, wouldn't she be laughed at for nothing? Thinking of that scene, Zhu Yuantang couldn't accept it at all. However, if Zhu Yuantang was asked to find fries, she probably wouldn't be able to find them, because her mother was too good at hiding. In order to maintain her face in front of Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang decided to please her mother. She put down the plate and ran to the kitchen, where she saw her mother busy, apparently preparing to steam buns. She put on a flattering smile. Mom, you've worked so hard, let me help you with the work. Aunt Gu knew that her daughter wanted french fries, so she continued to busy herself with her work and was too lazy to pay attention to her daughter. Zhu Yuantang called out several times, but her mother still ignored her. Zhu Yuantang thought for 2 seconds and began to look for something in the kitchen. She opened the cabinets, turned over the dishes, opened the pot lids, and turned over everything that could be turned over. The kitchen was a mess. Aunt Gu frowned and scolded. What are you looking for? Zhu Yuantang smiled. Her little face blossomed. Oh my god, Mom, I finally found your voice. Aunt Gu was so amused by her that she forced herself to be serious, maintain her mother's dignity, and stared at her daughter. Zhu Yuantang, Mom, I'll help you with the work. Aunt Gu replied, no, you must have something to ask me. Zhu Yuantang's smile disappeared. She frowned and said, Mom, am I such a daughter in your eyes? I'm so disappointed. She sighed, with a little expression of Mom, I'm leaving home. Aunt Gu, yes. Zhu Yuantang gritted her teeth. If she didn't sweat in front of her mother now, she would bleed in front of Jiang Ning later. She swallowed her anger and said, Mom, you work so hard every day. I really want to help you share the burden. Aunt Gu saw that her daughter was so affectionate. She finally turned her face away and said, are you really asking me for something? Well, help me cut some leeks. Ha ha ha, worthy of me. Zhu Yuantang was overjoyed. I like cutting leeks the most. Then, she changed the subject. Mom, before cutting leeks, can I discuss something with you? Aren't go. Fortunately I didn't buy leeks. Zhu Yuantang came back dejected. Jiang Ning, where are the fries? Why are they gone? Zhu Yuantang made an excuse. My mother has worked too hard. I suddenly felt that I should give her something to eat, so I shared it with my mother. The two continued to bask in the sun at the door. 10 minutes later, Uncle Zhang came out of the house pushing a motorcycle. As soon as he went out, he saw the brother and sister next door. Uncle Zhang, a butcher, couldn't help but sigh that these two people live a very comfortable life. Thinking back to the past, his son went to high school and did homework every day when he came back. How could he be so happy? Uncle Zhang wanted to say a few words to satisfy his desire to talk, but thinking about the strength of Jiang Ning, Uncle Zhang secretly gave up. There is Jiang Ning in the west and brother Yang who runs a farmhouse in the east. He, the nominal boss of Heba Bungalow, is no longer in a safe position. Uncle Zhang got a basin of water and wiped his precious motorcycle at the door very carefully. The sun was shining brightly today. Boss Yang from the farmhouse came here for a stroll. After finishing his work, he greeted Jiang Ning first. He knew that, although Jiang Ning was young, he had a wide range of connections and could get special ingredients. It was meaningful to make friends with such people, so he often brought some skewers or other snacks to Jiang Ning's home in the evening to maintain the relationship. As a result, some time ago, Jiang Ning met him and gave him 2 wild mushrooms. Yang Fei instantly thought of the wild mushrooms that amazed everyone that day. He immediately took them to a boss, who praised them, and was very satisfied. So he never underestimated Jiang Ning. Although he was a generation older than Jiang Ning, he was always polite. Yang Fei saw Zhang the butcher washing the car, so he asked, Brother Zhang, I heard that you have been killing pigs for many years. Several neighbors nearby are quite interesting, and Yang Fei is ready to make friends with them. Uncle Zhang wiped the car and said in a masterly manner, I have been slaughtering pigs since I was a teenager, and I have been slaughtering for 30 years. Yang Fei, only slaughtering pigs? Uncle Zhang, I have slaughtered cows, sheep, dogs, and fish. As long as I can kill, I will kill them all for you to see. Uncle Zhang was full of murderous aura. Yang Fei knew at a glance that Brother Zhang was a ruthless person. After Uncle Zhang answered the question, he was actually quite interested in Yang Fei. It was impossible for the other party to start a farmhouse from scratch without some skills. So Uncle Zhang asked, your store is doing well. I have heard of your store in the place where I sell pork in the vegetable market. The main ingredient is fresh. Speaking of this, Yang Fei was very happy. Of course, I'm committed to quality. It is not his delusion. He plans to make the farmhouse bigger and stronger in the future. He has already started negotiations with the people of Heba Horse Farm and is ready to cooperate with them to add horse riding projects in the future. Uncle Zhang said, and there is one thing you did well. The customer said that when he ordered a dish from you, you would bring the live food to his side, let him take a look, and then slaughter it. This made the customer very happy because he was eating freshly killed live things. Yang Fei smiled and said nothing. Zhu Yuantang knew why. Because Jiang Ning told her that once a customer was going to eat an old goose, Yang Fei was holding the old goose on the way to show it to the customer, and he said to himself, let me show you who wants to eat you. There is a reason for every grievance, and it has nothing to do with me. Zhu Yuantang called this a kind of taboo. Many people have faith and superstition about some things, and Yang Fei has this characteristic. Yang Fei asked, Brother Zhang, I don't know about killing pigs, but killing dogs is actually taboo, right? Uncle Zhang, I used to run a dog meat stall, so of course I know. Uncle Zhang still loves dogs, otherwise he wouldn't have raised a black-backed wolfhound, even though the dog didn't listen to him very much. Seeing that Brother Zhang didn't care, Yang Fei weighed his words and said, I heard that killing dogs is a crime. Uncle Zhang waved his hand, no need to hide it. You will reap what you sow. Killing dogs is a crime of killing. There will definitely be retribution. I know it very well. Yang Fei, what about you at the beginning? Didn't you commit the crime knowingly? Uncle Zhang, I can't help it. Everything is for food. Then he chuckled. I have an exclusive secret recipe. Yang Fei was curious. What secret recipe? Uncle Zhang said proudly. I used to sell dog meat in other places. Although I killed dogs, I always used an 8 liang scale. Every pound sold saved 2 liang of dogs. It was a great merit. So I'm never afraid of any taboos. Instead, it's all merit. Yang Fei was stunned. Even though he was knowledgeable, his face was full of. Zhu Yuantang was also shocked. Even Jiang Ning was a little nervous. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After Uncle Zhang finished wiping the car, he got on and started the motorcycle, which made a rumbling sound, and shouted, "Jiang Ning, I will be back in half an hour, and the door will be unlocked. Please help check it." Okay. The Heba bungalows still retain the neighborly relationship of rural people, helping each other to look after the house, unlike the high-rise buildings in big cities later, who may not know their neighbors after living there for several years. After Uncle Zhang left, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang continued to bask in the sun. They waited until almost 2 o'clock before setting off. In such a lazy afternoon, a man appeared at the door of the bungalow, with a black leather jacket, a crew cut, and a square face. He looked around, and then walked straight over. Chapter 671, Governance. At the door of the bungalow, the man with a crew cut took the opportunity to look at the 2 people at the door. One was a young boy, quite handsome. The other girl had a childish face, probably just in junior high school, or maybe an elementary school student. The 2 leaned on the recliners, comfortable and leisurely. The man with a crew cut knew that Zhang the butcher sold pork and received a lot of cash every day, which he usually kept in a big leather bag. In 2014, mobile payment was not popular, and cash was still the mainstream. He had an idea and calmly took out a pack of hangwon and handed one to the young man. "Brother, have one." The man with a crew cut was very familiar. Zhu Yuantang immediately looked at Jiang Ning, wanting him to refuse, because she felt vaguely that the man with a crew cut was very dangerous and not a good person. Jiang Ning sat up and waved his hand. "I don't smoke." The man with a crew cut laughed dryly and took it back without a sound. He looked at the next door and started a conversation. "Is brother Zhang not home?" "Jiang Ning, he went out." The man with the short hair nodded and asked again, "Is Mrs. Zhang out too?" Jiang Ning, "Yes." After these 2 questions, the man with the short hair felt relieved. The man with the short hair looked helpless. "Brother Zhang got me some pork and asked me to get it, but look at this, I need it urgently." Zhu Yuantang looked at Jiang Ning. She saw that something was wrong with this man. She was often told by her mother to ensure her safety. If it were usual, Zhu Yuantang would choose to go home directly to her mother and tell her about it. After all, the destructive power of an adult man should not be underestimated. But now, Jiang Ning is here. Jiang Ning said, "He just went out and will be back in half an hour." The crew cut man looked worried. "I need it urgently. By the way, have they gone through all the family?" Zhu Yuantang was alert. She thought for a moment and said, "There is still Xiaoban at home." The crew cut man was stunned. "Xiaoban? How old is he?" Zhu Yuantang said, 3 years old. The crew cut man was relieved. Or 3-year-old child knows nothing. He found out the situation and was confident. "Okay, wait until I get the pork. You can tell brother Zhang for me." As he said that, the crew cut man walked into Zhang the butcher's house. He walked in, but ran out. The crew cut man's trouser legs were torn. Damn, it turned out that Xiaoban was a 3-year-old large dog. The manic dog barking resounded throughout the bungalow, exuding a kind of primitive barbarity. As the crew cut man ran away, he stared at Jiang Ning and the others viciously. His eyes were unpleasant. Jiang Ning flicked his fingers and a spiritual power like a swimming snake circled forward along the ground. The shaved man who was running suddenly hit an obstacle under his feet, stumbled, and fell several meters. Neighbors Zhu Chuchu, Yang Fei, and Teacher Kan all went out to watch the excitement. Teacher Kan shouted, "The vicious dog bit someone." Yang Fei asked, "What happened?" Jiang Ning replied, "This person went into Uncle Zhang's house to get something, and was chased by the dog. Let's wait for Uncle Zhang to come back, and deal with it." Yang Fei, "Get something?" He is not a fool. He knows very well what it means to go into the house and take something when no one is at home. Yang Fei runs a farmhouse in a bungalow, so naturally he doesn't want to be remembered. He walked to the side of the shaved man. The guy was now surrounded by big wolfhounds and didn't dare to move at all. Yang Fei picked up his mobile phone and made a call. It was 1:50 in the afternoon. Jiang Ning pushed out the battery car and took Tang Tang to school. Chachu rode an electric car alone. Passenger Zhu Yuantang was beaming with joy. I could tell at that time that he was not right, sneaking around, and he didn't look like a good person. Zhu Chachu frowned. She was not as optimistic as Tang Tang. Instead, she remembered the vicious look in the eyes of the man with a crew cut when he was taken away. Zhu Chachu had suffered a lot of malice since she was a child, so she knew the evil of human nature. Some people clearly made mistakes and went to prison for a few years, but not only did they fail to erase the hatred in their hearts, they even took crazy revenge on the first day they were released. Ordinary people have no power to fight back when faced with armed retaliation. Of course, there are very few such people, but if they encounter them, it would be a disaster. Jiang Ning, you are quite smart. You know how old Zurban is. Zhu Yuantang, of course. The real reason is that Zhu Yuantang dared to be smart because of Jiang Ning. But she would not tell Jiang Ning this. Jiang Ning's consciousness detected Zhu Chachu's worries hidden under her calmness. He said, Uncle Zhang is very angry and wants to chop that man to pieces. This sentence made Zhu Chachu feel much more at ease. If the man with the short hair dared to come to the river dam for revenge, he would probably be in trouble. Moreover, she was not worried about the safety of Jiang Ning and Tang Tang. Jiang Ning could beat Uncle Zhang in arm wrestling, and his martial arts was very good. After thinking about it, Zhu Chachu's worries gradually dissipated. Class 8 was very lively. As soon as Jiang Ning entered the door, he saw the eye-catching twins. The two of them occupied the seats of Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. Their identical faces attracted many classmates to look at them. No need to give way. Jiang Ning led Zhu Yuantang to the back seat. Chen Xiao and her sister were playing and having a lot of fun. The girl's silver bell-like laughter resounded in the sunny afternoon, exaggerating the vitality of youth. You stole my fruit, and you will die. Sister Chen Xiking held an ink pen and pointed at her sister, her face full of the unique cuteness of a girl. Che Wei saw this scene and shook his head. The mentality of the chess players made him want to laugh at their childishness. Then he sighed. It's so beautiful. Chen Xiao was indignant and acted out her true colors. For a fruit, you actually want to kill me? Sister Chen Xiking, 3 years ago, what did you do to me? Have you forgotten? Chen Xiao was at a loss. What did I do? Chen Xiking said righteously, forget it if you can't remember. Anyway, I forgot. She slowly raised the ink pen. In 10 seconds, I will take your dog's life. How will you deal with it? Chen Xiao, meow. Bei Yuxia almost shook the fruit in her hand. The preparatory bell rang, and Sister Chen Xiking left class 8 and returned to her class. Chen Xiao was complacent. Yuxia, how was my response just now? Did my IQ increase a lot? Her face was dyed with a light of wisdom. Bei Yuxia's reaction was calm. Is she smart now? Chen Xiao loved and hated Bei Yuxia's upbringing. Bei Yuxia was still so cold, even when she received the resources she had worked so hard to find. It was obviously Chen Xiao who generously shared them with her, but every time Bei Yuxia received them, she treated them like a gift. Damn woman, I must tear off your disguise. One day, Chen Xiao will let Jiang Ning and the others see Bei Yuxia's true appearance. But before that, Chen Xiao said, isn't she smart? Bei Yuxia said calmly, if you are really smart, you won't hear any superficial words, like you are so smart, or you have a high IQ. The afternoon sun shone through the glass and fell on her side face, dyeing it with a layer of golden gauze, like a dream. She looked breathtakingly beautiful and piercing. The boys in the class accidentally raised their heads and glimpsed this scene, and even forgot the content of her words for a while. She expressed her opinion. If you are very smart, you will only hear, you can solve it this way. Why can't I think of it? And at the same time, the other party's expression is shocked and unbelievable. Chen Xiao couldn't give a better example to fight back. She hated it so much. Woman, you are so bad. Bei Yuxia felt that Chen Xiao had a lot of opinions about her recently, so she decided to give her a beating. Do you have coins? She asked. Chen Xiao, yes. Bei Yuxia took out 2 coins and put them on the desk. You put 2 too. So Chen Xiao put 2 coins. Bayuksha, now you have 4 yuan, right? Chen Xiaoyu, yes. Bayuksha, do you have any more coins? Chen Xiaoyu shook her pocket, making a sound of money. Yes. Give me 3 yuan. Bayuksha said. Chen Xiaoyu, why? Bayuksha smiled. As long as you give me 3 yuan, the 4 yuan on the table will be yours. Chen Xiaoyu was surprised. 344, there is such a good thing. She quickly took the money away. Che Wei next to him couldn't help but say, Chen Xiaoyu made 1 yuan. 2 seconds later, he suddenly realized that it was Bayuksha who made 1 yuan. Che Wei, shit, you exposed my IQ. He was about to correct himself when Bayuksha's calm eyes moved over. Che Wei swallowed his words back. Bayuksha said, the transaction is over. Chen Xiaoyu was recognized and felt happy. Is it over? You also gave me 1 yuan. Chen Xiaoyu was delighted. Bayuksha, well, the game is fun, right? Chen Xiaoyu got 1 yuan and said happily, it's so fun, I thought you were going to fool me, but... Chen Xiaoyu became happier and happier as she thought about it, and she became greedy. Do you want to play more? Bayuksha, yes. 3 minutes later, Chen Xiaoyu found that her money was getting less and less until she couldn't take out 3 yuan. She stayed in her seat and thought for a long time before she figured out the logic. Her money was cheated away, and she wanted to cry, but had no tears. The first class in the afternoon was the class of math teacher Gao Hishui. In the drowsy afternoon, I met the math class that required the most brain power and the most attention, and the torture was doubled. As the math class representative, Dan Kaikun had the right to sleep, but unfortunately, he was a progressive and listened carefully in every class. Gao Hishui pointed to the question on the blackboard and said, I have studied the college entrance examination questions of previous years. I'm not bragging. The question above will be on the test this year. As he said this, his face was dark and full of confidence. The students were tired of hearing this sentence, and it did not wake them up. Gao Hishui saw that the students were not active enough, so he said, next, I will ask a student to answer. This statement had a very good effect of refreshing, and many students immediately raised their heads and looked at the questions on the blackboard. Given that the function f x equals x2 e plus a x1 has 2 zeros, find the range of a. The students in the class began to calculate the process. Gao Hishui observed and saw that Zhu Yuantang did not sleep today. In the past, when Zhu Yuantang slept in class, Gao Hishui would not disturb her because Shan Qingrang had reminded her in advance. Today, Gao Hishui found an opportunity and asked, Zhu Yuantang, you come and throw out a brick to stimulate Jade. Zhu Yuantang glanced at the blackboard and said, the range of a is 0 plus. As soon as this was said, the students looked at the draft paper and the solution they had just written, and the atmosphere suddenly became very tense. Gao Hishui, where is the proof process? Zhu Yuantang, in my mind. Gao Hishui held his breath and finally said with a smile, you answered very well. But everyone thought he was going to criticize Zhu Yuantang, but Gao Hishui said gently, you can do this in class, but in the exam, remember to write down the process. Gao Hishui is very tolerant of top students. He shouted, okay, let's ask the next student to prove the process. After class, Gao Hishui picked up a test paper and shouted to Dan Kaikun to hand it out. The test papers must be handed in before the end of the evening self-study today. Suddenly, many students' faces fell. After Gao Hishui found out, he said with a smile, look at how ugly you are. You should be grateful that you have a test paper now. There will be no standard dancers when you enter the society in the future. To be honest, what Gao Hishui said makes sense, but it's a pity that few students of this age group can listen to the truth. The classmates thought, you assigned so much homework every day, it's strange that we can be in a good mood. Gao Hishui left the classroom and called Yang Sheng away. The head teacher called her. The second class was physics class, and the physics teacher didn't come. The current duty representative, Yang Sheng, stepped onto the podium. She knew deeply about the bad nature of the students in this class and their rebellious psychology towards school. Yang Sheng announced, the class teacher informed us that the school has adjusted the duty area this week. Starting tomorrow, our class 8 will be responsible for cleaning the main road of the campus. I will now arrange the shifts for each group. As soon as this was said, Yuen complained, "Why should we sweep? Isn't this a job for the first year of high school? Lukiki, how can we carry a big broom? Let the boys sweep." Wang Yang Iron, that's right. The thought of dragging a big broom to sweep the main road of the campus was a bit unacceptable to many girls who love beauty and cleanliness. No one wants to stand in the dust and be stared at by passing students. The feedback from the male students was good. Although everyone was still unhappy, they did not rebel against it. If they could delay sweeping the floor for a while, maybe they could waste half of the morning self-study. However, Yang Sheng's next words shattered everyone's fantasy. She said, "The school requires that we finish the work before the morning self-study, and we also have to clean the trash cans on the roadside. CUIU, damn, why do we have to do it? Meng GUI, no. But this is arranged by the school. The head teacher gave it to Yang Sheng, and he must do it. After all, it is a rotation for all classes in the school." Lukiki, that's right, that's right. Anyway, I won't do it. Yuen, Yang Sheng, aren't you the duty representative? Can't you turn it down? Wang Yanan said sarcastically, "She doesn't have to work. I've never seen her work." Xin Yaoling watched from below with a deep look. According to the current situation, everyone will vent their anger on Yang Sheng. Next, if Yang Sheng cannot control the overall situation, she will take the stage as the class monitor to save everything. Seeing the girls being so delicate, Yang Sheng felt very upset. She looked at all the girls and said, "Since many of them are unwilling, then let's give the job of sweeping the main road to the boys in our class. Raise your hands if you agree." Lukiki was the first to respond. "I agree." Yuen, "I agree, I agree." Countless girls raised their hands in response. Many girls in the class originally disliked Yang Sheng, but after this incident, their attitudes instantly changed. Yang Sheng is really a good person, and he is in favor of the girls. Wang Yanan covered her mouth, her eyes rolling around. "It has nothing to do with us." However, seeing the proud look of the girls in the class, many boys felt uncomfortable. They could accept helping the girls on their own initiative, but they could not accept being forced to work like this. CUIU took the lead and said, "Why? Meng GUI, that's right, why? Yang Sheng, since many boys are against it, for the sake of fairness, let the girls do it together. Raise your hands if you agree." Instantly, a lot of boys raised their hands. Yang Sheng made the decision. "Okay, now that everyone agrees, let's move on to the next step. Classmates, what the hell? Yang Sheng, the big broom in our class is worn out and needs to be replaced, so we have to take some money from the living committee to buy a big broom. The reason why the big broom is worn out is because Zankai often kicks it. In order to prevent Zankai from having another seizure, the head teacher said he would fine you 2 yuan, and you should give it to Hujun voluntarily." Zankai was stunned, and then he became furious. "Yang Sheng, are you fucking complaining?" Yang Sheng frowned. "Did you kick it?" Zankai did kick it. He knew that Yang Sheng was not easy to mess with and was unfathomable, but who was Zankai? There was no one in class 8 that he couldn't touch. Zankai sneered. "Awesome, you want to be fined $2. Yang Sheng couldn't stand him. "Yes, I'll fine you and make you pay." Zankai said, "It's so funny, I don't need $2. Yang Sheng, "Then pay it." Zankai shook his head. "Only people like you who are so short-sighted would think that $2 is a punishment. Tell me, what can you buy with $2 now?" Yang Sheng blurted out, "I can buy a bag of rat poison, which can kill you, and still have half a bag left." The classmates in the class laughed. Zankai was furious, pointing at her and said, "You are so uncultured." Yang Sheng said disdainfully, "Sorry, I'm as uncultured as you. PS, the next chapter will be a little late. I will definitely post it." Chapter 672, Being a Child. The last class in the afternoon was physical education. Bayuksha and Chen Xiaoyu stood in the east corridor, looking at the playground in the distance. There were scattered students walking around in the square. At the same time, there were many students around, looking at the two girls. "Do you want to drink milk tea with cream and nut top?" Bayuksha asked. "Yes." Chen Xiaoyu nodded, "But I don't have money." She looked resentful. Her money was cheated away by Bayuksha, a cunning woman. Chen Xiaoyu turned her head and saw Bayuxia's delicate profile. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow under her eyelids, occasionally flapping their wings like a butterfly. "I'll treat you," Bayuxia said calmly. "Okay." Chen Xiaoyu looked happy. It would be wonderful if she could hold a cup of milk tea with cream top and enjoy it slowly in the playground. From now on, Bayuxia is a generous goddess. Bayuxia put forward a condition, "But you need to help me call Zhu Yuantang." Chen Xiaoyu, Why? She didn't understand. Bayuxia said, "Close your eyes." Chen Xiaoyu did as she was told, and she closed her eyes. "Okay." Bayuxia asked, "What did you see?" Chen Xiaoyu's nostrils twitched slightly, and her breath flowed. It was dark. "Bayuxia, this is what our trip looks like without Zhu Yuantang." Chen Xiaoyu, "I understand. Go ahead." Bayuxia waited for news. Zhu Yuantang was an indispensable killer in their process of leaving the school. Zhu Yuantang could not only leave the school by scanning his face, but also offset the roll call in physical education class. As expected, Zhu Yuantang was happy to be used when he heard that Bayuxia was treating him. After the few people left, Jiang Ning went to the playground alone. He walked to the table tennis table. Zhang Kai, who was unwilling to give up, decided to abuse Yang Sheng with table tennis to regain the face he lost in the last class. Ma Shicheng and others watched the game from the side. After a while, Zhang Kai became a slave. Then Yang Sheng held an open auction, and as many as 7 or 8 people responded. Zhang Kai witnessed the whole process. Jiang Yanan paid 10 yuan to take a photo of him. "Okay, from now on, you have a master." Yang Sheng flicked the banknotes in a cool manner, making a pleasant sound. Shan Kaikun, Jiuo Kunan and others pointed at Zhang Kai and laughed, and the laughter continued. Zhang Kai couldn't accept the failure and left with a sullen face. Jiang Yanan was worried. "Yang Sheng, he won't go back on his word, right?" Shan Kaikun comforted. "Don't worry, although Zhang Kai is against the sky, he will definitely keep his promise. This is a tacit rule of class 8. Jiang Yanan, that's good." Chirp. A sharp whistle sounded, and class 8 gathered for roll call. Gu Wei, the mighty and majestic physical education teacher, stood in front of the team and shouted, "The physical education committee member calls the roll." Duan Shigen swung the goose step, and then left the team with a slow motion of left and right feet. As the PE committee member of class 8, Duan Shigen put on airs. Ahem. He adjusted his hair, then his collar, and found that the soles of his shoes were not tied properly, so he tied his shoelaces again, to maintain the aura of a class leader. 3 minutes later, he was still pretending. Gu Wei had a headache. What did he choose? Why is there so much trouble with this thing? Many girls complained privately about wasting time. Yuan started the conversation, and couldn't help saying, "Can you call the roll quickly?" Duan Shigen heard this, and immediately raised his voice. "What are you doing? There is no discipline at all." The iron-faced Duan Shigen scolded. "Do you know what it means to form a square?" He reported to Gu Wei. "Teacher, someone in the square team actually talked. I can't do my job as the PE committee member anymore." Gu Wei pushed the boat along and said, "Okay, you don't have to do it anymore." Duan Shigen was embarrassed. Is his position gone? Gu Wei personally called the roll, and after calling the roll, he asked everyone to run 2 laps. Lukaki was not happy. She stood up to protest. "Don't we usually run 1 lap? Why 2 laps today? Can't the teacher change it back?" Gu Wei was in a bad mood, pointed at her nose and said, "You run 3 laps." Lukaki was choked. Gu Wei thought to himself, "What a joke. You thought I was the weak and sickly pet teacher who was often occupied by others?" With the support of Mr. Shao of Changqingai, he is now a healthy pet teacher. His playground, he decides. At the gate of number 4 middle school, a black Audi A8 drove into the campus. Anyone with a little vision can recognize that this is Principal Yu's car, which was donated to the school by Mr. Shao of Changqingai. With Mr. Shao's support, Principal Yu dared to drive openly, and was proud of it. He said everywhere that it was a gift from a famous alumnus. He bragged about it wherever he went, which greatly satisfied his vanity. Now that number 4 middle school has no shortage of funds, the enrollment of new students has increased, and there are all kinds of official support. Principal Yu is in a good mood. Among the nearly 200 faculty and staff of number 4 middle school, Principal Yu is a famous iron-faced principal with great majesty. It is now class time. Director Yan is standing in the security room. When he saw the principal's car, he immediately waved. Principal Yu stopped the car and opened the door. Director Yan hurried to meet him with a serious expression. "Old Yu, I have some ideas about the counterpart assistants of the township middle schools under Guiyang County. Because the teaching conditions of township high schools are relatively backward, there are often some urban high schools that provide counterpart assistants, delegate teaching resources, and work together." Principal Yu nodded, his voice steady and powerful. "You talk." The two talked about the plan involving hundreds or thousands of students in township middle schools. At this time, outside the school gate, Bei Yuxia and the other two were carrying milk tea and returning with a full load. Chen Xiaoyu noticed the principal at the door, and her expression changed in shock. "Oh no, the principal and Director Yan are at the door." Bei Yuxia was also startled. Only Zhu Yuantang was calm. The principal is the principal. She was carrying a bag, swaying. Just now, Bei Yuxia not only bought her milk tea, but also bought a cup for Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang couldn't not give a little after taking such a big advantage, so she bought some ice cream. The three girls were originally traveling together. When they arrived at the school gate, Chen Xiaoyu lowered her head. Ordinary people like her were in awe of big figures like the principal. Director Yan was chatting with the principal by the car and had already talked about the joint training project, which allowed outstanding students from township high schools to come to number 4 middle school for short-term exchange and study. He raised his eyes. Wow. A student went out to buy something during class. He was about to scold, but he found Zhu Yuantang. He couldn't help but stop talking. Principal Yu also recognized Zhu Yuantang. He was very impressed with Zhu Yuantang. He spent 6 figures to get Du Chuan, a college entrance examination elite, who has been suppressed since he entered high school. Principal Yu was not sad, but extremely happy. The only thing missing from their number 4 middle school was a trump card, and Zhu Yuantang was that trump card. Moreover, Zhu Yuantang's mother worked at Jiangqingai. According to Xiao Shuangshan, her mother was one of the earliest employees and could be said to be the most direct of the direct line. Principal Yu changed his dignity when talking to Director Yan and asked about his well-being. "You are tired from studying. Did you go out to buy milk tea?" Zhu Yuantang: "Yes. You need to make up for it." Principal Yu agreed. "You must pay attention to the combination of work and rest, and keep rest." He talked a lot, and his eyes moved, looking at the bag that Zhu Yuantang was carrying. Zhu Yuantang's ice cream was seen by others, so she had to take out 2 small puddings and give one to Principal Yu and Director Yan respectively. Director Yan thought to himself, "Let me eat this? Is it funny?" As a result, the next second, the principal tore open the ice cream skin, took a bite of the small pudding, and praised it repeatedly. "Not bad." Director Yan had no choice but to eat it, and found that it was really delicious. The mellow smell brought a smile to Director Yan's usually serious face. The security guard not far away saw the 2 big guys in the school, each taking a small pudding to chew, and he almost thought he was dazzled. After saying goodbye to the principal, Chen Xiaoyu looked at Zhu Yuantang differently. Other students were often cautious when seeing the principal, but Zhu Yuantang actually treated them as children. Bei Yuxia felt okay. One of her parents was an associate professor and the other was an associate chief physician. They had a bright future and would soon be regular employees. So when she saw Principal Yu, she felt almost calm. She was just surprised at Zhu Yuantang's train of thought, which was indeed unusual. Chapter 1.75 has been updated. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 673, Zio Xiu. The podium. The setting sun shines down here, and the view is excellent. There is a table tennis court in the south, a basketball court in the north, and a wide plastic running track and football field in the east. Jiang Yanan, Shen Qinj, and Yuan all sat on the edge, watching Jiang Ning and others playing table tennis nearby. Ma Shiqing, Wang Longlong, and others also chose an empty space to play games. Jiang Yanan stared at the bouncing table tennis ball and said, "Jiang Ning's skills are really good." He played back and forth with Yang Sheng. Not long ago, Zhang Kai, a prospective sports student, was abused by Yang Sheng. Yu Wen looked at Yang Sheng with a gloomy face. Yes, it's good. She had been abused by Yang Sheng before, and now she hopes that Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng will gamble and turn the rampant Yang Sheng into a slave Yang Sheng. Unfortunately, the two were just exchanging skills and did not take it seriously, which made Yu Wen very regretful. Shen Qinj did not participate in the conversation. During junior high school, during every physical education class, Jiang Ning asked her to play table tennis, but Shen Qinj was reserved and always refused because she appreciated boys who sweated in basketball more. Bai Yuxia and her group walked into the playground and saw from a distance that Jiang Ning was playing table tennis happily. She said to Chen Xiaoyu, "Go and call him over." Chen Xiaoyu slapped her head and said, "I forgot to buy milk tea for Yang Sheng." Immediately, she successfully passed the buck again. It was not that she forgot, because she had no money and could not buy it for Yang Sheng. It was the rich Bai Yuxia who forgot. Sure enough, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Bai Yuxia, so, you can just call Jiang Ning. Chen Xiaoyu, but Yang Sheng will not be happy, right? Last time, she said that you played badminton with her, and she just warmed up, and you ran away directly. Bai Yuxia complained in her heart, "Why didn't you run away? Are you staying to be abused by Yang Sheng?" Zhu Yuantang saw that Bai Yuxia and Chen Xiaoyu were not moving, so she did not steal the show, but sent a message to Jiang Ning. "Bai Yuxia bought me a cup of milk tea with cream and nut snow topping. The manager said that it would melt if it was heated, so it can only be served cold. I took a sip. Wow, guess what happened?" Zhu Yuantang carried the bag in one hand and clumsily sent him a message with the other hand. Jiang Ning held the racket and hit a backhand smash. Yang Sheng ran to pick up the ball obediently. He saw the message and replied casually, "I drank too fast. Did it burn you?" After receiving the message, Zhu Yuantang clenched her phone. She replied to the message, but it was the same as not replying. When she looked up again, she saw that Jiang Ning was busy playing table tennis, and Zhu Yuantang was angry. "Do you really want to call him?" Chen Xiaoyu was still hesitating. Seeing her hesitating, Bai Yuxia said, "Then think of a way to lure him over." As soon as she said this, Bai Yuxia thought to herself, "Oh no, what can she think of?" Sure enough, Chen Xiaoyu thought for 2 seconds and immediately ran up to the podium in her white shoes. She was wearing an orange sweater, which was quite eye-catching. She stood on the podium, waved to Jiang Ning, and dragged out her clear and beautiful voice, "Uncle Jiang, come over and play." As soon as these words came out, Shen Qinj and her group suddenly turned around and saw the girl on the podium, who was smiling very happily. Seeing this, Jiuo Kunan and his group started to make a fuss, and the scene was chaotic with all kinds of laughter. Bai Yuxia held her forehead. "I asked you to lure him over, not to seduce him. The key is that this kind of seduction is not qualified." Even judging by Bai Yuxia's knowledge, Chen Xiaoyu's expression, eyes, and the arc of her mouth were all unqualified. However, Jiang Ning seemed to be quite fond of this, abandoning Yang Sheng and welcoming her. Jiang Yanan complained, "I'm impressed. Chen Xiaoyu is too. Yu Wen, she doesn't care about shame at all." Jiang Yanan heard this, looked at Yu Wen, and suddenly wanted to say, "In terms of shame, no one in class 8 can match you." Shen Qinj silently looked at Jiang Ning's back, feeling inexplicably disappointed. The once unknown, now in the city high school, has become a celebrity who is teased by female classmates in public. Until Jiang Ning came closer, Bai Yuxia handed him a cup of iced milk tea. "I bought it for you." Jiang Ning, "Oh, thank you." Zhu Yuantang said proudly, "You're welcome." Bai Yuxia, after receiving the milk tea, Jiang Ning picked a place on the edge of the podium. He waved his palm, and his spiritual power surged, blowing away the dust. He sat on the cement platform, opened the lid of the milk tea, and picked up the cream with a straw. It was sweet. Chen Xiaoyu first looked at the nearby plastic track. Some sports students were doing daily training under the guidance of Director Wang. Director Wang was stout and serious. He shouted loudly, "Run, run." Following his encouragement, a boy in sportswear, with his face twisted together because he tried his best, rushed to finish the last section. He exerted too much force. After running, He held his knees with both hands and breathed in the air. Director Wang scolded, "If you are lazy in training now, you will regret it in the exam room in the future. Get up and practice. Just practice, get through it, and you will be able to stand out." Director Wang encouraged. Several sports students who were sitting on the grass to rest had to get up and practice. Is it tiring to practice sports? Of course it is tiring, exposed to the wind and sun every day. If there is no choice, who would want to be a sports student? Because sports specialty students can get into college with low scores. Several sports students walked to the starting point, stretched their muscles, and then found the position of the podium. A handsome boy and 3 girls were drinking milk tea. They were neatly dressed and not stained with dust. Compared with them who were sweating all over, they were like people from 2 different worlds. Especially one of the girls was very beautiful. The resentment and unwillingness stimulated the sports student to hold back his breath, and when Director Wang blew the whistle, the sports student suddenly rushed out. 11.9 seconds. Not bad. You can get a lot of points in the physical exam. Keep up the good work. Director Wang nodded. The sports student couldn't help but smile. He put on his coat and hood to prevent the heat from escaping. He spread his legs slightly, raised his heels, and walked forward with a very special pace, which was extremely weird. Walking back to the starting point again, the sports student looked at the man and woman drinking milk tea on the podium and felt much more confident. Although tired, it paid off. At least their strong bodies will not deceive them. After seeing this, Pet Teacher Gu Wei said, "You ran well just now. The pace and rhythm are good." The pet student was proud. "Not bad. The result of hard work needs to be settled." Gu Wei, don't be proud. The full score of the physical test is 11.3 seconds. You seedlings should set this goal. The pet student said seriously, "My goal is full score." Gu Wei, then you have to work hard. 11.9 seconds seems to be only 0.6 seconds away from 11.3 seconds, but in this range, it is often extremely difficult to improve by 0.1 seconds, especially after 11.5 seconds. It is as difficult as climbing a mountain. In the entire pet team of number 4 middle school, only a few seedlings can reach less than 11.5 seconds. "Don't worry, I will work hard," said the pet student. He is only in the first year of high school and has a bright future. Gu Wei chatted for a few words and walked straight to the podium. Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang took out a small pudding from the bag. Gu Wei took it with a smile and said politely, "Jiang Ning, you have such a good talent. Don't you really plan to practice sports?" Although he knew that Jiang Ning had good academic performance and was a stable 985, Gu Wei was still unwilling to give up. Without much training, he could run into 10.86 seconds. What kind of amazing result is this? If he had been trained, it would be no exaggeration to say that he would most likely become the next sprinter in Asia and enjoy all the glory. Jiang Ning waved his hand. "I can't bear that hardship." Gu Wei's mouth twitched. This was a waste of the talent given to him by God. But he couldn't persuade him with these words. In terms of the current national conditions, if a stable top 985 player was asked to gamble on an uncertain future, even if Gu Wei was trying to persuade him, he would not have enough confidence. Gu Wei now sincerely hoped that Jiang Ning's cultural course results would only be at the level of a junior college. After chatting for a while, Gu Wei returned to the plastic track. The sports student had been paying attention just now. When he saw the teacher coming back, he casually asked, "Do you know him?" Those who practice sports have been dealing with Gu Wei for many years, so it is natural for them to talk. Gu Wei shook his head and sighed. "A good seedling. Sports students, how good." Gu Wei, 100 meters in 10.86 seconds. Several sports students were almost dumbfounded. Fuck. 10.86 seconds. It must be fake. Jiang Ning endured the admiring gazes of the sports students with a calm expression. Chen Xiaoyu suggested, "Let's play basketball later to exercise." Zhu Yuantang, "Want to go?" She was actually quite interested in basketball, but her luck was not very good. Every time she passed the basketball court, she was always hit on the head, which left her with a shadow. Chen Xiaoyu said innocently, "Playing basketball can make you taller. People who insist on playing basketball are often taller." Zhu Yuantang thought, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm short? But deep down, she was moved. She wanted to grow taller. Bai Yuxia looked at the basketball court and saw an extremely active, jumping up and down, very flexible figure. She said, not necessarily. Chen Xiaoyu followed her gaze and found Wu Zhaoqi playing basketball. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds. She whispered, it's different. Wu Zhaoqi gets up at 4 in the morning every day to play basketball, so. In the end, Bai Yuxia stayed where she was. Chen Xiaoyu and Zhu Yuantang followed Jiang Ning to play basketball. Song Sheng, Qiang Li, Miao Zhe, Huang Yasu and others were standing on the basketball hoop and chatting. They usually stick to fitness and play basketball in physical education class to relax their muscles. Qiang Li said, those methods of physical training are actually too unscientific. It is easy to leave hidden injuries. It is better to do fitness. Song Sheng, indeed. They usually exercise for 1 or 2 hours a day and then rest for 1 day every 3 days, but it is different for sports students. They train for 3 or 4 hours a day, or even more, which is too harmful. Qiang Li said, after leaving hidden injuries, they will have a hard time when they get older. Maya said, it's not easy to get older. Now there are many programmers. I heard that there is a midlife crisis. Once they reach 35, they are fired. Qiang Li agreed, programmers can't do it either. They work too much overtime. Maya thought deeply and said, in fact, the 35-year-old midlife crisis mentioned on the internet, I think it may be decided in the 20s, because the life chosen in the 20s determines the future at 35. It is more appropriate to call it a youth crisis. Song Sheng sneered, poor people are in crisis from birth, and they don't need youth. As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became suffocating. Huang Yasu was obviously just an observer, but he felt an unspeakable pressure. It's so tiring to get along with Song Sheng. Huang Yasu sighed. After Jiang Ning arrived at the playground, he saw Song Sheng, whose leg he had broken. Not to mention, Song Sheng was indeed professional enough in fitness and health preservation, and his broken leg was no different from the original one. If Song Sheng is willing to share his rehabilitation experience, he will definitely become a big shot in the rehabilitation group. Lend me the basketball, Jiang Ning said. Song Sheng looked at the basketball on the ground and said, you take it. Song Sheng used to be extremely arrogant and liked to bully others, but later he was beaten up by Jiang Ning in front of the whole class, and then his leg was broken while walking on the road. The pain changed his personality a lot. Moreover, he was originally a person who respected the strong. After Jiang Ning got the basketball, he weighed it in his hand and threw it casually, and the basketball went into the basket. He didn't have much interest in playing, so he simply threw the basketball to Zhu Yuantang. At this time, a shout came from a corner of the basketball court. Brother Wu is awesome, dunk. Oh my god, it's so strong. In fact, it's not a dunk. Just now, Wu Yunzi jumped up and just scraped the rim with his fingers. It can only be considered a quasi-dunk. But such a skill is also quite impressive for ordinary high school students. In a normal high school, the number of students who can dunk can be counted on one hand, and it is very likely that there is no one who can dunk. Wu Yunzi was bathed in the amazement of his classmates. However, the boys in class 8 who were playing basketball looked away after taking a look. There was nothing to be alarmed about. After all, as early as the military training in the first year of high school, everyone had seen Zhuang Jian who dunk with their own eyes, and it was a flying dunk with a backboard, which was more entertaining than Wu Yunzi. However, Wu Yunzi had no idea. His superficial knowledge made him immersed in pride. Wu Yunzi weighed the basketball and looked at Jiang Ning who was playing basketball nearby. Seeing that Jiang Ning was also playing basketball, his smile became even more radiant. Brother Wu, you will be the face of our basketball team in the future. Dunking, just saying this will definitely attract a lot of people to join the team. The chubby boy looked excited. Wu Yunzi, not bad. He saw Wu Zhaoqi who was training in the distance again. Wu Yunzi's hands were itching, but he restrained himself and prepared to form a basketball team before torturing the opponent. Chen Xiaoyu threw the basketball to Jiang Ning after several missed shots. Jiang Ning, can you show me some tricks? Jiang Ning saw Zhu Yuantang looking at him, so he patted the basketball twice. Song Sheng and Jiang Li, who were nearby, had never seen Jiang Ning play basketball, so they were a little curious. Wu Yunzi was drinking soda water. Seeing this, he and the boys in the class looked over. At the same time, there was Bei Yuxia, who was on the south side of the podium. Jiang Ning took the basketball and dribbled towards the basket. When he got to the bottom of the basket, Jiang Ning held the basketball with both hands, stepped on it, and jumped into the air. The basketball rose as he jumped. Jiang Ning's figure spun, and the basketball in his hand also turned like a windmill, passing it from high to his right hand. He dribbled the basketball with one hand, drew an arc with his arm, and dunked it into the basket. After Jiang Ning fell, his body just turned a circle. The students playing basketball around were stunned. Some of them had their eyes wide open, and some opened their mouths, as if they were still immersed in the dunking scene just now. Jiang Li had good eyesight. He shouted, "Oh my god, this is a windmill dunk." Miozhe praised, "It's smooth and flowing. This move is one of the coolest and most beautiful moves in the basketball world." Jiang Ning just dunked it in a unique way, which is very enjoyable to watch. It perfectly shows the charm of basketball. Zhu Yuantang shouted, "I want to learn this." Chen Xiaoyu looked admiring, with light in her eyes. It was so handsome. So handsome. She was so excited. "I want to learn it. I want to learn it too." Jiang Ning showed a faint smile on his face, raised his head slightly, and his eyes were calm, as if everything was expected. This kind of temperament, that was neither arrogant nor impatient, and the wind and clouds made Chen Xiaoyu's heart pound. His expression at this moment was even more handsome than the dunk just now. Jiang Ning smiled as usual. "Okay, I'll teach you." Jiang Li, who was watching, also wanted to learn it. If he learned this trick, I don't know how attractive it would be to girls. At the nearby basketball court, someone shouted, "Brother Wu." Wu Yunzi came back to his senses. He liked playing basketball and had watched NBA. He was naturally familiar with Jiang Ning's dunk. It would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. Wu Yunzi forced himself to keep his expression straight. He wanted to speak, but because he was so shocked, he couldn't speak for a while. In contrast, the slam dunk he just performed was too ridiculous. It was not a move of the same level at all. At the edge of the podium, Bei Yuxia had good eyesight and witnessed Jiang Ning's actions just now. But because of the distance, she only thought it was very handsome, but did not have the shock of watching it up close. She suddenly realized, he is very good at playing basketball. In the past, those who liked to play basketball in class 8 included Wu Xiaoqi, Huang Zhanfei, Zhang Kai, Jiuo Kunan, etc. Jiang Ning had never participated. Now his performance made Bei Yuxia feel as if she had discovered a treasure. She looked at the tall figure on the basketball court from a distance, her eyes rippling like lake waves, and she thought softly, what else is he hiding? P.S. The next chapter will be a little later. Chapter 674 Lightspeed Strike. Basketball Court. Jiang Ning's dunk was pleasing to the eye, but due to the occasion, it only caused a small sensation. It was not like Zhuang Jianhu's cool performance in front of all the military training students. Jiang Ning taught Zhu Yuantang dunking skills. Song Sheng and Jiang Li looked strange. They looked at Zhu Yuantang's height of just over 1.5 meters. She can dunk successfully, but I will die on the backboard. But seeing that Jiang Ning was really teaching seriously, several people endured the strangeness and pricked up their ears to eavesdrop, hoping to learn a trick or two. Jiang Ning's light dunk hurt Wu Yunzi and others from a distance. Originally, everyone was thriving because of Wu Yunzi's dunk, but now, the whole scene was extremely quiet. Damn it, I can't play anymore. Wu Yunzi saw that there were still 3 or 5 minutes before the get out of class ended, so he simply stopped playing basketball and left with the basketball. On the way, he passed by the basketball stand where Jiang Ning was, and he saw that Jiang Ning tried to teach the young girl to dunk, and he was directly amused. Wu Yunzi passed by the basketball stand where Wu Xiaoqi was. He saw Wu Xiaoqi was alone and immediately raised his middle finger. The two had a conflict on the basketball court last time. The two sides were enemies. Wu Yunzi had a very aggressive personality when facing his enemies, not to mention that there were many people around. Wu Xiaoqi also raised his middle finger to him and then put it down in front of him. Wu Yunzi was hit hard, and he sneered, "Wait, I will cover you to death on the basketball court." Wu Zhaoqi was a man, the #1 steel bar brother back then, and he cursed back, "I will cover you to death." Wu Yunzi's eyes flashed with a layer of blue. He wanted to step on this dwarf to death, but he was warned by the school last time, and now it was a physical education class, so he must not fight on the playground. His father repeatedly told him not to cause trouble in #4 middle school, otherwise he would really be persuaded to drop out. Wu Yunzi verbally attacked, "I'll beat you to death." Wu Zhaoqi, "Beat you to death." The two stood on the basketball court and cursed at each other. After a while, Wu Yunzi gathered his accomplices and came up to help curse. Wu Zhaoqi fought with the crowd, but was defeated and sprayed with saliva. These were nothing. Wu Zhaoqi, who had experienced the baptism of Pang Zhao's chemical attack, was no longer afraid. His eyes were blazing, and veins in his temples were bulging. Because of his rage, his words changed and he roared, "I'll kill you all. Kill you, kill you, I'll kill you." Chen Xiaoyu ran to pick up the basketball. When she passed by here, she saw that they were arguing fiercely and subconsciously cast a glance. A girl with outstanding looks watched, and the male students on both sides finally considered their face and stopped cursing. Before Wu Yunzi left, he said, "Shorty, clean your neck and wait." Wu Zhaoqi blurted out, "Wash your butts and wait." Hearing their outrageous remarks, Chen Xiaoyu widened her eyes, shocked beyond words. "You are all men." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the male classmates who had not thought about that suddenly became extremely stiff. The whole scene suddenly became weird and full of philosophical flavor. Wu Yunzi left. His face was gloomy, but he still couldn't vent his hatred. He walked more than 10 meters, took out his mobile phone, turned around and took a photo of Wu Zhaoqi. Then he edited his question space, height 160, likes to play basketball, dirty means, likes to curse, I call it a monkey trying to catch the moon. Wu Yunzi sent the picture and performed a magic attack. After posting the message, Wu Yunzi felt much better. He told his classmates, "Please help forward this message. I will treat you to barbecue tonight." Although Wu Yunzi has flaws in his character, is jealous and vindictive, most of the people around him are weaker than him, so Wu Yunzi's daily behavior is okay and his reputation is acceptable. Many male classmates helped him to forward the message. As the first class of the evening self-study class approached, this message spread to half of the campus. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling of class 8 emitted a white light, illuminating the room, as if it were daytime. Chen Xiaoyu, who often surfed the internet to find resources, had a wide circle of online friends. She saw someone forwarding the message on question space. A closer look revealed that the picture not only showed Wu Zhaoqi playing basketball, but also the petite silhouette of Zhu Yuantang. People who didn't know the situation might think that the message also attacked Zhu Yuantang. Chen Xiaoyu quickly added the owner of the message and advised him to delete it. Class 16, Grade 1. In the back seat, Wu Yunzi saw someone applying for a friend, but he ignored it. As a handsome guy, girls often add him as a friend, which annoyed him. Wu Yunzi continued to read the comments, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Wu Yunzi has many little fans, because he is handsome, rich, and cool. These little fans rushed into the comment area. It's really obvious that he is short. Oh my god, how dare he stand with my Wu Yunzi to play basketball? Of course, most female classmates remained rational, such as Lan Zichen. I won't judge his character. I think basketball is a sport that everyone can participate in. Why make such remarks? Wu Yunzi's face was not very good. He admitted that he was impulsive, but was Wu Zhaoqi right? The little fangirl from the next class attacked Lan Zichen. Why do you empathize? It's not because you are only 155. Oh, there is a shorter girl on the court. Ha ha ha. Lan Zichen didn't continue to reply. She thought Wu Yunzi was extreme. Wu Yunzi had no time to deal with Lan Zichen. He saw someone attacking Wu Zhaoqi for him. It was his first time trying magic attack, and the experience was very pleasant. As for whether he accidentally hurt the other little girl in the picture, he didn't care. Besides, the little girl and Jiang Ning were in the same group, and they were not his type. As the chat spread, it soon reached Wu Zhaoqi's ears. Wu Zhaoqi saw it, and his first reaction was, damn, I'm obviously 162 centimeter tall. He doesn't care about his reputation, he only cares about people attacking his height. Wu Zhaoqi contacted Wu Yunzi, do you want to die? Delete it for me. Wu Yunzi agreed with his friend, you must be furious, haha. Wu Zhaoqi cursed him on questions, but he couldn't change anything. Just like in later generations, some people were slandered online and overwhelmed by public opinion, and even if the ending was reversed, netizens would not apologize, they just wanted to enjoy the carnival. Chen Xiaoyu in the front row forwarded the post to Jiang Ning, look, Tang Tang was affected. Jiang Ning glanced at Zhu Yuantang who was sleeping. After thinking about it, he forwarded the post to the class teacher and said solemnly, Wu Yunzi from class 16 of grade 1, the remarks he made seriously affected Zhu Yuantang's body and mind. I hope the class teacher will punish him severely. Shan Qingrong was drinking tea, and his expression instantly became solemn. After receiving the message, Shan Qingrong quickly found the Dean of Academic Affairs, Teacher Yan. Teacher Yan had just met Zhu Yuantang with Principal Yu in the afternoon, and accepted the ice cream given by them. He said seriously, call the head teacher of class 16, and let's go to the first grade. Wu Yunzi was in a good mood when he saw his classmates belittling Wu Zhaoqi. Those who offended him should bear the consequences. Online attacks are so convenient, just move your fingers, and the lethality is great. Wu Zhaoqi cursed on questions. Wu Yunzi was secretly happy. Suddenly, several figures appeared at the door of the classroom. Their head teacher and two unfamiliar teachers. Student Wu Yunzi, come to the office. Director Yan looked serious. The classmates in the class looked at him. Wu Yunzi was taken away, and Lan Zichen thought, is it because of that post? Director Yan is a professional. He not only interrogated Wu Yunzi, but also found all the female classmates who posted unfriendly comments based on his confession and called them to the office. In the cold office, Director Yan looked at the students and said, please quit or apologize. Choose one. He held a student information sheet and said, if you don't want to apologize, I will call your parents now. Pack up your things and get out. Wu Yunzi looked grim. He just posted a message, but the consequences were so serious. Who was behind this? Wu Yunzi was very unwilling, but he could only give in. He swallowed his anger and said, I apologize. After saying this, he felt that his dignity was trampled underfoot. Damn, it was so aggrieved. Director Yan said, well, your previous posts received a total of 250 likes. For fairness, your new posts must receive 250 likes before you can leave the office. Under his supervision, Wu Yunzi posted a post, I was investigated and educated by the teacher because of inappropriate words. I'm posting this post to warn my relatives and friends. I hope everyone will abide by the campus rules. Please help me collect 250 likes so that I can leave the office. I also hope that everyone will learn from the lesson and not smear other students. Director Yan pointed at the other girls and said, you guys, post now. Some girls wiped their tears, looking very pitiful. Director Yan sarcastically said, you are good at pretending to be wronged now. When you posted online, I didn't see any of you feel wronged. Shan Qingrong took photos of several students in the office and forwarded them to Jiang Ning along with the post. It has been processed. Recommended book is this Bounty Hunter Planting Trees? Introduction. No, you are a genius bounty hunter. Why don't you go hunting monsters? Why do you plant trees in the suburbs all day? Chapter 675 The Explosion of Silence. 8. Jiang Ning received a message from the head teacher. He first saw several culprits on the internet who were locked in the office. Then he clicked on the chat and read Wu Yunzi's apology letter. Jiang Ning replied, thank you for your hard work, head teacher. Shan Qingrong replied immediately, if Zhu Yuantang is not satisfied, we can ask him to apologize for a week. Jiang Ning glanced at Tang Tang who was sleeping and said, she is quite satisfied now. Shan Qingrong was relieved, that's good. Before Jiang Ning was quiet for a while, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly turned around. He actually apologized. Not only Chen Xiaoyu, Wu Zhaoqi in the back row was originally arguing with Wu Yunzi, but halfway through the argument, he found that this guy had disappeared. Wu Zhaoqi was so angry that he jumped up and down, playing hide and seek with me, right? He took out a stack of banknotes, recruited talents from all over the world from the back row, and brainstormed to kill this guy. Wang Lang and others were thinking about ways, and Wu Yunzi actually apologized. Wang Lang, damn it. His reward flew away. Wang Lang touched the other party's space and sent a message to question, why are you so fragile? Mo Lingcheng analyzed, he should be sanctioned by the school. Speaking of which, Shan Keikun looked at Wu Xiaoli and surprised, is your home so hard? But he could apologize. He was willing to traffic, but what he was, the most lack of money was money. Crossing him, unfortunately Qi and Heng couldn't do all of them as opportunities today. Haha, I'm going to make him lose face. Qi and Heng was full of energy, I'll pay them to forward it to me. He calculated and said, as long as they are from our school, 10 yuan per person. No, 20 yuan per person. Just click and you'll get it. Zhao Xiaofeng received the 30,000 yuan startup fund transferred by Brother Shan, and he immediately went to make arrangements. Until the second class of the evening self-study, the students of number 4 middle school suddenly found that their question space was flooded with an apology letter. Shan Keikun looked at Wu Zhaoqi with a change in his eyes. Damn, is this person so powerful? Is their revenge so violent? Others just sent messages to mock him, but it became known to everyone. Scary. At this moment, anyone who didn't know the truth was convinced that Wu Zhaoqi was not easy to mess with. He just sat there, and a mysterious aura shrouded his body. During the break of the evening self-study, Zhu Yuantang was still sleeping, and Jiang Ning covered her with a thin blanket. In fact, Jiang Ning had set up a constant temperature and soundproofing formation near the seat, so Zhu Yuantang would not feel cold, but the blanket played a more psychological role. Zhu Yuantang was wrapped in a light blue blanket, her hair softly pressed against her cheeks, a few strands of hair playfully resting on her forehead, and she was sleeping peacefully. Jiang Ning smiled knowingly, and he got up and went to the east corridor outside. Chen Xiaoyu had coveted his throne for a long time. After Jiang Ning left, she came to chat with Bei Yuxia and discuss the New Year's Day program. Jiang Ning stood in the east corridor, looking at the campus under the night sky. He suddenly closed his eyes, and his consciousness was like two pairs of wings spread out, taking in the entire school in his mind. Suddenly, his mobile phone vibrated. Jiang Ning took it out and saw that it was Shang Wanqing. Brother, do you want to chat? Recently, she has been looking for him once a day. Did you treat him as a daily task? Jiang Ning, there's nothing to talk about. If you don't have any other intentions towards a girl, there's actually not much fun in chatting with her. The things that both parties are interested in, and their views on things are completely inconsistent. Shang Wanqing, yes, I can chat with my brother about worldviews, food, and mood. Jiang Ning, go and chat with the temple master. In the office building, where the first year high school students are located, Shang Wanqing saw this reply, and her foxy face froze for a second. Immediately, the sweet smile returned, and she said, brother, are you unable to let go? Although I'm your junior, you can treat me as a female classmate in your class. You can chat with me the same way you usually chat with them. Brother, we will definitely find a common topic. Jiang Ning, look at the legs. He thought that after saying this, the other party would give up on her own. As a result, Shang Wanqing really sent a photo of her legs. Well, it was an old photo. The girl in the picture was sitting on the marble floor, wearing knee-high white socks, with her legs crossed, posing a pure and lustful posture. Jiang Ning glanced at the picture, and then used his spiritual sense to scan her body from hundreds of meters away. He commented, the floor is cold, and sitting too much will cause abdominal pain. In the number 2 teaching building, Shang Wanqing stared at the screen blankly. How does he know that I'm prone to dysmenorrhea? In the classroom, Bei Yuxia and Chen Xiaoyu were discussing the dance movement design. Bei Yuxia explained it very professionally. She was completely immersed in the field she loved. When she talked about some movements she didn't understand, she even decided to take advantage of the weekend to pay a dance teacher to adjust the movements. Girls who are serious and focused are often the most beautiful. Chen Xiaoyu, who has no wisdom, surrendered to Bei Yuxia's wisdom. As she listened, Chen Xiaoyu was a little distracted. She saw Bayuksha still talking about dance, talking freely, dignified and generous, like a lady from a noble family. Chen Xiaoyu glanced at Tang Tong, who was still asleep. So Chen Xiaoyu took out a card reader and put it on the desk without a sound. Bayuksha was speechless and fell silent. After a long time, she said, "How much?" In Bayuksha's mind, paying is the most normal thing. Buying discs, watching movies, buying games, hiring tutors, and even some newspapers and magazines used by her parents. Chen Xiaoyu, it's free. Bayuksha, huh? She didn't have much exposure to this aspect because the video Chen Xiaoyu sent was obviously carefully produced, ultra clear and with subtitles. She thought Chen Xiaoyu paid for it, and in the spirit of not wasting money, she simply accepted it. It turned out that it was all free. Chen Xiaoyu said seriously, "You have actually paid the fee." Bayuksha couldn't figure out a train of thought. She obviously didn't pay. Chen Xiaoyu raised her lips, "Because your pure soul will be your price." Bayuksha was silent for a while and asked, "What about you?" Chen Xiaoyu, "I just dyed my soul with the color I like." Bayuksha, "Excellent." The last evening self-study class. Shan Qingrong walked into class 8. He noticed that Zhu Yuantang was sleeping peacefully, and his heart was much calmer. "Everyone stop doing your homework, I have something to announce," Shan Qingrong said. Wu Zhaoqi threw away the basketball in his hand. Cuiyu put down his mobile phone. Everyone looked at the podium. Regarding the New Year's Eve party, this year's party will not be held by each class like in previous years. Principal Yu means to hold a big party for the whole school. As soon as Shan Qingrong finished speaking, Zhang Kai shouted, "Then how much do we each pay?" As long as the teacher quoted a high price, Zhang Kai dared to refute. Shan Qingrong said, "This party is sponsored by the school, and each person will pay an additional 5 yuan. As soon as this was said, the class was talking about it. It was much less than the money they had to pay to organize the party themselves. Zhang Kai, support. Cuiyu, then can I go up and perform a show? Shan Qingrong, what talents do you have? Yuan laughed. Cuiyu is amazing. He can eat a big spider alive. The classmates laughed immediately. Cuiyu looked unhappy. He was not proud of this now. He now knew shame, so he decided to wash away everyone's impression of him with a gentle and elegant appearance. Cuiyu stood up and gently separated his hands like a conductor directing an orchestra. He waved his hands gently and recited faintly, "I see all living beings as grass and trees, but I only see you as a green mountain. I wish there would be no time to look back." Lion Mengyu was embarrassed by his good brother. His buddy regarded you as a grassroots hero, so why did you become an artistic youth alone? Shan Qingrong, shut up. Cuiyu sat down angrily. Cuiyu finished his show. When the classroom was silent, Liu Chuandao stood up and said, "Head teacher, I want to show my talent too." As he said that, he shook his arms like lightning. Thunder, he burst out. Liu Chuandao's sleeves swung out of the air with a sound of shua shua shua. Lightning whipped 4 times. "Yuan, ha ha ha, are you crazy with epilepsy?" Shan Qingrong's mouth twitched. "Sit down." What the hell, this group of classmates? Shan Qingrong was dissatisfied. He was such a capable head teacher. Could it be that he taught a group of insects? In order to prevent more weird students from jumping out, Shan Qingrong revitalized the class. He said in a loud voice, "If you have the intention to sign up, please submit the program list to the Cultural and Arts Committee member Shen Qinjin, the class monitor Huang Zhongfei." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere was a little suffocating again, and many students turned their eyes to the class monitors in Yaoling. I didn't expect that the teacher is better at showing off than the students. Shan Qingrong felt a little embarrassed and wanted to correct it, but felt that it would be even more embarrassing. Xin Yaoling was sitting in the audience, and he didn't know how many times the head teacher had mispronounced his name. The first time, he pronounced it wrong, and Xin Yaoling thought he made a slip of the tongue. The second time, he pronounced it wrong, and Xin Yaoling thought he was dissatisfied. Now it's the nth time. Head teacher Shan Qingrong clearly did not take her, the class monitor, seriously. Xin Yaoling stood up, facing everyone with a bright face. Chen Xiaoyu racked her brains and described, beneath her calm surface, there are turbulent waves. Let's fight. Chen Xiaoyu looked forward to it. Jiao unclenched his fists to show his determination. In a moment, he will stand on the side of Xin Yaoling and challenge the authority. He will say loudly, "Head teacher, you've gone too far." Shan Qingrong finally corrected the slip of the tongue. "Sorry, it's the monitor Xin Yaoling, not Huang Zhongfei." Xin Yaoling suddenly smiled. Her oval face had smooth lines and charming demeanor, and she said cheerfully, "Hello everyone, I'm the monitor Xin Yaoling. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to let everyone know me twice." After saying this, Xin Yaoling paused. "In the future, all work related to the New Year's Day program will be in my charge." Shan Qingrong glanced at her and said, "Okay, everyone can just look for Xin Yaoling in the future." Shen Qinj, the Cultural and Arts Committee member in the Vortex of Power, she didn't understand. "Why did you give everything to her?" "I'm the Cultural and Arts Committee member." Xin Yaoling stayed in his seat, unmoved by praise or criticism. Getting angry is only the behavior of the incompetent, and the real strong will fight for their rights in adversity. 7,000 words have been updated for 5 consecutive days. I will adjust my work and rest schedule tonight, so I won't post another chapter. I will make up for it tomorrow. Good night everyone. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.